It's late and you're still awake. I know. The room is dark or almost dark, and the house has gone quiet around you, and somewhere in all that quiet your mind is still up, still pacing, still going over the day like there's something in it left to fix. There isn't. But your mind doesn't know that yet. So let it pace for a moment. You don't have to stop it. You don't have to do anything at all right now, actually, which might be the first true thing anyone has said to you all day. Maybe you came here because your mind won't stop, or because you can't sleep and the hours are starting to feel heavy, or because you feel behind in life and the feeling gets loudest at night, or because you're overthinking everything and you just want to fall asleep and feel okay again. If any of that is you, you're in the right place. You don't have to explain yourself here. You don't have to arrive any better than you are. Tired is enough. Awake at the wrong hour is enough. You, exactly like this, is enough. And before we go any further, one soft, honest thing, just so it's said, this is only a calm place to rest. It isn't a fix for anything, and it doesn't need to be. If the sleeplessness has been wearing on you for a long while, someone kind and qualified is worth talking to in the daylight. But that's a daytime thought, and it can wait with all the other daytime thoughts. Tonight there is only this. A voice in the dark, a bed under you, and know where you have to be. So here you are, lying down, finally. The blanket has its small weight over your feet. The pillow is holding the whole weight of your head, which is more than anyone else did for you today. And your mind, faithful thing that it is doing what minds do at this hour. It's running the list. The list of what didn't get done. The email that's still sitting there. The call you meant to make. The thing you said you'd start this week, and the week is nearly over. The errand, the form, the reply, the laundry that made it into the machine but not out of it. Your mind is standing over that list like a foreman at the end of a shift, counting what's missing. Of course it is. It thinks that's helping. It thinks if it just holds the list tightly enough overnight, nothing will be lost. It's trying to take care of you. It's just doing it at the worst possible hour in the worst possible way. You can smile at that a little if you want. The 2 a.m. audit. The midnight inventory of everything undone. You know this meeting. You've sat through it before. Here's what I want to offer you instead, and it's the only idea in this whole long night, so there's nothing to memorize, nothing to get right. Tonight, we're going to set things down, not solve them, not abandon them. Just set them down the way you set down a heavy bag inside the front door. You're not throwing the bag away. Everything in it is still yours. It will all be there in the morning, exactly where you left it. But you don't carry the bag to bed. Nobody carries the bag to bed. And in exchange for everything big and unfinished that you set down, we're going to pick up something small, something ordinary and completely yours. Because there were things today, little things that you did do, that you did carry, that did get finished. And nobody counted them, least of all you. Tonight we count them. Tonight the list runs the other way. That's it, that's the whole night. Set down what isn't yours to hold in the dark. Take back the small things that already belong to you, and let that be enough, because it is enough. You did enough today, and you're allowed to rest now. You'll hear me say that more than once before morning, in different clothes each time, and every time it will still be true. So let's begin with the setting down, slowly. There's no hurry. There is nothing after this. Start with the biggest one, the one with no edges. Tomorrow, all of tomorrow. The meeting or the shift or the appointment, the things you're supposed to remember, the person you're supposed to be by 9 a.m. Notice, gently, that tomorrow does not exist yet. It isn't waiting in the next room. It isn't pacing in the hallway. There is nothing you can do to it or for it from this bed in the dark with your eyes closed. Tomorrow is not tonight's to fix. It never was, so you can set it down. The whole thing, the entire day, with all its weather and all its faces, down by the door in the bag until morning. The morning you will pick it up. The morning you always does. That person has handled every single morning so far, everyone without exception. And they didn't need you to stay up rehearsing. They never have. And now the list itself, the unfinished one, the one your mind keeps reading aloud. Let's look at it once kindly and then put it away. Every task on that list has one thing in common. Not one of them can be done right now. Not one. The email cannot be sent from under this blanket. The call cannot be made at this hour without alarming someone. The form, the errand, the project, the thing you're behind on, all of it is closed for the night. The whole world of doing is closed. The offices are dark, the inboxes are sleeping. You are the only one still holding the door open, and you're allowed to let it shut. The list is not being abandoned. It's being kept safe on paper or in the phone or simply in the morning where lists live. Lists are morning creatures. They don't belong in beds. You can set the list down just until morning, and it will keep. Everything keeps until morning. That's what morning is for. Set down, too, the arithmetic. You know the one. The quiet math your mind does about where you ought to be by now. How far along? How much saved? How much built? How much figured out? Compared to some invisible schedule nobody ever actually showed you. That schedule is not real. No one is holding it. There is no clipboard, no examiner, no bell. There are just people, all of them, moving at the speed of their own lives. Most of them lying awake some nights doing the same sad math about you know better than this and should have by now. You can set the schedule down. It weighs the most and holds the least. Down by the door with the rest of it until morning. And honestly, the morning may not even want it back. And set down the other people. Gently, lovingly, but down. What they think of you. What they might have meant by that one thing they said. Whether you answered right, whether you seemed okay, whether they noticed. Other people's minds are their own countries, and you are not the ambassador tonight. You have no meetings there until morning. Whatever they think, they are thinking it while asleep, or while worrying about their own list, their own schedule, their own 2 a.m. rerun of that thing from 9 years ago. You can set them all down, every one of them. They will be fine without your worrying. They were always going to be. Feel that for a moment. How much just left? Tomorrow, the list, the schedule, the watching eyes. All of it set down by the door, not gone. Only put down, only waiting where heavy things wait. And notice what's left in the room now that they're out of your hands. Just the dark. Just the bed. Just the small, warm country of the blanket and the pillow with its one cool side, and your own breathing going in and out without being asked to. This is what's actually here. This was underneath the noise the whole time. And now, slowly, one at a time, let's start picking things up. The small ones, the real ones. The ones that were yours all day and never made the list. Here is the first. You got here. That's not nothing. Look at what it took. The day pulled at you from the moment you opened your eyes, and it did not stop pulling, and even so, at the end of it, you got yourself to this bed. You turned off the light, or you will in a moment, and that click of the lamp is a door closing that you closed. You put the day down long enough to lie down. Thousands of small decisions carried you from this morning to this pillow, and you made every one of them, tired as you were. You did that. It counts. It has always counted. Nobody hands out anything for it, so that was enough. Getting here was enough. And here is another small thing that is yours. The phone. Maybe it's face down already. Maybe it's still glowing somewhere near your hand. Either way, notice that it is yours to put down. One of the few things today that truly was. The news, the messages, the feeds, those go on forever, and they were never going to let you finish them because they are built to be unfinishable. But the phone itself, the little slab of it, that you can turn face down. That you can set on the nightstand, screen to the wood, and with one small motion the whole loud world goes quiet at the wrist. Such a small thing. Completely yours. You could do it now if it isn't done. And then that's one more thing finished tonight by you. See how the list runs the other way when you let it. And your shoulders, those are yours too. They've been up near your ears since some meeting or some message or some moment this afternoon that you've already half forgotten, but they remember. They've been holding a posture for a world that has stopped watching. The audience went home hours ago, so they could come down now if they'd like. Not because I said so, but because there's nothing left to brace for. The mattress will take what they've been holding. That's the mattress's whole job, and it's very good at it, and it has never once complained. Let it work. You've done enough carrying for one day. You did enough today, and you're allowed to put it all down now. Even the parts of it you were carrying in your own body. And your jaw, while we're nearby. Your jaw has been saying things all day, and holding back other things all day, which is harder. It could unclench now if it wants. The teeth don't need to touch. The tongue can lie down too, soft in the floor of the mouth like something small settling into its bed. There's no one left to answer. Every sentence you owed anyone today has either been said or can be said tomorrow, by the morning you, who is honestly better at sentences anyway. The mouth is closed for the evening. The face can go soft the way a house goes dark, one room at a time. Forehead, eyes, cheeks, jaw, nobody is looking at your face. It doesn't have to say anything until morning. That, too, is a small thing given back to you, the right to have no expression at all. Now, let me tell you about the list again, the real one, the one nobody keeps. Because your mind kept tonight's count, and it counted wrong. It counted the emails unsent and forgot the ones you sent. It counted the call you didn't make and forgot the person you did answer, the one who needed a minute of you and got it. It counted the thing you didn't start and completely forgot that you got up this morning at all, which some days is the whole mountain, and you climbed it before breakfast. Somewhere in this day, you held a door, or you said thank you like you meant it, or you were patient with someone who was slow, or you were quiet when it would have been easy to be sharp. Somewhere in this day you fed yourself, or someone else, or something else. Small, warm engines kept running because you kept them running. None of it made the list. All of it was real. The undone things are loud and the done things are quiet, that's all. It was never that the done things weren't there. Tonight, in the dark, with the offices closed and the schedule set down by the door, you can hear them if you listen. A whole quiet day's worth of small finished things, humming like a house at night. You did more than you think. You always do more than you think, and it was enough. Today counts. Today is allowed to be complete exactly as it is, with its ragged edges and its unfinished corners, the way every real day is. Days aren't finished like reports. Days are finished like weather. When it's over, it's whole. And this one is over, and it's whole, and you were enough for it. And you are not behind. Let's have that one plainly, the first of many times. You are not behind. Behind what? There is no line. There is no place the others have reached where they're standing around waiting for you, checking the time. There is only your one life, moving at the speed of your one life, the way a river is never late to the sea. Slow years are still years. Quiet seasons still count toward the whole. The things that haven't happened for you yet are not overdue. They are simply not yet, and not yet is a place almost everything lives before it arrives. You are not behind. You are where you are, and where you are is a bed in the dark with the night ahead of you like a long, soft field with nothing planted in it. Nothing to tend, nothing to water, nothing to finish. Just hours, and all of them yours, and none of them asking anything. So let the breath lengthen a little if it wants to. You don't have to make it. Breath is like sleep that way. It does itself the moment you stop supervising. It's been doing itself all day, through every meeting and every worry 20,000 times or so without one word of thanks. And it will keep on all night, faithful as a clock with no alarm set. You could just ride it for a while, in and out, the small tide of it, the blanket rising a little and settling. Rising a little and settling, nothing to count, nothing to get right. Even your breathing is off the clock now. And the warmth, notice the warmth. It took a little while, but the bed has come up to the temperature of you, the way beds do. That slow trade the body makes with the blankets until somewhere in the middle you agree on warm. That warmth is yours. You made it just by lying here, just by being a living thing in a soft place. It's the oldest kind of wealth there is, and tonight you're rich in it. Feet warm under their small weight of blanket. The pillow's cool side there whenever you want it, like a fresh page. The dark around the bed not empty but full, the way a held breath is full. The house standing quietly over you, doing its slow nighttime ticking, holding the weather out and the warmth in. Everything here is doing its job so that you don't have to do yours. The walls are on duty. The roof is on duty. The blanket is on duty. You are relieved. That's the word they use, isn't it, when the next watch arrives and yours is over? Relieved. You are relieved of the day. The night has the watch now. You did enough today. You can let that be true. Not because the list got finished, but because enough was never about the list. Enough is a door you're allowed to close from the inside. Enough is you here, horizontal at last, done, and you are allowed to be done. Nothing more is being asked of you tonight. Nothing more will be asked for hours and hours. And the morning, when it comes, will not come all at once. It will come the way it always comes, slow and gray and gentle at the window with plenty of time. And the morning, you will be there to meet it, a little more rested for every soft minute you spend here. That's all rest is in the end. Not another task. Just you letting the small hours be small. So stay here with me in the warm dark in the middle of the night's long field. There's more to set down, and we'll set it down slowly, and there's more to take back, and we'll gather it gently, pass after pass, as many as the night needs. The day is over. The bag is by the door. Your hands are empty now, and empty hands are soft ones. Let your ears rest on the quiet of the room. Underneath this voice, there's the sound the house makes when it thinks no one is listening, that low, settled hum of a place at rest. And underneath that, fainter, the sound of your own pulse, patient as ever, keeping its small time in the pillow. It kept that time all day for you, through everything, and never asked you to notice. You can notice it now, just once, kindly, the way you'd nod to someone reliable across a room. And then let it fade back into the dark, where the faithful things work. And it isn't only inside you, that quiet keeping on. The whole world runs a night shift, and none of it needs you to supervise. Right now, somewhere, dough is rising in a covered bowl in a dark kitchen, doing its slow, patient work under a towel, and no one is watching it. Somewhere a garden is growing in the dark, actually growing, the roots going about their business under the cold soil, and nobody is standing over them with a list. Orchards are ripening one cell at a time. Winter wheat is sleeping under whole counties of quiet. The tide is going somewhere unhurried, the way it has every single night, without one person awake to approve of it. The world has never once needed your supervision to keep becoming itself. It grew every good thing it has while somebody, somewhere, was asleep. So there's a part of you that can clock out now, the overseer, the one who checks, the one who stands at the rail of your life making sure you know the one. It has worked so hard and it means so well and it is so tired. You're not firing it. You're not even arguing with it. You're just telling it kindly that the night shift has this covered, that everything it guards will still be there in the morning, unguarded and fine, the way the garden is fine, the way the dough is fine. Watching was never what kept those things safe. They keep themselves mostly. Most things do. You can let the checking stop for a while, just until morning. The world will hold its own shape without your eyes on it. And while we're letting things go about their own becoming, let's take that feeling you carry sometimes, the one that says you're behind. Behind whom, though? Behind what? Nothing out there in the dark is behind. The pear tree isn't behind the plum tree just because the plum came right first. They're not in a race, they're in a season, and the season has room for both of them. Some things ripen in June and some in late October, and nobody stands in the orchard shaking their head at the October ones. You are not late to your own life. You are the only one who is ever going to live it, so it is, by definition, right on time, arriving exactly as fast as you are arriving. There's no version of you up ahead, tapping a watch. There's only this one, warm, horizontal, breathing. And that feeling of everyone else being further along. You know where that comes from. It comes from only ever seeing the outsides. You walk past lit windows at night and you see finished rooms. The lamp placed just so. The shelf, the golden light, and you never see the drawer in that same house that won't close. The letter on that table nobody's answered. The person in that warm kitchen who also lies awake sometimes wondering if they're behind. You've been comparing your insides to everyone else's outsides, and of course your insides looked slower. Everyone's do. That's not evidence. That's just lighting. And anyway, at this hour, all the houses go dark and all of it evens out. Right now, across your whole town, people are lying down the same way you are, ambitious and ordinary alike, all of them horizontal, all of them just breathing. At this hour, nobody is ahead of anybody. The night is the great leveler, and it has leveled everything, gently, in your favor. Now, there are a few particular stones in your pockets, I think. Let's take them out one at a time and set them on the nightstand, where they'll keep till morning. The message you haven't answered. You know the one. It's been sitting there with its little weight, and every time you remember it, it gets a gram heavier. Set it down. Words keep overnight. They keep beautifully, like leftovers put away, and tomorrow you'll have the right ones or good enough ones, which are usually the same thing. Nobody worth answering is timing you. And if you were on the other end of it, if someone owed you a reply and you knew they were exhausted, you'd want them to sleep first. You'd say it can wait, so let it wait. You can put the reply next to the lamp in spirit, and it will be sitting right there in the morning light, easier than it looks tonight. They always are. And the arithmetic, the sums that like to redo themselves at this hour, the subtracting and carrying, the what-if column, the numbers walking their little circles. Here's the thing about numbers in the dark. They don't change. Not one of them can be moved at midnight. There is no arithmetic you can do lying down at this hour that improves a single figure, and you know that because you've tried, night after night, and the total in the morning was always exactly what it was going to be. So the math is officially closed for the night. The ledger is shut, and shutting it costs you nothing because it was never open, really. Only your worry was open. You can close that instead, just until morning. The numbers will keep each other company without you. And the decision, the one you keep turning over like a stone, checking the underside again. The underside is the same as it was an hour ago. It will be the same at 3 and the same at 4, and turning it again won't show you anything new because the new thing you're waiting for isn't under the stone. It's in the morning you, the rested one, the one with daylight and coffee and a whole night sorting behind them. That's who decides well. That's who you're becoming right now, by the minute, just lying here. So put the stone on the shelf. Deciding is tomorrow's country, and tonight you don't have to travel there. Tonight the only choice in front of you is soft and small. This side of the pillow or that one, that's the whole ballot. You can govern that. And there's one more heavy thing, maybe the heaviest. The version of you that lives in other people's heads. What they think, what they might think, how you came across, whether that thing you said landed wrong. Love, you were never in charge of that. Not today, not ever. The you that lives in someone else's mind is their tenant, not yours. You can't get in there to tidy, and you were never supposed to. All you ever had was your own kindness and your own honesty, and you spent both today as well as you could. Whatever anyone did with them, after that happened in a room you don't have keys to. Set it down. Set down all the rooms you don't have keys to. Feel how much lighter that is. Most of what you were carrying tonight turns out to be furniture from other people's houses. So now your hands are free for the small true things. Come collect them. This is the part of the night I like best. You got up today. That's first, and it counts. There was a moment this morning when the warm bed argued for itself, and you rose anyway into the cold air, into the day, and everything after that was built on that one unwitnessed act of courage. You fed yourself. Maybe not perfectly, maybe standing up, maybe out of a wrapper, but the body got what it needed, and the body says thank you. You wore clothes that got you through. You crossed streets safely. You did the ordinary, endless, invisible maintenance of being a person, and no one gave you a receipt for it, so I'm giving you one now. And at the end of it all, you got yourself here, to this bed. That was you too. Somebody had to bring you home tonight and lay you down, and the somebody was you, and you did it. The socks came off. The alarm is set. The door is locked, and if you're wondering whether it's locked, it is. You always do it. Your hands do it without you, the way faithful hands do. The glass of water is within reach, or near enough. The small kingdom is in order. You ordered it. And somewhere in the day, there was a kindness you did without counting it. There always is with you. Maybe you held a door and warmth passed through it along with the stranger. Maybe you let a car in, one small wave in traffic, and someone's shoulders came down a half-inch because of you. Maybe you softened a sentence before you sent it. Maybe you just listened to someone a beat longer than you had to, and they walked away a little less alone and never knew why. You don't remember it because you didn't do it to remember it. That's what makes it the real kind. But it happened, and it's out there right now, still working, the way kindness keeps working after hours. Rippling along in somebody's evening, changing the temperature of rooms you'll never see. You did that. Today, with everything else you were carrying, you still did that. And there were the kindnesses nobody saw, including you, the patience you paid out quietly, coin by coin. The sharp thing you thought and didn't say, that one counts double. The sigh you swallowed so it wouldn't land on someone who couldn't carry it. The way you kept your temper like a cup you didn't spill. Nobody applauds restraint. There's no sound when a harsh word doesn't get said. But the quiet accounting of a day counts what didn't happen too, and by that count, you were gentler than you know. You were, on balance, a good thing to have in the world today. Let that be said plainly once in the dark, where you can't argue with it. You were a good thing to have in the world today. So the day is paid for, fully, nothing owing. You did what was yours, you set down what wasn't, and rest isn't a wage you're hoping for anymore. It's yours, already in hand, already all around you. You're lying in it. And your body knows it before you do. Feel that, the heaviness that's been arriving while we talked. That heaviness is trust. It's the body signing off on all of this. A body that doesn't feel safe stays light, stays coiled, keeps one foot on the floor. But a heavy body is a believing body. Yours is sinking the small, honest way a stone sinks into moss, slow, welcomed, held the whole way down. The mattress rises around you a little the way moss does. It has you. It's been telling you all night that it has you. You could let your hands agree first. They've been holding a shape all day. Handles, phones, wheels, tools, other hands. And they could uncurl now, finger by finger, until they're just lying there open on the blanket like two small animals asleep in the sun. And the jaw, if it wants. It's been up since morning too, clenched around all the day's unsaid things, and there are no more sayings tonight. It could hang loose as a gate with the latch off. And the small muscles around your eyes, the squinting ones, the focusing ones, they've read a whole day of world, and there's nothing left to read. They could go soft as wax warming. Even your tongue can lie down, resting wide and heavy behind your teeth, off duty with everything else. This is the body doing what animals do, what it's known since before you knew anything. Turning once, folding down, trusting the ground. Somewhere in you is the oldest instruction there is when it's dark and warm and safe. Let go of your weight, and it's running now, all on its own, needing nothing from you but permission. And you're giving it. You're giving it right now. Every minute you lie here, you say yes a little deeper. Listen how the night sounds from inside that yes. Every sound out there belongs to someone else now. A car going by somewhere is somebody else's long day ending, somebody being carried home through the dark, and it needs nothing from you. It passes, and its little wake of sound smooths over, and the quiet closes behind it like water. A door somewhere, a pipe ticking, the far-off dog with its one opinion. All of it is other people's errands, other lives idling down for the night, and not one thread of it is tied to you. You have no errands. For hours and hours, the world will address all its business to someone else. You can let every sound arrive stamped return to sender, and just feel it pass over the roof and away. You've known this feeling before, long ago. Riding home at night, small in the back seat, the streetlights coming through the window in their slow rhythm, sliding across the ceiling of the car one after another. And the murmur of grown voices up front, low and unhurried, talking about things that were not yours to solve. You didn't know where you were on the road, and you didn't need to. Someone else was driving. Someone else knew the way. All you had to do was let your head grow heavy against the seat and feel the road humming up through everything. And somewhere between one streetlight and the next, you were allowed to stop arriving anywhere. That permission didn't expire. Nobody ever revoked it. It's been yours this whole time, folded away like something soft at the back of a drawer. And tonight you can take it out and pull it over you. Someone else is driving now. The night knows the way. The murmur up front is just this voice, going on about nothing that needs you. And you can lean your head against the dark and let the miles do themselves. You don't even have to listen well. I want you to know that. This voice doesn't need your attention, doesn't take a register, doesn't mind at all if the words start washing together like paint in water. If you drift and surface and drift again, that's not failing to listen, that's the whole idea. The words are just a railing to trail your hand along, and you can let go of the railing whenever the floating starts. Nothing important will be said. I promise you that. Nothing important will be said for the rest of the night. It's all just warmth, arranged in sentences. You can stop following any time and just have the warmth. And the hours ahead of you are wide. That's worth feeling for a moment how wide they are. Nothing is due in them. No one will call in them. The next thing that's asked of you is so far away it hasn't even started traveling yet. Between here and morning, there's just this long, slow country of dark, and you get to cross it lying perfectly still, carried, the way rivers carry things too light to sink. The night doesn't rush. It has never once rushed. It moves at the pace of settling houses and rising dough and roots in the cold ground. And now that's your pace too. You've matched speeds with the slowest, kindest hours there are. So once more softly, because it's true each time in a new way, you did enough. The day is closed, and it closed well, whatever it felt like from inside. You're not behind. You're not owing. You're just tired, and tired is not a debt. Tired is the proof of a day fully spent, and spent days by soft nights. This is your soft night, bought and paid for, already here. And the warmth is deeper now than it was even a little while ago. You can feel that, the way the heat has gone from the blanket down into you, past the skin, into the long muscles, into the deep places that hold on last. They're letting go in there slowly, one by one, like lights going off down a long hallway, no hurry, each one a little farther away than the last. There's still so much night left, and all of it is yours. More small things to gather, more heavy ones to leave on the nightstand where they'll keep. And we'll get to them slowly at the speed of moss and bread and roots. But there's no order to any of it and no clock on any of it. For now there's just this breath, and the one after it arriving on its own. And the good weight of you, sinking that last soft inch into a bed that has you, in a house that's holding, in a night that knows the way. Somewhere far away from your bed, right now, it's snowing. Some high, quiet place where nobody's awake to see it, and the snow is coming down anyway, flake after flake after flake, each one taking its slow, crooked path out of the dark and landing exactly where it lands. No flake is choosing. No flake is checking its landing against the others. It just arrives and settles and becomes part of the softness, and the whole field grows quieter for it. I mention it because your thoughts can do that now. All evening they've been trying to file themselves, sort themselves, land in the right order, and they don't have to anymore. They can just come down one at a time wherever they come down. A half thought about tomorrow, a scrap of a song, a face, a list that dissolves before it finishes. Let each one land where it lands. By morning, they'll all be one smooth, white quiet, and none of them will remember where they were supposed to go. And while the snow falls somewhere else, here in this room, there's a small nation of unanswered things. Messages you haven't replied to, an email sitting there with its little unread wait, a call you meant to return. And I want to say something true about them slowly so it can really land. Unanswered is not unkind. Unanswered at 11 at night, at midnight, at whatever soft hour this is not neglect. It's just night. Every person on the other end of every one of those messages is doing exactly what you're doing. Lying somewhere in the dark, being a tired human, letting their own unanswered things sit. Nobody is standing at a window waiting for your reply. The words will keep. Words are patient. They sit in their little envelopes of light, and they do not spoil. They do not sigh. They do not think less of you. You can answer them from inside tomorrow, where the answering belongs. Tonight they are not questions. Tonight they're just objects, quiet as spoons in a drawer. Your hands, though. I want to spend a little while on your hands because nobody ever thanks them, and they did so much today. Think of everything they touched and carried and turned and held since morning. Door handles, cups, the small buttons of the day, fabric, keys, other tasks you've already forgotten. They opened things for you all day. They closed things for you all day. They did it all without being asked twice, without complaint, the way hands do. And now they're lying somewhere on the blanket or under the pillow or folded near your chest, and they are officially off duty. You could let them go fully soft if they haven't already. Let the fingers uncurl at their own speed, like fern fronds deciding it's spring. Let the palms be open or closed, whichever they chose, and let them be warm. There's nothing left today that needs gripping. There's nothing to hold on to because nothing is trying to leave. The night isn't going anywhere. The bed isn't going anywhere. You aren't going anywhere. So the hands can just be hands now. Two small, warm animals asleep before you are, breathing their own tiny breath. And here's the thing your hands know that the mind forgets. They know the day was real. Whatever the mind says about it, not enough, too slow, should have been more. The hands know better because they were there for all of it. They felt every task go by. They'd testify for you if hands could talk. They'd say, this person worked. This person carried things. This person showed up all day long in 100 boring, invisible ways that nobody wrote down. You can believe your hands over your thoughts tonight. The thoughts weren't even paying attention half the time. The hands never stopped. And the hands say, enough. The hands say, done. The hands, resting open on the blanket, are the closing signature on the whole day. Down at some harbor, in some little town you've never been to, the boats are doing what boats do at night, riding at their moorings, nudging the dock, lifting and settling while the tide does all the work underneath them. And no boat down there is going anywhere, and no boat down there is failing to go anywhere. A moored boat isn't a stalled boat. It's a boat doing the night part of being a boat. The ropes hold. The water holds. The hull just rests on all that dark patience and lets itself be lifted. A few inches, breathing with the harbor. You're moored like that now. Tied off, fenders out, nothing dragging. And your breath is your own small tide. In, and you rise a little, out, and you settle a little. And nothing about it needs steering because there's no course tonight, no crossing, no weather to mind. Just the lift and settle of a well-tied boat in calm water all night long. You're not behind, by the way. I know that thought comes back in new clothes every time, so let's meet it in its new clothes. Maybe tonight it's dressed as other people. Someone your age who has more. Someone younger who moves faster. Some imaginary schedule where by now you were supposed to have arrived somewhere you can't even name. And here's what's quietly wrong with all of it. Everyone you're measuring against is keeping a different clock, wound in a different childhood, set to a different noon. There's no midnight that all the clocks agree on. There's no station where everyone was due at once. The whole idea of behind needs a single track and a single timetable, and lives don't have those. Lives are more like weather, arriving where they arrive. A field lying fallow is still a working field. Any farmer would tell you that. The resting year is part of the yield. Nobody stands at the edge of a January orchard and calls it lazy. They say it's winter and the orchard knows what it's doing. You're allowed to be an orchard in winter. Bare, quiet, gathering underneath. On schedule in the only way that's real, which is your own. And the day held small kindnesses, yours, and I don't want them to slide away uncounted just because they were small. Somewhere in there you softened something. You held a door, or you let someone go ahead, or you said thank you and meant it, or you were patient one more time with someone who takes patience. Maybe the kindest thing you did today was the sharp thing you didn't say. That counts double, and nobody saw it and it still happened. Those little moments don't evaporate. They're the actual material of a person, the small threads, and today you added yours quietly the way you always do. You don't think of yourself as someone doing good in the world because it never feels like much from inside. It never does. From inside, kindness just feels like ordinary behavior. But it isn't ordinary. It's chosen every time, and you chose it, tired as you were more than once today. That's who is living your day, worth remembering here in the dark. That's who's falling asleep right now. Someone who, on an unremarkable day, with no one keeping score, was gentle anyway. So once again, in tonight's words, the day asked, and you answered, and now the asking is over. What you gave was enough because it was what you had. And rest isn't the reward for finishing. It's just what nights are for, and this one is yours. Look at how faithfully the ordinary things around you are doing their jobs. You don't have to open your eyes for this. You know this room by heart. The glass of water on the nightstand, if there's one there, standing its little watch, keeping the water cool and still until you want it. The clothes over the chair, holding the shape of the day you're done with, keeping it off you. The door, doing the one thing doors do at night, which is stay. The ceiling overhead that has held its position through every single night you've slept beneath it, without once being thanked. All these plain, loyal objects, none of them anxious, none of them ambitious, all of them simply continuing. You're lying in a whole congregation of things that know how to be still. Stillness is the native language here. The furniture speaks it. The walls speak it. The folded things in drawers speak it fluently. And your body is remembering it now, word by word, the way a language comes back in the country where it's spoken. Your jaw might still be holding a little of the day. Jaws do that. They're the last clerks in the building, still filing things after everyone's gone home. You could let the teeth come apart just slightly behind closed lips. Let the tongue lie wide and heavy, like something set down. And feel how much of the face goes quiet when the jaw finally believes the day is over. The small muscles around the eyes, too. They've been focusing since morning, pulling the world sharp for you, hour after hour. And now there's nothing to sharpen. The dark doesn't need focusing. It's the one thing that arrives already finished. So the eyes can rest back in their own warm dark, unfocused, unemployed, soft as the middle of bread. And the forehead can go smooth on its own, the way a pond goes smooth when the wind can't remember why it was blowing. And the breath has moved lower, hasn't it? Earlier it lived up in the chest, where busy breath lives, and now it's settled down into the belly, where night breath lives. You don't have to deepen it or count it or shape it. It's found its own size, the way water finds its level. Small and low and even, the breath of someone already mostly asleep. Each one goes out a little farther than it strictly needs to, and in that little extra distance, something else lets go. A thread here, a thread there. You're being untied so gently you can't even feel the knots going. That's how the night works when you stop helping it. It does everything by half measures, tiny ones, hundreds of them, so that no single moment feels like falling. Just lower and lower and warmer and simpler. Tomorrow is out there, and I'll tell you exactly what it's doing. Nothing. It's not preparing itself. It's not lining up its demands. Tomorrow doesn't exist yet, not even a little. It's not waiting in the next room. It's not on its way. It isn't anywhere. The only place tomorrow lives tonight is in your imagination, and your imagination is going off duty now, one lamp at a time. So whatever tomorrow needs, it will need it tomorrow, and it will find you rested, which is the only preparation it ever actually wanted. You don't meet a day well by rehearsing it in the dark. You meet it well by sleeping, which is the one assignment left, and it isn't even an assignment. It's more like being carried, and you already know how to be carried. You've known since before you knew anything else. The house sounds around you now, whatever they are. A tick of something cooling, a soft mechanical hum somewhere, weather at the glass if there's weather. They're not interruptions, they're the sound of everything else also settling. The whole world does this at night, not just you. Fields go quiet, roads empty out. Whole cities dim, window by window, into the same soft dark you're floating in. Right now, this exact minute, millions of people are lying just like you, breathing just like you, letting go of days just like yours. You're not doing something small and private up here in the dark. You're doing the great nightly thing, the one everything alive takes part in. Joining the enormous, gentle agreement that the day is over. And there's company in that, even in an empty room. You're one of countless warm, breathing, forgiven creatures, all sinking at the same hour, all held by the same turning night. Forgiven, yes. Let that word sit a moment because it's doing quiet work. Not forgiven because you were guilty. Forgiven the way a harbor forgives a boat the whole day's distance, the way a bed forgives a body its weight. Just received without conditions, exactly as you arrived. You came to this bed with pockets full of the day, and none of it disqualified you. The bed took all of you. It always does. There's no version of you it would have turned away. The tired one, the behind-feeling one, the one who scrolled too long, the one who worried in circles. All of them are welcome here, and all of them are the same warm weight now, sinking together. And you did enough, said Nu once more, because it stays true in every wording. What was done today was a full day's worth, measured by the only scale that matters, which is what you had to give. And it's been given, and the giving is closed, and no one is coming to audit it. You're allowed to rest now, not as a treat, not as an exception. Just as the plain next thing, the way evening is allowed after afternoon. So let it all be simple for a while, warm, held, slow, the blanket doing its patient work, the mattress carrying every ounce, asking nothing back, the pillow taking the whole weight of your thinking so you don't have to. Somewhere the snow is still coming down without a single decision in it. Somewhere the boats are lifting, settling, lifting. And here in the near dark, your breath keeps its low, even, unhurried word. There's more night than you could ever use. Hours and hours of it, stacked soft and deep, and no one counting them. We're in no hurry, you and I. There are more small things to gather up ahead, more gentle nowhere for this voice to wander, and it will wander there slowly, whether you're listening or long gone. You can be long gone. That's the best way to hear this. For now, just the warmth, just the weight, just the breath going out a little farther each time, into all that dark, wide, patient room. Wherever your hands have come to rest, on the blanket, at your sides, curled near your face, they've found their place for the night, and they can stay exactly there. You don't have to do anything with them. That's worth saying slowly, because your hands have been doing things since before you were fully awake this morning. They carried keys and cups and bags. They opened doors, dozens of doors, and closed them again. They typed and tapped and turned things and twisted things, fastened and unfastened, lifted and set down. They did a whole day of small, faithful work, most of it without being thanked, most of it without you even noticing. And now they're empty, really empty, maybe for the first time all day. Nothing to hold, nothing to grip, nothing waiting to be picked up. You could let them soften from the inside out, the palms going warm and loose, the fingers uncurling as much as they want to and no further. Hands know how to be empty. They were empty when you arrived in the world, and they'll be empty every night of your life. And there's nothing sad in that. It's their rest, the open shape they return to when the holding is done. And the holding is done. Whatever your hands couldn't finish today, they can't finish it from here anyway. The unfinished things don't live in this room. They live in tomorrow, on desks and screens and lists, in places with lights on, and they'll wait there without spoiling. Unfinished isn't broken. Unfinished is just paused, and paused things hold their shape. You can leave them mid-sentence. The sentence will still be there. Because here is a quiet, hopeful thing, and you can take it all the way down into sleep with you. Not everything that matters needs you awake to keep going. Most of the good, slow work of the world happens with nobody watching. Somewhere out in the dark right now, roots are moving through soil at their own pace, a distance too small to see and too short to stop. Seeds that were planted months ago are doing whatever the next tiny thing is, in total darkness, underground, unsupervised. Nobody stands over a garden at night telling it to keep going. It keeps going because that's what living things do when they're finally left alone. And you're a living thing, finally left alone. The same quiet holds for you. While you sleep, things continue in you that you never once had to manage. The day gets sorted without your help. What matters gets kept, filed somewhere deep, and the clutter, the fragments of songs, the half-read headlines, the fourth rehearsal of that conversation, gets swept out with the tide of the night, gently, like a floor being cleared. You don't have to run tonight's shift. There is a night shift, and it isn't yours. It has never been yours. Every single night of your life, it's been handled, and you woke up on the other side of it, sorted and mended in ways nobody can point to. Tonight will be handled too. All you're being asked to do, and it's barely an ask, is to stop supervising. To take your hands off a wheel that was never connected to anything, and let the deep, competent quiet of your own body do what it has done thousands of times without a single instruction from you. That's a kind of hope most people forget to count. Not the loud kind, not the kind about someday. The small nightly kind, the fact that you get repaired a little just by lying still. That rest isn't a pause in your life, but one of the things your life is made of, a third of it, the soft third. The third that asks nothing and gives the other two-thirds everything they run on. You're not stepping out of your life right now. You're stepping into the part of it that restores the rest. This counts. Lying here counts. It might be the most productive thing you'll do all day, and it requires nothing from you but staying approximately where you are. So stay approximately where you are, and notice, if you like, the warmth you've made, because that warmth under the blanket, you made that, not the blanket. The blanket doesn't make heat, it only keeps yours. Every bit of the warmth pooled around you right now came from you, from the quiet engine of you, given off steadily all this time and gathered back by the weave. You've been warming your own small country, and now you get to live in it. There's something old about that warmth, older than rooms. Bodies have been making it forever, under wool and quilts and whatever could be pulled close. On some hillside somewhere, long before this, the wool in a blanket like yours was walking around on a sheep in the weather, doing this exact same thing, holding warmth against the dark. And the sheep didn't wonder if it deserved to be warm. Warmth isn't earned. It's just made and kept, a slow loop between you and the bed, getting a little deeper every minute you lie still. You could let yourself sink into that loop a little more. Let the warm air in close to your skin stay undisturbed, the way you'd leave still water alone. No need to shift unless shifting feels good, and if it does, that's allowed too. This isn't a posture you have to hold. Nothing about tonight is a posture you have to hold. You can move, sigh, turn over, pull the blanket higher. The rest will still be here. Rest isn't fragile. It doesn't shatter if you adjust a pillow. It's more like a slow river than a held breath. You can step in and out, and it just keeps carrying whatever you give it. And if from far off some sound crosses the night, a car on a distant road, a late plane no one is waving at, the low horn of a train going somewhere with its long line of freight, you could let it be what it really is, proof that the world runs fine without you at this hour. That train doesn't need you. Whoever's driving it has it. The plane has a whole crew, awake on purpose, paid and rested and trained, so that you don't have to be. Everything that truly needs doing at this hour is being done by someone whose turn it is. And it isn't your turn. Your turn ended when the light went out. The night has staff. You're off. There's even a kind of company in those far sounds, if you want it. The world saying, faintly, still here, still moving, all quiet on our end, like footsteps in another part of a big old house. You don't have to get up and check. It's just the house being lived in. You can be the one who gets to stay in bed while the sounds pass. That's one of the oldest comforts there is. Hearing something go by and knowing it isn't coming for you, knowing you don't have to answer it. Rain you don't have to walk in. A road you don't have to drive. A phone, face down, that has said everything it's going to say until morning. And morning, let's put morning in its right place, because sometimes it leans against the bedroom door and you can feel it there tomorrow with its list. Here's the truth about tomorrow, said gently. You won't be the one who has to do it. Tomorrow you will do it. And tomorrow, you is not you right now. Tomorrow you will have slept. Tomorrow you will have a morning's light, and a cup of something warm and a fresh sheet of patience you don't have anymore tonight, because you spent yours honestly, all day, on real things. Tonight you trying to solve tomorrow is like the tired evening crew trying to work the morning shift too. It's not noble. It's just double duty nobody assigned. So you can hand it over. Leave everything where it is. The way you'd leave a kitchen with the note that says it can wait. And trust the person who wakes up in your bed tomorrow to be a little newer than the one lying in it now. They'll know what to do. They almost always do. And where they don't, they'll figure it out with resources you simply don't have at this hour. Daylight, and other people, and time. Tonight has none of those to offer, so tonight was never the right desk for that paperwork anyway. Which means every problem you can name right now is, tonight, officially someone else's. And that someone is you, rested. You're not abandoning anything. You're staffing it properly. And as for being behind, let that one be reworded once more in the dark, plainly. There is no line out there in the night with your place in it being lost. Nobody is moving past you while you lie here. The people you compare yourself to are asleep, or lying awake comparing themselves to somebody else. The whole idea of behind needs daylight and other people and measuring to exist, and none of those are in this room. In this room, there's just a body, warm, breathing, exactly on time for the only appointment tonight actually holds. This one. Rest. And look, you're here. You made it. Whatever else today was, you got yourself to the one place you were truly supposed to end up, and you're lying in it. On time. Fully attended. That's the whole schedule, and it's met. You did enough today. Hear it once more in tonight's plainest clothes. Enough isn't a score, it's a door, and you're through it. The day is behind you, complete not because everything got done, but because the day itself is done, the way a page is complete when it's turned. Nothing on the next page can be written from here, and nothing on this one can be unwritten, and both of those are mercies. You're in the seam between pages now, the soft white margin, where nothing is asked and nothing is owed. And you're allowed to rest here, not permitted grudgingly, welcomed, expected. The margin was made for exactly this. So let the eyes rest in their dark. They've read enough today, screens and faces and rooms. Behind closed lids there's nothing left to read, just that deep, grainless black, soft as cloth. Let them float in it. And the jaw, if it's holding anything, could let it go. The tongue loose, the teeth apart, the face smoothing itself out like water after the last ring. Nobody can see you, and there's nothing left to express. The face can finally be nobody's. Just warm and blank and yours. The breath is longer now, probably. You don't have to check. It does that when it's finally believed. Each breath out a little more like setting something down. Each pause after it a little wider, a little more at home. There's a small, still moment at the bottom of every breath, a landing, and you can rest in each one as it comes. They keep coming. They'll keep coming all night, little landings, all the way down. And down is where this goes, gently, not down like falling, down like settling, the way anything soft settles when it's left alone. Flakes in still water, dust in an unused room, finding the floor at last. Everything in you that was stirred up today is settling like that now, drifting to its own quiet bottom, and the water of you going clearer the longer you lie still. Warm, heavy, clear. The bed holds, the night holds. The far sounds pass and keep passing, none of them yours. Somewhere the roots keep inching through the dark soil, unsupervised. Somewhere the train is farther away now than when you first heard it. And here, under the warmth you made yourself, you're being carried by the oldest, gentlest shift there is, the one that never once needed your help. You did what the day asked, and now the night is asking nothing, only this, the slow breath, the loose hands, the heavy, harmless dark. There's no more holding to do. The holding is all being done for you now. By the mattress, by the hour, by the deep, quiet running underneath everything like slow water under a field. You can lean the whole weight of your mind on that quiet. It won't give. It's been holding sleepers longer than anything you could name, and tonight it holds you. Let the thoughts blur if they want to. They're allowed to stop making sense. That's not you failing to think. That's you beginning to sleep, and it's a good sign, the best one. Let the pictures come loose from their captions. Let the words go soft at the edges, the way this voice is going soft at the edges. None of it needs following. You're okay. You're warm. You're through the door of the day, and it's closed kindly behind you. And there's still so much night ahead. Deep, unhurried, paid for, and free. You don't have to do anything with it but be carried. So be carried. The breath goes out, and each time it comes back a little softer, like footsteps moving away down a long, carpeted hall. And the dark stays warm, and the warmth stays close, and everything else, every single other thing, waits quietly on the far side of morning, exactly where you left it. Think of a harbor far from here, a small one, the kind with a dozen boats and no hurry. It's night there too, and every boat is tied to its mooring, riding the black water, lifting and lowering by inches as the tide breathes under them. Nobody is steering. Nobody is even aboard. The ropes do the keeping now, and the ropes are good at it. That's what a mooring is for. So the one who sailed all day can go ashore and sleep. You're moored like that tonight, tied off gently to this bed, this hour, this dark. And whatever you were steering today, you're not steering it now. The water under you can rise and fall all it likes. You'll ride it without doing anything. That's the whole art of being moored. You let the line hold, and the line holds. There may still be a small motion in you, the way a boat keeps a little sway long after the wind has gone. A leftover rocking from the day. That's fine. It isn't going anywhere. It's just momentum spending itself. You don't have to still it. It stills itself, sway by smaller sway, the longer nothing new pushes on it. And nothing new is pushing on you here, nothing at all. The day asked you to navigate, to watch the weather of other people's moods, to correct course 100 times to keep everything off the rocks. And mostly you did, imperfectly, humanly, but you did. And now the harbor has you, and a harbored boat is not a lazy boat. It's a boat doing exactly what boats do at night. You're doing exactly what people do at night. This, right here. Lying still while something older and steadier does the holding. Somewhere north of that harbor, imagine, it has started to snow. Not here, not on you, just somewhere in the wide elsewhere of the night. Big slow flakes coming down through the dark with no sound at all. Landing on roofs, on fences, on the one car left in the lot. And everything the snow lands on gets quietly excused. That's the strange mercy of snow. It postpones things without blaming anyone. The meeting is off, the drive can wait, the errand will keep. The whole town gets a note from the sky saying not tonight. You can borrow that note. Not tonight. Whatever it is, whoever it involves, however loud it seemed at 4 this afternoon. Not tonight. The sky of you is closing the roads one by one, gently, and everything that wanted to travel through your mind will simply have to wait for morning, the way everyone waits for a plow. No fault, no failure, just weather and the deep old custom of stopping when it comes. And under the snow, the town doesn't fret. The mailbox doesn't worry about the mail. The porch steps don't rehearse being climbed. Things under snow just get rounder and softer and quieter, their edges going white and approximate. You can let your edges go approximate too. The sharp outline of who you had to be today, blurring now under something soft. You don't need your edges to sleep. Nobody does. Edges are daytime equipment. You did enough today, and the snow is falling on all of it, the finished and the unfinished alike, covering both with the same even white, because at night the difference between them stops mattering. Rest doesn't check your list at the door. Rest just takes you in. And while you lie here, excused, there are things in the world that go on finishing themselves without anyone's hands. It's worth knowing that. It's a comfort with proof behind it. Somewhere right now, dough is rising in a covered bowl in a dark kitchen, doing its slow, patient chemistry alone. The baker is asleep. The bread doesn't need her. It needed her earlier, for the mixing and the kneading, and she showed up, and now the showing up is over and the rising is none of her business. Somewhere a kiln is cooling with the day's work sealed inside it, glazes hardening into their colors in the dark, and the potter is asleep too, because opening the kiln early ruins everything, and there is nothing to be done but wait. Somewhere paint is drying on a door. Somewhere jars of something warm are cooling on a counter, their lids pulling down and sealing themselves one soft pop at a time in an empty room. The world is full of work that only finishes when you leave it alone. And you, tonight, are that kind of work. Whatever mending you need, whatever sorting, whatever quiet repair the days where calls for, it happens in here in the dark on its own, and your only part is the part you're already doing, lying still, staying warm, letting the lid seal. So if a thought comes knocking with something half done in its hands, the message you didn't send, the decision you didn't make, the thing you said that came out crooked, you can tell it what the baker knows. It's rising, leave it covered. Morning you will find it further along than evening. You left it because that's what covered things do overnight. They work in the dark, quietly for you, while you're gone. You're allowed to be gone now. That's all sleep is, really. A few hours of being sweetly gone while the bread rises and the kiln cools and the snow does its excusing. Nothing you're responsible for will notice your absence, and everything you're made of will thank you for it. Let the shoulders confirm it. They may have already. There's often a second letting go hiding behind the first, a deeper notch the shoulders can drop to once they trust the news. You could offer them that. No effort, just permission. And the arms after them, going heavier along their whole length, from the round of the shoulder to the last knuckle. Arms are honest. When they believe the day is over, they weigh twice as much, and it's the best weight there is. The brow, too. All day the brow does quiet lifting, small hoists of attention, up for every screen and every doorway and every name called. And now there's nothing to hoist. The forehead can go smooth the way a bedsheet goes smooth when two hands pull it flat. One long, slow smoothing from the hairline down. And behind it, the thinking gets smoother too. Fewer wrinkles in it. Fewer folds for worries to hide in. And the eyes resting under their lids. They don't have to hold still and they don't have to move. They're off the clock entirely. Let them float in there like the last 2 stones dropped in a pond, sunk now, done sinking, resting on the soft bottom. Nothing left to look at. Nothing left to look for. The dark does all the seeing tonight, and the dark sees that you're fine. You're fine. You are not perfect, not finished, not caught up. Fine, which is a smaller word and a truer one, and small true words are what the night runs on. Think of a library after closing. You don't have to picture it hard, just feel the idea of it. All those shelves in the dark, every book holding its place, every story stopped mid-telling with a ribbon or a folded corner keeping the spot. Nothing in a closed library is lost. It's all exactly where it was left, patient as furniture, and it will all be there when the doors open. That's what your mind is becoming now, a closed library. Everything you know, everything you love, Everything you're worried about and everything you're planning. Shelved, spined, held. None of it needs reading tonight. You can leave your own story mid-sentence. That's allowed. The ribbon is in the page. Tomorrow picks up precisely where tonight sets down. It always has. Not once in your whole life has the morning lost your place. So let the sentence trail. Let the book ease shut without a sound. The shelf takes its weight. Shelves are good at weight. It's their one job, and they never tire of it. And in that hush between the shelves, notice what's left when nothing is being read. Just the room of you. Warm, dim, orderly enough. More orderly than you think. Dust motes of thought drifting in no particular direction. Lit by nothing, hurrying nowhere. A mind at closing time is a peaceful place if you don't turn the lights back on. And you're not going to. The switch is far away now, and your hand is heavy, and there's nothing in the stacks that can't wait. You did what the open hours asked. You answered what came to the desk. And now it's after hours, and after hours is not a lesser time. It's the time the whole building was built to protect. The books rest so they can be read again. You rest so you can be you again. It's the same arrangement. It's a good arrangement. Feel the blanket doing its share. Not just the warmth of it, but the weight, the faint, honest pressure of it along your body, like a hand laid flat on a worried animal. Wool or cotton or whatever it is, it was made for exactly this hour. Somewhere in its past there was a loom, and the loom went back and forth, thousands of small patient crossings, and every crossing was for tonight. You're lying under thousands of small completed acts. Let them count for something. Let them stand in for all the small completed acts of your own day, the ones nobody saw, the dish rinsed, the door locked, the kind reply you didn't have to give but gave. They're woven in now. They hold warmth the way weave holds warmth, quietly all night without being asked twice. That's the secret arithmetic of a day, not the big undone things which are loud and few, but the small done things which are silent and many. Counted fairly, you come out ahead. You almost always come out ahead. You just never do the counting at a fair hour. So let tonight's accountant retire. The books are better than the midnight auditor says. They always were. You did enough. Today, with what you had in the weather you were given. Enough. And enough is not a consolation prize. Enough is the whole point. Enough is what full feels like from the inside. The warmth is pooling low now, maybe. In the small of the backs of the knees, the heels. Warmth likes the lowest rooms. Let it pool. Let it find the hollows and fill them, slow as honey off a spoon. And where it fills, weight follows. The hips a little more given to the mattress. The legs longer somehow, looser, like rope paid out. The feet turned whichever way they turned, done pointing at anything. And the hands can be the last to hear the news, so tell them again, nothing to hold, nothing to hold. The fingers curling into their easiest curve, the curve they make in warm water, the curve they were born with. A hand with nothing to hold is a finished thing. Both of yours can be finished things tonight. Even the tongue can rest. It presses the roof of the mouth all day like it's holding a ceiling up. It isn't. The ceiling holds itself. The tongue can lie down in the floor of the mouth like everything else in you is lying down. And with it goes the last of the talking. The answers you were still faintly drafting, the explanations, the good comeback from a conversation that ended hours ago. The mouth's little workshop going dark, tools on the bench. Sawdust still in the air, drifting, and no one there to sweep it. Morning sweeps. Quieter now. The night has moved on a little while you've been lying here. It does that. It carries you forward without a single step from you. Miles of dark have gone by under this bed like dark under a sleeper train's window, and you haven't lifted a finger and you won't. That's the bargain and it's already signed. The hours do the traveling. You do the resting. Nobody has ever needed to do both. If you drift and surface later in some small hour, that's all right too. Surfacing isn't failing. It's just the water proving it can hold you at any depth. You'll go back down the way a leaf goes back to being still after a breeze that touched nothing else. No ladder to climb down. No starting over. The warmth will still be there, and the weight, and this same wide permission, which doesn't expire at any hour. Nothing tonight has to be earned. Read that again with the inside voice, slower. Nothing. Tonight has to be earned. The warmth came free. The dark came free. The breath has been arriving free of charge your whole life, and it isn't going to start invoicing you now. You can stop paying for things nobody's charging for. The effort tax, the vigilance fee, the surcharge of bracing. Canceled, all of them. The night runs on nothing. It just runs and carries whatever lies down in it. So lie down in it a little further. There's always a little further, and it's always softer than the level before. Let the jaw hang the last small degree. Let the breath make its own choices. It chooses well when no one supervises. Slower, probably. Rounder, with those wide, quiet spaces after, where nothing happens and nothing needs to. You're okay. You have been okay more of your life than you've noticed, and you're okay now, and the okayness doesn't need your attention to keep being true. It's like the floor. It holds whether or not you think about it, so stop thinking about it. Let it just hold. Tomorrow is out there, sure. Parked, lights off, engine cold. It isn't idling, it isn't waiting up. Tomorrow sleeps too, whatever the worried hours claim. You'll meet it rested or you'll meet it tired, and either way it will be gentler than the version of it your midnight mind invents. It almost always is. The invented ones are the worst ones. The real ones mostly just want coffee and a list, and you know how to do coffee and a list. You've done 1,000 of them, but not now. Now is not for that. Now is the deep middle of the night's country, far from either border, and in the middle there's nothing to do but be here. Warm. Heavy. Held. The snow keeps falling in that far elsewhere, excusing everything it touches. The boats keep riding their moorings, rising, lowering, tended by rope and tide. The bread rises in the dark for the sleeping baker. The library keeps every place. And you keep nothing tonight. You're the one thing in the whole inventory that gets to be kept instead. Kept warm, kept still, kept safe in the ordinary way that beds have kept people since before anyone wrote anything down. It's such an old service, this. You're wrapped in something ancient and completely unremarkable, and that's the best kind of safe there is. The kind nobody has to announce. Let the last few thoughts wander off like guests who have stayed late. You don't have to see them out. They know the way. The door of your attention swinging slower now. Slower, barely moving. And behind it, the soft interior dark, furnished with nothing, asking nothing, warm all the way to its walls. The breath goes on without you now. Good. The night goes on without you now. Good. Everything goes on without you now, gently, competently, all of it. And that was always the secret. That it could. That it can. That you were allowed to lie down in the middle of a turning world and let it turn. It's turning now. You can feel it if you're very still, or you cannot feel it. Both are fine. The turning doesn't need witnesses. Just the warmth, just the weight, just the slow trade of air in and out, smaller, softer. The pauses widening like water rings that have almost finished traveling. And the dark leaning close, the way dark does over sleepers. Not watching, just near, old and kind and quiet. And somewhere far inside you, in a room you'll never have to find, the day is being folded. Folded once, folded again, going smaller and smaller in patient hands, until it's only a soft square of nothing much, set on a shelf you'll never need to reach. And still the night goes on, plenty of it, hours of it, dark and paid for and yours. Hours of it stacked like firewood against the wall of the morning. And that's the thing about a woodpile, isn't it? Nobody stands guard over it. The work of it was done in another season, in daylight with gloves on, and now it just sits there being enough, row on row of enough. You don't have to burn it all tonight. You don't have to count the logs. You only have to know it's there the way you know the night is there, long and dry and already split to fit. So much of what you have was put up earlier like that, put by, stored against exactly this hour. Every skill you ever learned is down in you somewhere, keeping. Every hard thing you already survived is shelved in you like jars in a cool cellar, rows of proof, sealed and quiet. You don't have to open any of them tonight. You don't even have to go down the stairs. It's enough that the cellar is full. It's enough that past you, in some ordinary summer of effort you barely remember, did the canning. You are more provided for than the midnight ledger ever admits. Pantries of patience, shelves of small courage, All of it keeping perfectly well in the dark, the way good things do. And if some voice in you says there should be more, that the shelves should be fuller, that other people's cellars are deeper, let that voice go sit on the porch. It can watch the dark fields if it wants something to do, because here is what the fields would tell it. Some of them are resting on purpose. There's a word for a field that grows nothing for a season, and it isn't failure, it's fallow. And fallow is not behind. Fallow is the oldest wisdom farming has. The ground lies open to the frost and the worms and the slow black chemistry of rot and rain, and it is working by not working. It is becoming rich again by being left alone. Nobody stands at the fence shaking their head at a fallow field. They nod at it. They know. You could be fallow tonight, just tonight, growing nothing, proving nothing, lying open to the dark and letting whatever quiet chemistry happens in resting people happen in you. It doesn't need your supervision. It never did. The richest things you'll ever grow will come up out of nights exactly like this one. Nights you can't point to afterward. Nights that looked like nothing from the outside. A person asleep is a field in winter, and winter fields are not empty. They only look empty to someone driving past too fast to know better. You're not driving past. You're lying right down in it. You know better. The orchard knows it too. Somewhere the apple trees are standing in the cold with their leaves long gone, and not one of them is anxious about it. The sap has gone down low, deep into the roots, the way a house bank turns down its lights. And this too is the work. This is on the schedule. Rest is written into the tree, right into the wood of it, ring after ring. You can read a tree's whole life in cross-section, and every single year has a dark band in it. The slow part, the cold part, the part where nothing showed. And the tree is made of both bands, light and dark, fast and slow, equally. It isn't made of its summers only, neither are you. The dark bands are structural. They're holding the whole trunk up. So let the sap go down. Let everything in you that reaches and produces and answers and performs sink back toward the roots for a while. It isn't gone. It's banked. It will rise on its own when the light comes back without you hauling it up hand over hand. That's the mercy of it. Spring was never anyone's personal accomplishment. It just comes. It comes for orchards that fretted and orchards that didn't, exactly the same. So the fretting was never load-bearing. It was never the thing that brought the season. You can put it down with everything else, out by the fence, and the season will still come. And while it comes, slowly, weeks away, unhurried, the well fills. Think of that, a well in the dark of a yard, stone-lipped, half-forgotten. All day people drew from it, bucket after bucket. And by evening it ran low and nobody panicked because everybody who has ever lived with a well knows the secret. You leave it alone overnight. That's the whole technique. You stop drawing. You go inside. You sleep. And far down in the dark, through seams in the rock too fine to see, the water comes back. It seeps in from everywhere and nowhere, patient, mineral, cold, and by morning the well is deep again. Nobody refills it. Nobody could. It refills itself, but only if it's left alone. You've been drawing from yourself all day, bucket after bucket. Attention, patience, answers, care. Some for people who thanked you and some for people who didn't notice. And that's all right, wells don't keep receipts. And now you're low, and the low feeling is not a flaw in you. It's just the true water line at the end of an honest day. The only thing being asked of you now, and it's not even being asked, it's being offered, is to stop drawing. Put the bucket down. Walk back to the house of yourself and close the door. And let the seep begin. It begins on its own. It's beginning now, probably. Somewhere below the level you can feel, the night is already coming back into you through seams too fine to name. You don't have to feel it working to trust that it works. You've woken up before, haven't you? After nights you were sure were wasted. And there was water in the well again. Not always brimming, but enough. It's a very old system and it has never once needed your belief to run. Your hands know about this. Look at them wherever they've come to rest. Or don't look, just feel them there, loose on the blanket, curled near your face, tucked wherever they've tucked themselves. They've gone soft on their own, notice. Nobody told them to. Hands are honest that way. All day they gripped things. Handles, phones, pens, the steering wheel, the strap of a bag, maybe another hand. They carried and typed and turned keys and buttoned and unbuttoned and washed themselves how many times. And every single thing they did today was small and real. That's the whole resume of a pair of hands. Small and real, thousands of times over. And here's what you get to keep from today if you want a thing to keep. Not the outcomes, those were never fully yours. But the doing. The hands did their small, real things. You rinsed a cup and set it upside down to dry, and that's done in a way nothing abstract is ever done. You closed a door gently instead of letting it slam. You moved something out of someone's way, maybe, without thinking, without credit, little stitches. The day was sewn together out of little stitches like that, most of them yours, most of them unwitnessed. And unwitnessed doesn't mean unreal. The hem holds whether or not anyone saw the sewing. So if the mind wants to audit tonight, give it that ledger instead. Not the grand one with the unfinished columns. The small one, cup, door, stitch, stitch, stitch. It balances. It always balances the small ledger. You did enough today. You did it in increments too little to brag about, which is how almost everything good gets done. And you're allowed to rest now. Not as a reward, rewards can be revoked. As a plain standing right, like the right to breathe the room's air. Nobody issued it, and nobody can call it back. Let the hands be first then. They're already ahead of you. Let them be completely off duty. No gripping left in them, not even the invisible kind, not even the grip a mind keeps pretending the hands are keeping. Let the fingers curl however they curl. A sleeping hand has a shape all its own, half open, like it's holding something weightless. Let yours hold that, a palmful of nothing, the lightest cargo there is. And the arms after the hands, heavy along their whole length now, upper arm and elbow and forearm, sinking into whatever they're resting on the way rope goes slack when both ends are finally free. And the shoulders, those two loyal mules, unloaded at last. You could let them drop one more degree. There's usually one more degree. There it is. And the neck, which held the whole thinking weight of you upright since morning, off the clock. The pillow has the job now. The pillow is good at the job. It has one skill, and this is it. Feel how the mattress has learned you by now. You've been here long enough that it holds your print, warm exactly where you are and cool an inch beyond. A coastline of warmth with you as the country. And the warmth pools in certain places. The small of the back, behind the knees, under the heels where they've made their two small nests. You could map yourself by warmth alone tonight, eyes closed, no borders disputed. Everything inside the warm line is yours and at rest. Everything outside it is the night's, and the night is managing fine. Somewhere a long way off, a train is crossing the dark. You may hear one where you live, or you may only know the sound from memory, and either is enough. That low horn at a crossing miles away, softened by distance into something almost kind. A train at night is full of people doing exactly what you're doing, leaning into headrests, drifting, trusting a stranger to drive. Whole carriages of surrendered people sliding through the countryside, and the countryside doesn't mind, and the driver knows the way, and the rails were laid by people long gone who did their small real things well. Everyone asleep on that train is being carried by 100 years of other people's finished work. And so are you. Your bed, your walls, the wiring resting in them, the road outside, the words you think in. All of it laid down by hands that rinsed their cups and went to sleep and were, in their time, enough. You come from an unbroken line of people who were tired at night. Every one of them, all the way back. Every single ancestor you have laid down in some dark or other, worried about things that are now so thoroughly over that not even the worry survives. Their urgent, unsolvable up-at-night problems, gone without residue. What survived was the resting, the lying down and getting up, the daily, ordinary faithfulness of bodies to sleep. That's the inheritance, not the worry. The worry never once made it through. It can't. It doesn't keep. Only the rest kept, and the mornings and the going on. So when you set your worries down tonight, you're not being careless. You're being ancestral. You're doing the one thing that has always, always worked. And the worries, for their part, are more perishable than they pretend. Leave them out overnight, and most of them spoil into something smaller. It's the carrying that keeps them fresh. Stop carrying. And by morning, half of them have gone soft and quiet and hardly worth picking back up. You'll see. Or you won't, because you'll be busy with the morning's own small, real things, and that will be the seeing. The room is doing its settling sounds now, maybe. The tick of something cooling, a beam easing its shoulders the way old houses do. Those sounds used to mean something once to some younger listener in you, and now they can mean what they actually mean. A structure relaxing. Everything built holds a little tension in the day and lets it out at night, wood and metal and you alike. You're just one more well-made thing easing along its joints. Tick, and settle, and hold. The holding is the quietest sound of all. You can't hear it, but it's there under everything, the sound of things simply continuing to be all right. And the glass of water on the nightstand, if there is one, standing its little watch. You may not want it, you may never touch it, but it's one of those small, fully yours mercies, poured by your own hand for your own future self, and it asks nothing. It just waits, level and clear, the calmest object in the house. You could take one sip or none. Either way, it was a kindness doing that. You were kind to someone today after all. It was you. It counts. It counts exactly as much as the other kindnesses, which is fully. The hem of the sheet is at your chin or your shoulder or wherever it is, and it has that laundered softness that never quite survives description. A smell that's barely a smell. Clean cotton and the faint memory of warmth from whenever it was folded. You could pull it half an inch higher or not. Small dominion. The sheet, the pillow's seam under your cheek, the angle of one knee. These are your whole kingdom tonight, and the kingdom is at peace. No decrees needed. The borders are the warm line, and nothing is massing beyond them but more night. Breathe the way the kingdom breathes, then, which is to say, however it likes. Slow now, probably, slower than you'd ever bother to breathe on purpose. The in-breath a little shorter, the out-breath long and unhurried, like something being poured carefully so it doesn't splash. And after the pour, that pause, wide, wider, nobody hurrying you through it. The next breath will come and fetch you. It always comes. It has never once forgotten. Heavy now, heavier. The good heaviness, the kind that means the ground has agreed to take over. Let it take over. Let the bed hold the whole weight. Every last ounce you've been secretly holding yourself, the ounce in the jaw, gone. The ounce behind the eyes, gone. The small, stubborn ounce in the chest that thinks it's keeping you safe by staying tense. It can go too. You're safe by other means tonight. Older means. Walls and warmth, and the plain fact of being one resting person in a world that is. Right now, mostly resting people. Mostly sleepers, the whole dark side of the earth. Millions of kingdoms of blanket and breath, borders warm, waters rising slowly in millions of wells. And you among them, not behind them, among them. There's no order to sleepers, no line, no rank, just the great flat fellowship of the lying down. Everyone equally excused, everyone equally kept. The last thoughts are getting simpler now, notice. They've stopped arguing. They drift through more like weather than like problems. A face, a half sentence, something about a window, none of it needs answering. Thoughts at this hour are just the mind's hands going soft, curling around a palmful of nothing. Let them. Warm and heavier. The well filling, far under everything. The field lying open, growing rich by doing nothing. The train long gone past the crossing, carrying its sleepers home. And you not carrying anything, carried. You did enough. It was enough. It's allowed to be enough. And the night, generous, barely begun by its own reckoning, goes on pouring itself out around you, slow and dark, and yours. Listen to the room for a moment, not for anything in particular, just the room being a room. There is a certain quiet a room makes at this hour, and it isn't silence exactly. It's closer to attention. The walls doing their oldest job, which is standing. The ceiling holding its one long thought. Somewhere a floorboard cools and gives that single soft tick, the sound of wood remembering the afternoon and letting it go. And under it all, maybe, the low, patient hum of the refrigerator down the hall, a machine that has stayed calmly awake through every night of its life and never once complained about it. The room is keeping the watch. The room has the watch. You can go off duty now. Because you did the last of your duties already, you know. You may not have noticed yourself doing them. They were so small and so worn in, but you did. You turned a key, or checked a latch, or pressed a door shut with your hip until it gave that small, conclusive click. One of the most underrated sounds a day can make. That click. It was you who made it. One turn of a small key, and the whole place changed from open to kept. That is a real thing you did with your real hand, and it goes on holding all night without any help from you. Locks are wonderful that way. They don't need supervising. They don't need believing in. They don't need you to lie here rehearsing whether you really did it. They just hold, quietly in the dark on your behalf. The door is doing its work so that you can stop doing yours. And all across town it's the same. Windows going dark, one and another one. Some tall building with a single late square of light on the 9th floor, and then not even that. There's nothing sad in it, nothing personal about the dark. It's only the day being put away, the way careful people put things away. Folded, shelved, sorted roughly enough. It doesn't have to be perfect to be put away. It only has to be set down somewhere it can wait. Think of a small shop at closing. You've seen this or something like it. The chairs go up on the tables, legs in the air, unashamed. The sign gets turned so the word faces inward now, resting too. The till is counted, near enough. And whatever didn't sell today, the last loaf, the odd cup, the thing that's been on that shelf for a month, it just stays on the shelf, patient, and the shopkeeper puts on a coat and goes home anyway. Nobody stands in a dark shop at midnight apologizing to the inventory. The unsold things are not failures. They're just tomorrow's shelf already stocked. And you can do the same. You can be finished with unfinished things. That's a real way to be finished. Maybe the only way anyone ever is. The list doesn't close because it's completed. It closes because the person holding it is allowed to go home. And you're the person, and look, you're already home. You're already lying down. The coat is already off. And it isn't as if the world goes unattended when you close your eyes. This is worth knowing. If some part of you has been staying up to guard things, the night is staffed. Somewhere a baker is just now warming the first oven, moving around a bright, flowery kitchen while everyone they'll feed is still dreaming. Somewhere a person in soft shoes walks a long, lit corridor, keeping gentle watch over rooms of sleeping strangers. Somewhere a voice murmurs on the overnight radio to an audience of empty kitchens and one taxi. A slow truck goes down the middle of an avenue with its brushes turning, washing a street nobody's on, so that morning finds it clean. The watch is covered. It was always covered. Whatever you were staying awake to hold together, someone kind and wide awake and glad of the quiet is holding their corner of it. You can set the badge down. Nobody even asks for it back. You just lay it on the nightstand of the mind, and it waits there, and the night gets along fine. Think of snow, whether or not there's any. The way it starts without an announcement. You look up and the streetlight is suddenly full of slow traffic, all of it falling, none of it in a hurry. And think of what snow does to a morning, how it cancels things. School called off, the meeting moved, the road advised against, and how nobody argues with it. Snow is the one permission everybody accepts without a fight because it comes from the sky, and you can't appeal to the sky. So let tonight be a kind of snow, a quiet cancellation, general and blameless. Everything on your list postponed on account of weather, the weather being dark. Each minute another flake, weightless on its own, and by morning the whole hard landscape of the day gone soft at the edges, the sharp shapes rounded, the noise taken out of everything. And here is the part worth keeping. Snow doesn't fix the ground. It doesn't solve a single thing under it. It just covers the ground kindly until the ground is ready again. Nothing underneath is lost. It's only made quiet. You can be covered like that tonight. Everything you are still going to deal with, still there, perfectly preserved, gone silent under something soft, dealt with later, hushed now. Or the harbor, if you'd rather have water than weather. Boats at their moorings in the dark, ropes going slack, then gently taut, then slack again, that small murmured conversation between a hull and the tide. Sails down and folded, engines cold and ticking, and not one boat in the whole harbor ashamed of itself for being tied up. Because the mooring is not the interruption of a boat's life. It's half of the design. A boat is built for open water and built exactly equally for this. The held stillness, the slow rocking that asks nothing, the rope trusted to do the holding, and you're built the same way. You were made for your daylight and made equally for this. Rest is not the gap between your real hours. It is half of what you are for, fully half. The makers of boats know it and the makers of people knew it too. So ride at anchor. Let the rope hold. It's a good rope. It's held every night so far. And the tide will do the rest of the holding, because the tide is the moon's business, and the moon has never once asked for your input. It's one of the enormous things, and the enormous things run themselves. They always did. The moon hauls the whole weight of the ocean up the sand and lets it back down. Twice a day, every day, without a single meeting, without one email, without anyone lying awake on its behalf. You were never on that committee. You can stop attending it in your head. The big machinery of the world. Seasons, tides, mornings. None of it is yours to crank. It turns on its own, and it will have turned all night by the time you wake, and nothing will have needed you, and that is not a sad fact. It's the most restful fact there is. And notice this about the moon while it's here. The moon is never behind. Nobody stands on the shore tapping a wrist at it. It takes its month, the whole unhurried month, and a half moon is not a failed full moon. It's a moon exactly on schedule, on a calendar older than the word for calendar. And you're on a calendar too, your own. It doesn't match anyone else's, and it was never supposed to. The people who seem ahead of you are on theirs. The ones who seem behind are on theirs. There's no master clock on the wall of the world. There never was. Someone just drew one and everyone squinted at it. On your calendar tonight, there is exactly one appointment. It's this pillow. And look at you. You're here. You're early, even. And while you're here, take a slow inventory of the small proofs. Not the big ledger, just the small proofs, the ones that fit in a hand. There's water within reach of you, maybe a glass or a bottle set down earlier. And if there is, think what that was. At some point today, a person considered the possibility that someone would be thirsty in the night and looked after them in advance. And that person doing the considering was you, and the someone was also you. You have been quietly taking care of you all day in little ways like that, and hardly giving yourself any credit for it. You fed that person, too, one way or another. Maybe it wasn't a triumph of a meal. Toast counts. The standing at the counter dinner counts. The body asked to be kept going, and you found it something, and it kept going, and here it is. Still warm, still working the slow bellows of the breath without one reminder from you. And you got that body here. To this exact bed, you steered one tired person through the whole obstacle course of a day. All the doors and stairs and crossings and small decisions, all the way home to the one soft rectangle on earth with their name on it. That's navigation. That's a safe arrival. Some days that is the entire achievement, and it's enough. It gets to be enough. It was always going to have to be, and the mercy is. It is. As for the things still open in your mind, the half-written replies, the unfinished windows, the 2 or 3 conversations still running their little loops in the back rooms. You don't have to go around closing them one by one. You'd be at it till dawn, and they'd only reopen. Just let them dim. Screens do this on their own, you've seen it. Left untouched for a while, they go to half-light, then to dark, and nothing on them is lost. It's all saved, exactly where you left it, waiting without wanting. The mind is the same if you can keep your hands off it. Untouched, it dims. It's dimming now, actually. You can tell, maybe, everything a shade darker and softer than it was 10 minutes ago. The loops slower, the voices in them further off, like a radio in another room. Nothing lost, just the brightness turned down to match the hour. And the mattress is taking more of you now. Notice the place where your back rests. A while ago, it was a line of contact, a narrow strip, and it's widened. It's a whole coastline now, a long, soft border where you and the bed have stopped being entirely separate things. The bed pressing up exactly as much as you press down, that perfect ancient agreement. Your ears going soft too. The room's little sounds braiding themselves into one sound, one low, continuous almost nothing, and the almost nothing is easy to stop listening to. Your eyelids have their good weight, heavier to lift than it would ever be worth. Nothing up there needs seeing. The dark looks the same with them open, so they may as well stay down, resting on the cheekbones like 2 small warm coins. And the breath has gone tidal. You didn't do that, it did it. In over the sand, out over the sand, and each time it goes out, it leaves the sand a little smoother, a little smoother. Whatever the day wrote there, the water is taking it back out, not roughly, not as punishment. Just the ordinary housekeeping of the sea, which erases everything gently and holds nothing against the shore. You did enough. You did enough today, and the day is done being yours, and you are done being the day's. Whatever is left over belongs to a person called tomorrow you, and honestly, they're better at all of it. They wake up knowing things you don't know yet. They have the light, and the coffee, and the fresh hours. Let them have the rest of it too. They'd want you to hand it over. They'd want exactly this, you asleep, arriving to them rested. Going to sleep is the one favor you can do them, and you're doing it right now, lying here. It's already underway. So there's nothing left to hold. The door is holding itself. The night shift is walking its bright corridor. The snow, or whatever tonight has instead of snow, is coming down over the list. The boats are riding at anchor with their ropes creaking that one soft syllable over and over, the syllable that means held, held, held. And far out past the harbor, if you want one last thing to almost picture, there's a lighthouse doing its slow work, not straining. Lighthouses never strain. The light just goes around the way breathing goes around, out across the water and away and back. It isn't looking for you. You're not lost. It's just the world blinking its one calm eye all night, the way it has for longer than anyone's been tired. And every time the beam swings past, it finds everything still where it should be. The water where the water goes. The shore where the shore goes. You where you go, in the warm dark under the covers, breathing. Everything counted, everything kept. Heavier now and warmer, the coastline of your back growing wider still. The tide going farther out each time and taking longer, lazier to come back. And no part of you waiting for it. It comes on its own. It always comes. And somewhere the moon is moving its ocean without you, right on time. And the bakers are flouring the first board. And the street is drying clean under the lamps. And the whole staffed, held, quietly run night leans over you like someone checking on a sleeper and finds one. And the land behind the sea is asleep too. You can go there now if you like without moving at all. Away from the water, up the quiet lane inland, where the dark is thicker and softer, the dark of fields. Hedgerows standing along the road like long, low animals dozing shoulder to shoulder. Nothing in them stirring but the small rustle of something settling deeper. A bird shifting its grip on a branch it will hold till morning without once thinking about holding. The lane smells of cooling earth. That smell that only exists at night when the ground gives back the day slowly, like a stone bench giving back the afternoon. You don't have to name it. It's the smell of things finishing. Grass finishing, soil finishing, the long day of growing finishing, and none of it needing anyone to stay up and watch. And set back from the lane there's a house. Old, low stone. And the stones spent all day holding sunlight, the way stones do without effort, without even noticing. And now, in the dark, they're letting it go slowly, evenly into the rooms. A wall doesn't work at being warm. Nobody has ever asked a wall to try harder. It just holds what it was given and gives it back gently, all night, and that is its whole job, and it is enough. And you, under your covers, are doing the same thing, holding the day's warmth in your own walls, giving it back into the bed. Nothing more is being asked of you than is asked of a warm stone in the dark, which is nothing, which is rest. Inside, the kitchen is done. The kettle is cooling on its ring, ticking down through its small metal sounds, fewer and farther between like a conversation ending kindly. The chairs are pushed in. A cloth is folded over the rail, drying in no hurry because a cloth has all night. Every cup is where cups go. The room has that finished feeling, the feeling of a place that did its day and knows it and isn't reviewing anything. A kitchen never lies awake wondering if it should have done the dishes differently. It just goes dark and quiet and waits, content, for morning to need it again. And you can be like the kitchen, done, put away, every cup of you where it goes. And in the other room, the fire has been banked, not out, resting. The embers folded under their soft gray blanket of ash, keeping their warmth in, glowing somewhere down inside themselves where no one can see. A banked fire doesn't blaze and doesn't die. It just breathes very slowly all night, warm at the middle. And if you put your attention gently on your own chest now, there it is, the same slow keeping. The breath drawing in like the faintest draw of air through a stove door left open a finger's width. The warmth staying, nothing burning, nothing spent, just banked, just kept. Outside the window, the garden is growing. Right now in the dark without trying. This is the part nobody watches. All day the garden performed, all green and upright, And now, at night, it does the real work, which doesn't look like work at all. Roots easing a little further into the soft, dark soil. Water climbing the stems as slowly as sleep climbs a body. Cells doing their quiet arithmetic with nobody supervising. Growth is a night thing. It always was. The measuring happens in daylight, but the growing happens now, in the dark, in the unwatched hours. And you are not exempt from that. Whatever in you needed tending, it's being tended now by the same unhurried management. You don't have to attend the meeting. You're the garden, not the gardener. Your whole job is to lie in the dark and be grown. And under the soil there are bulbs, deep down, papery and round and asleep, holding entire flowers inside them, folded smaller than a thumb. And here is the thing about a bulb. It is never behind. It doesn't check the month. It doesn't compare itself to the bulbs that came up early somewhere else, in someone else's garden, in someone else's spring. It stays exactly where the dark keeps it, for as long as the dark keeps it, and when its time touches it, it will know without an alarm, without a list, without ever once having worried. The ones that wait longest are not late. They are just flowers the ground isn't finished loving yet. And if some part of you has been carrying that word behind all day, that heavy little word, you can leave it out in the garden now. Bury it kindly. It grows into nothing. It was never a seed. Somewhere past the garden wall there's an orchard, and the orchard is doing what orchards do at night, which is nothing, magnificently. The fruit hangs in the dark, getting sweeter. That's true, that's not a story. The sweetness comes in the cool hours. The tree doesn't climb up to check on it. The tree has never once stayed awake over an apple. It holds what it made, lets the night do the finishing, and trusts the morning to find everything a little riper than it was. And whatever you made today, whatever you started or half finished or only touched, it can hang in the dark now too. Some things finish themselves quietly when we finally stop holding them up to the light. And further off, a barn breathing. You know the warmth of a barn at night without ever needing to have stood in one. That low, sweet animal warmth, the big soft dark full of slow lungs. Creatures asleep on their feet or folded down into the straw with their legs tucked under them like furniture made kind. Heads heavy, ears still. Every now and then one long sigh from somewhere in the dark, and then nothing again. Nothing carrying anything, nothing planning. Just warmth standing in warmth, waiting for nothing all night. It is one of the oldest kinds of quiet there is, and it's going on right now in 1,000 barns, whether or not anyone thinks of it. And thinking of it is optional. It holds anyway. And the blanket over you came from hills like those. Somewhere back down its long, quiet story, there was wool on a warm back on a green slope, rain rolling off it, sun drying it, years of weather it never once minded. And patient hands carded it and spun it and made it into this, the exact weight lying over your feet and your legs right now. So the weight on you is old hills, old sunlight, old rain that fell on something calm and was shrugged off and forgotten. And this small thing, this one small thing, is entirely yours. You can draw it up an inch if you want it closer, or leave it just as it lies. Either way, it's your say. One of the few says left tonight, and it's a soft one and no one can take it. The enormous things were never yours to hold. The blanket is, and the blanket is enough. Your hands know it already. Look at them without looking. They're where they rest, open or loosely curled on the sheet, done. Those hands carried everything today. They typed and lifted and turned keys and held other things you've already forgotten holding. And every single thing they held today, they set down. That's the part nobody gives them credit for. Not one thing stayed in them. They end every day empty, and it has never once been a failure. Palms soft as leaves turned up to the dark. Fingers with nothing to do and nowhere to be. Hands are honest like that. When the day is over, they simply stop and rest and wait, and they don't call it giving up. They call it night. You could let the rest of you be as honest as your hands. Listen, the house is settling. That small tick in the beam, that one soft creak along the floor, the little wooden syllables an old house says to itself when the temperature comes down. It isn't a problem. It's the sound of a structure relaxing, joints easing where they've eased 10,000 nights before. A house like this has held sleepers for 100 years. Generations of tired people have lain down inside it and been carried through till morning, every single night, and it has never once dropped one. It's not one. Whatever is holding you tonight, the bed, the floor under the bed, the ground under the floor, it has a perfect record. You can lean your whole weight on a record like that. And far away once, across the valley, a train. You almost hear it more in the chest than in the ears. That long, low, rolling note that means something heavy is moving smoothly through the dark, miles off, on rails that were laid down long ago by people who are themselves long asleep. And inside that train there are berths, and in the berths there are sleepers, strangers, dozens of them, lying down exactly like you, being carried through the countryside at speed while doing absolutely nothing. That's the whole arrangement. They bought a ticket and lay down, and the night is doing the traveling for them. And you have the same arrangement, though nobody stamped anything. You lie still, and the night carries you toward morning. It never misses. There's no connection to catch, no stop to listen for. You can sleep through every station. Morning is the terminus, and they wake you gently there whether you worry or not. So don't hold your ticket. There is no ticket. There's just the long, smooth dark, and you aboard. The sound fades the way those sounds fade, not stopping, just belonging to somewhere else now. And after it, the quiet comes back thicker, the way water closes over a dipped hand. And a mist is settling on the fields, slow as anything, not falling exactly, more like the air deciding to lie down too. It beads on the hedgerows, on the gate, on the deep wool of the hills' sleeping backs, and everything it touches gets a little heavier, a little softer at the edges, a little more asleep. The fields don't resist it. Weight like that isn't a burden, it's a tucking in, and you can feel your own version of it. That fine, kind heaviness settling over your arms, your hips, the long muscles of your legs, beating on you, pressing you a half-inch deeper into the mattress. You're not sinking, you're being tucked. And if there's still a thin voice somewhere far back that wants to total up the day one more time, let it total briefly, and here's what it finds. A kettle was filled, a door was locked, something kind was said, or almost said, or at least meant. Someone was thought of, a small job got done that no one saw. That's a day. That's a whole day. The parts that didn't happen were never owed tonight. And the parts that happened, happened, and they count, and the counting is finished. And whoever closed the book closed it gently, the way you'd close a book on a child who fell asleep being read to. Nothing slammed, just done now, enough now, rest now. You did enough. You did enough today. Hear it in the past tense where it's safe. Not you will have done enough once someday when, no, did, done. It's already behind you, standing quietly in the finished part of time where nothing can be added and nothing needs to be. And you're allowed to rest now. Not once everything is fair, not once you've earned it twice over. Now, allowed the way breathing is allowed. Nobody signs off on a breath. It's yours the same way. And the body has stopped waiting for anything. You can feel that if you drift down through it, slow as the mist. The hips have given their weight away completely. The spine is lengthening the small last amount it lengthens when it finally believes the night, easing like a lane straightening out into open country. The jaw has come apart from itself, teeth not touching, tongue lying soft as something asleep in its own small dark. And the breath has those wide margins now. The pause after the out-breath lasting longer and longer, and nothing in you rushing to fill it. That pause is not an absence. It's a held note. The quietest note there is, and yours. Thoughts still come, maybe. Little ones. They're moths now, that's all. Pale, soft-winged, bumping mildly at the edge of things, drawn to whatever's left of the light in you. And there's almost none left, so they're calming too. One by one they land. On the sill, on the dark, on nothing. And fold their wings up the way a book closes when no one is holding it open. You don't have to chase them out. A moth in a dark room settles by itself. Every single time. It just needs the light to be done. And the light is done. The fields breathe. You can't hear it, but it's true. The mist thickening and thinning over them. Slow, slower than your slowest breath. The whole valley's chest rising over hours. Everything out there heavier now. The gate beaded. The lane shining faintly with wet. The orchard holding its fruit in the cool. The barn warm at the middle like a banked fire. The bulbs down in the black soil, not behind, never behind. And the house with its perfect record, holding one more sleeper, easing its beams around you like arms getting comfortable. Warmer and heavier, the blanket's old hills lying over your feet, your hands empty the honest way. The train long gone into some other county, carrying its sleepers, every one of them doing nothing beautifully at speed. And the mist settles, and the embers keep. And somewhere a branch lets go of one leaf it was finished with, and the leaf takes the whole night to land, and lands soft, and nothing anywhere minds. Held like that. Deeper into the warm, nothing to catch, nothing to keep, the dark doing the finishing. And the valley breathes out, long, and does not hurry to breathe in again, and neither do you, and that unhurried place between, that wide soft margin is where sleep lives. You're already in its country. You cross the border lying still. The stones give back their sun. The kitchen waits content. The wool remembers rain it never minded. And you grow, quietly, the way gardens do, unwatched, unworried, down in the dark where all the real mending is gentle and none of it is yours to supervise. Heavy now, heavy and warm and carried. The night knows the way. It has made this trip every single time there has ever been a tired person, and it has never once lost one. It will not begin with you. So the hands stay empty, and the jaw stays soft, and the breath goes around like the seasons go around, without a single instruction. And the mist lies down over the fields, and the fields let it, and everything under it grows a little softer at the edges, a little less separate from the dark, a little more like sleep itself. And somewhere deep in the house, the last warm stone lets go of the last of the afternoon, slowly, generously, the way you're letting go now, not falling, lowering, the way a leaf takes the whole night, the way the ember keeps its heat under the ash, the way the bulb waits, loved in the black ground. Somewhere, a long way from any of this, there is a small town beside the sea, and the whole town is asleep. The streets slope down toward the water the way tired shoulders slope, easy, without deciding to, and the shutters are closed over the windows like eyelids that finished with the day hours ago. Salt in the air, soft, everywhere, asking nothing. The kind of air that has been breathed by 10,000 sleepers before you and carried every one of them the same gentle way. The rope maker's shop is dark, and inside it the coils rest on their pegs, wound and complete, holding nothing tonight. A rope at rest is just a circle, patient, all its strength folded away until morning wants it. And morning is not here, and the coils don't wonder when it's coming. The fairy timetable hangs behind its little pane of glass by the landing, and no one is reading it, and it doesn't mind. Schedules sleep too. Every departure and every arrival tucked into their printed rows, none of them happening, all of them safe. Nothing sails at this hour. Nothing is supposed to. The whole idea of being on time has gone to bed. And down at the bottom of the sloping streets, the harbor lies still and full, holding its boats the way a cupped hand holds water, without gripping, without effort, just the shape of holding and everything held. The boats sleep at their moorings. You can rest inside that picture for a long time. There is nothing in it that needs you. Each hull nodding barely, the smallest nod there is, yes, 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 agreeing with the water about everything. The ropes run soft from bow to bollard, and here is the thing about a mooring line at night. It is not pulling. It only takes the strain when the strain comes, and the strain almost never comes, so mostly it just lies in its gentle curve, connected, unbusy. Holding by being attached, not by being tense. You are moored like that. To the bed, to the night, to the breath going in and out. Nothing about it requires your grip. The attachment does the work, and the attachment is soft. Not one of those boats is rehearsing tomorrow's water. The nets are folded in their lockers, smelling of the sea they'll meet again, unafraid of it. The floats rest against each other without jostling. The little cabin doors are latched, and inside them the kettles and the coats and the folded charts are all exactly where hands left them, and the hands are asleep in houses up the hill, and nothing in any cabin is being decided. A boat at its mooring has one job, and the job is floating, and floating takes nothing. The water does the floating. The boat only agrees to it. The way you're agreeing now, lying on the surface of the night, kept up by something that never gets tired of keeping things up. And under all of it, slower than anything, the tide is coming in. No one is watching it. It doesn't need watching. It has never once needed watching. The whole weight of the sea, more weight than any list ever held, is moving, and it moves so gently that a sleeping gull riding the harbor water only rises. Slowly, an inch in a long while, lifted without being woken. That is how the big things move at night. They don't crash, they swell. They come in on their own schedule, which is long and round and never asks you to check it. The tide has never been behind. Think of that softly without holding it. In all the time there has been a moon and a sea, the tide has never once been late and it has never once hurried. It doesn't know what those words mean. It just turns when it turns, all that water leaning first one way and then the other, twice a day, forever, unmanaged. Nobody's job. And the enormous things in your life are like that too, more than the daytime lets you believe. They turn on their own weight. They were moving before you worried, and they'll keep moving while you sleep. And your worrying was never the moon. It never pulled a single wave. You can let the sea have its own schedule. It always did. And while the vast water minds itself, you keep the small tide, the one in your chest, in and out, yours entirely, and even this one runs without instruction. It kept time all day while you thought about other things, and it will keep time all night while you think about nothing. In and out, a tide the size of a body, never behind, never once behind. Up on the point, past the last dark roofs, the lighthouse turns. Slow, patient, the same unhurried sweep it has made all night, all year. And here is the tender thing about a lighthouse. Its keeper is asleep. The light doesn't need anyone awake to do its work. It just comes around and goes and comes around again, faithful without effort, bright without urgency, and every time it passes it is the same message, and the message is only this. Here, still here, you're all right, still here. Some things say it once and need you to remember. A lighthouse says it again every time, so no one ever has to hold it. You don't have to hold anything tonight. The things worth knowing will come around again. That you did enough. That you're not behind. That rest is yours to have. They sweep past and fade and sweep past again, and you can catch them or sleep through them, and either way they keep turning. The light doesn't hurry between the boats. It doesn't check them. It just touches each dark hull for a moment and moves on, and the touch is enough. And something touches you like that now, slow, passing, enough. And out beyond the harbor mouth, past the breakwater where the gulls sleep in a row with their heads turned back into their own feathers. Each one a small folded parcel of warmth on cold stone, perfectly fine. Out there the open water is breathing in long swells. Those swells began far away, days ago, and whether that is already over. And look what became of all that distant commotion. By the time it arrives here, it is only a slow rise and a slow fall, smooth as a sleeper's chest. That is what happens to storms that are far away and finished. The sea wears them down into rocking. Whatever is out there in your far distance, whether you couldn't control. By the time it reaches you across all that water and all that time, it can arrive like this. Rounded, spent, just a lift and a lowering. Something that rocks you instead of something that breaks. And on that open water, this very hour, the great whales are resting, drifting, huge and unhurried, letting the sea do all the holding. The heaviest gentle things alive, and not one of them holds itself up. They lean their whole enormous weight on the water, and the water says yes. It always says yes. And the seabirds far from land sleep riding the swells, little boats of feather and warmth, rising and falling on water miles deep, utterly unafraid, because being held doesn't require understanding what's holding you. It only requires lying still, which they do, which you're doing. Held by a bed, a floor, a ground, an old patient turning world. All of it saying yes underneath you, all night, without being asked. Nothing in the sea is gripping. That's the secret of everything that floats. The kelp lets the current comb it. The anchor of the moored fishing boat lies over on its side in the soft sand of the bottom, not straining, just resting, its chain gone slack in a lazy curve. An anchor at rest is the calmest object there is. All that iron, made for holding, doing nothing, and the boat above it safe anyway. You made it through the day with your own iron, and now it can lie down in the sand too. Whatever in you was made for holding on. It's allowed to tip over gently and rest on its side till morning. The slack in the chain is not neglect, it's night. And your bed is a small boat at its mooring if you let it be, rocked by nothing but breath. The blanket lying over you the way calm water lies over a harbor evenly all the way to the edges. And under your ear against the pillow, that soft repeating hush, your own pulse, water under a hull, the sound every sleeper sails on. It was there last night and every night before it, this faithful lapping, and you almost never listen, and it never takes offense. It just keeps on, small and sure, the nearest tide there is. Heavier now, the good heaviness, not sinking like something lost, settling like the anchor into the soft floor, the sand receiving it grain by grain, making a shape around it, keeping it without effort. You are being received like that. The mattress learning you again, the night making its shape around you, everything that touches you agreeing to hold what it touches. The town doesn't know you, and it keeps you anyway. That's how nights are. Every sleeping street in the world is on the same side. The chandler's coils, the folded nets, the latched cabins, the gulls in their row, the light going around. All of it part of one long agreement that nothing more will be asked of anyone until the light is tall again. And you are inside the agreement. You were included without applying. Rest is not something you qualified for tonight. It's something you were counted into. The way the tide counts every hull in the harbor and lifts them all the same. In and out, the small tide, yours. The swells come in from their finished storms and lie down at the breakwater. Softer and softer. Every wave ends as a whisper on stone, and the stone has heard a number of whispers no one can say, and holds them all easily, the way you're holding nothing. The light comes around, here, still here. And the water under the pier moves its slow silver nothing among the pilings, and the pilings stand the way they've stood through every weather, not bracing, just standing, wood that learned long ago that the water is not an argument. It's a neighbor. Whatever leans on you in the daylight, tonight it isn't leaning. Tonight it's water among pilings, just moving, just murmuring, nothing needing to be answered. You could notice, from very far inside the warmth, how little of you is doing anything now. The hands finished, the feet finished, the face smooth as harbor water, the space behind your forehead going wide and dim like the sea past the last buoy, where there are no more markers because nothing out there needs marking. Unmapped and safe anyway. Most of the sea is unmapped and safe anyway. Most of the night is too. The whales drift, the birds ride, the anchor rests on its side. And the tide keeps coming in, so slowly it can lift a sleeping gull without waking it. And something is rising like that in you, or maybe lowering. It's hard to tell from inside, and it doesn't matter. Tides don't ask which direction is winning. They just lean all together one way, and it feels like being carried because it is. You did what the day asked, and the day has stopped asking. The sea is minding the enormous things. The light is minding the reminding. The ropes are minding the holding. And all that's left in your keeping is this warmth, this weight, this breath. Small things, enough things. The kettle in the dark cabin waits without waiting. The charts stay folded over their blue distances. Every crossing that needs to happen will happen after the light is tall, and not one of them can begin now. And so the whole future is tied up snug along the harbor wall, fendered, nodding, asleep. The future sleeps in harbors at night. It really does. It can't come for you across dark water. It waits for morning like the boats do. And morning is far away, out past the swells, taking its time, arriving already gentled. Softer now. The hush under your ear, the lap in the lap. The blanket lying calm to its edges. The long swell rising and falling, rounded by all that distance, nothing left in it but rocking. And the harbor holds its boats, and the water holds the harbor, and the night holds the water easily, the way the dark holds every sea there is and never spills one. Held like that, in the middle of held things. The gulls have their heads in their feathers. The keeper is dreaming while his light keeps his promise for him. You can let something keep your promises till morning too. They're written down somewhere safe. In the folded charts, in the closed timetable, in the coiled rope. None of them fading, none of them running. Promises keep better in the dark than worry ever kept them. In and out. The small tide, never behind. And far out, one long swell after another lies down, and the water goes smooth in patches the way a mind goes smooth. A wide calm here, another there, spreading, joining, until the whole surface is one soft, unbroken dark, moving only the way sleeping things move. And your thoughts are doing that, smoothing in patches, joining, going wide and slow and silver dark, with the last few small ripples wandering off toward the edges where everything stops mattering. The pilings stand in the moving water. The anchor makes its warm place in the sand. The light comes around, still here, and around, still here, and you don't need to catch it anymore. It knows you know. Deeper, the way the harbor deepens toward its middle, gradually, no edge to fall from, only more water under more water, all of it holding. The salt air moves up the sloping streets and touches the shuttered windows one by one. A slow round it makes every night, and behind every shutter someone is breathing the way you're breathing, and none of you know each other, and all of you are the same tonight. A town of small tides, every chest a harbor, every sleeper moored. And the sea keeps its old counsel out beyond the point, keeping the big things where big things belong, in deep water, in long time, in hands that are not hands and never drop anything. Yours is only this, the warmth you're lying in, the breath going around, the hush against the pillow. Enough, more than enough. The tide leans in. The gull rises without waking. The chain lies slack in its easy curve, and the boat above it nods. Yes, yes, agreeing with the water about everything. And the night goes on being good at this. It has never needed help. It holds the harbor and the whales and the folded nets and the sleeping keeper and the whole tied-up future. And it holds you without strain, without once shifting its grip, because there is no grip. Only the shape of holding, only the cupped hand, only the long dark water saying yes underneath everything that floats. Softer. The lap in the lap. The light going around, unhurried, touching each dark hull. Enough, enough. And somewhere beyond the breakwater, the sea turns over in its sleep, slow as weather, and settles again. And the settling travels in as one last low swell, and lifts you the smallest inch and lays you back down. And inland, far from any water, the same night is lying down over a different country, over fields that went under for the winter weeks ago, and it has started to snow there, slowly, the way snow falls when there is no wind to hurry it, each flake taking the whole long way down, turning a little as it comes, in no particular order, arriving when it arrives. You don't have to watch it. Snow falls the same whether anyone watches. That is one of the kind things about it. It asks nothing of the ground it lands on. And under that slow falling, an old orchard is sleeping. Rows of bare trees standing easy in the dark, their branches holding nothing. Not one leaf, not one apple, not one single task. And they are not behind. An orchard in winter is not behind. This is the season whose whole work is rest. The season where doing nothing is the doing. The trees let everything go months back. Every leaf, every last fruit, handed down to the ground without argument. And nobody came out to scold them for it. The year simply turned, and they turned with it. And now they stand in the snowfall with their hands empty and their roots full. Because down below the frost line, below where any cold can reach, the roots are holding everything that matters. All the sweetness the tree will need was moved down there in the fall, carried into the deep places, stored where winter can't touch it. Nothing was lost when the leaves came down. It only moved somewhere safer, and you can let that be true of you. Whatever you set down tonight did not vanish. It went into the deep keeping. It is below the frost line now. It will keep. Snow on the garden, covering the rows that never got weeded, covering the beds that never got turned, covering the rake left leaning against the fence where somebody meant to come back to it. And look how evenly it covers. No difference at all between the finished rows and the unfinished ones. The snow lies down on both the same. It doesn't check first. It doesn't keep score. By midnight, the whole garden is one soft white shape, the done and the undone under the same cover, and the garden sleeps like a garden with nothing on its mind. That is what the dark is doing with your list. It is snowing on it, slowly, kindly, the crossed-off things and the waiting things disappearing under the same quiet white, indistinguishable until morning. And morning will sort them. Morning is good at that. It has tools you don't have at this hour. Tonight there is only the snow, coming down without sound, without opinion, laying its one soft answer over every question in the yard. And the yard accepts it. The fence posts wear their little white caps and hold still. The woodpile rounds over and goes soft-shouldered. The path to the barn fills in, unbothered, because nobody needs the path tonight. Nobody is going anywhere. Going places is a daylight thing. The whole property has agreed on this without a word. In the farmhouse at the orchard's edge, the stove was banked hours ago. The fire not put out, only settled, raked together and covered over with ash, tucked in the way you tuck in something you want to find alive in the morning. And it will be alive in the morning. A banked fire keeps. Under the gray, there is a deep, even orange going all night at its own slow pace, needing no one to feed it, no one to sit up with it. Warmth on the lowest possible setting. Warmth that has learned to tend itself. And that is what your day is doing now. Not out, banked, everything warm in it, the small kindnesses, the things you managed, the person you kept being even when it was hard, all of it raked together and covered soft, breathing slow under the gray, ready to be stirred bright again tomorrow with hardly any effort at all. You don't have to keep any of it burning tonight. It keeps itself. That was the whole point of banking it. The kitchen is dark and the clock on the shelf goes on ticking, but slower, it seems. The way clocks seem to slow when no one is listening. Time off duty, time in its stocking feet. It isn't counting anything against you. At this hour, it isn't counting at all, only rocking. Tick and tock, the smallest cradle motion there is. And on the counter, under a clean cloth, dough is rising. Slowly in the cool, nobody is kneading it, nobody is watching it. This part it does alone. This part only happens alone. It was worked all it needed to be worked, and then it was covered and being left was the next thing it needed. By morning, it will have risen in the dark, quietly, having asked for nothing. Some of the day's work is like that. Some of the day's work can only finish while you sleep. Your sleeping is not the opposite of the work. It is the part of the work that had to wait for the lights to go off. So let it work. You did what the daylight hours asked of you. The rest rises on its own. The quilt over you has the weight of about an hour of snow. That patient kind of heaviness that arrives one small softness at a time until it amounts to something. Your shoulders under it, your hips, your feet, covered evenly, the strong parts of you and the tired parts of you under the same warmth with no difference between them anymore. Snowed in the good way, the way that cancels things, the way that means nobody expects you anywhere. Nobody expects you anywhere. Hear how quiet that is. Your breath is the smallest weather in the room. A little warmth going out, a little cool coming in, a slow front moving through, mild, bringing nothing but more of the same mildness. If your lips have parted, let them stay parted. If your jaw has gone loose on its hinge, it can hang there, unlatched, like a gate in a field nothing needs to be kept out of. Out in the pines past the orchard, the deer have folded themselves down for the night. Knees first, the way they do, into the needle beds where the snow can't quite reach. And where it does reach, it settles on their backs in a thin white shawl and they don't shake it off. They let it lie, warm enough underneath. They are not thinking about the winter. They are only in it, breathing, dark eyes half closed, doing the one thing the hour asks. And in the cedar by the fence line, the small birds have fluffed themselves to twice their size. Little gray lanterns with the flame turned all the way down, feet locked on the branch by a grip that works without their attention. Even their holding on doesn't need them awake. So much of holding on doesn't need you awake. Your heart goes on without your supervision. Your lungs never once ask for instructions. The grip that matters is built in, and it works best when you stop helping. The pond below the orchard sealed itself over in December, a lid of ice, and under the lid the water stands still and dark, and the fish hang in it barely moving, slowed to almost nothing, resting water inside resting water. They will be quick again in April. Quickness keeps. Speed is stored the same way sweetness is, down deep, out of the cold. Nothing about them is behind. They are exactly as fast as winter fish are supposed to be. And you are exactly as much as a person at this hour is supposed to be. Which is this much? Lying down, warm, going slower. You are not a daytime self doing badly. You are a nighttime self doing perfectly. In a drawer in that dark kitchen there are seeds, little paper envelopes folded shut, labeled in pencil, and inside them next summer is asleep. The whole garden that hasn't happened yet, folded small and dry and completely safe. It needs nothing tonight. Not water, not light, not worry. The entire future is the size of a drawer, and the drawer is closed, and everything in it is fine. That is where your tomorrows are, not lost, not leaking away, folded in paper in the dark, keeping. Seeds are not anxious in the drawer. Waiting is what they're for. And there is a season for opening the envelope, and it is not this one, and knowing that is its own kind of rest. The well in the side yard has its wooden lid on, and under the lid the water stands in the stone dark, cold and clean, keeping itself cold and clean the way it has for 100 years without instruction. Nobody stirs a well to keep it good. Stirring is what makes water cloudy. It clears by being left. You are clearing right now by being left. Every minute you lie here, something in you settles that no effort could have settled. So leave yourself alone, gently, the way the lid leaves the water, the way the snow leaves the garden, covered, not abandoned, kept, not forgotten. The snow is still coming down. You can tell by the hush, which has a texture now, a thickness, the sound of sound being absorbed. Every flake that lands makes the world one flake quieter, and it has been landing for hours. Think how quiet the field is by now. Quiet laid on quiet laid on quiet, until the ground itself is upholstered, and the night walks across it without a footstep. Your thoughts are landing like that, one at a time, each one taking the long way down, turning a little, and wherever they land, they lie still and add themselves to the softness. You don't have to catch them. Snow isn't for catching, it's for letting fall. And there is that faint glow snow makes, light from nowhere, the low clouds holding the day's last brightness the way a room holds warmth, giving it back so gently that midnight in snow country is never fully black, only a deep gray blue, the color of a held breath being slowly let out. The clouds are a lid too, a soft one, pulled over the whole county, keeping the warmth down here where the sleepers are. Everything tonight is a keeping. The ash keeps the ember, the ice keeps the pond, the paper keeps the seed, the frost line keeps the sweetness, the quilt keeps you. You are inside so many layers of keeping that nothing could find its way in to trouble you. It would get lost in all that softness. It would forget what it came for. It would lie down halfway here. You did enough today. The day is banked. Nothing more is being asked. And nothing more will be asked until the light comes back. And even then it will ask slowly over coffee, one small thing at a time. But that is morning's conversation. Morning will speak to morning you. And morning you will be newer than you can currently imagine, risen in the dark like the dough without ever once trying. Heavier now, the bed has your shape. It took the impression hours ago, and now it is only deepening it, a slow settling, the way snow settles under its own weight into something denser and warmer than falling. Your legs have gone to ground. Your arms weigh what sleeping arms weigh, which is more than waking arms because they have stopped holding themselves up from the inside. Nothing in you is holding itself up from the inside anymore. The mattress does it all. You have delegated everything. Down to the bones. In the orchard, the snow builds along the top of every branch, a thin white copy of the tree drawn above the tree. Patient work, all night to do it, nowhere to be. And when a branch has more than it wants, it simply lets the extra slide off in a soft, small avalanche, a hush inside the hush, and goes back to holding just what's comfortable. That's allowed. That's the whole etiquette of winter. Hold what's comfortable. Let the extra slide. Let the extra slide. Whatever gathered on you this evening past the comfortable amount, let it go the way the branch does. No ceremony, no apology to the snow. It lands somewhere soft and becomes part of the general white, and no one can ever tell whose it was. The stove ticks once as the metal cools a shade further. A small, contented sound, the sound of a thing done working. The house makes those little sounds all night, Beams easing, floorboards letting go of the day's footsteps, the whole structure loosening one notch at a time. A house falling asleep around its people. And it does this every night and has never once failed to be standing in the morning. Loosening is not falling apart. Loosening is how strong things rest. You can loosen another notch. There is always another notch, somewhere between the eyebrows, at the root of the tongue, in the small of the back. Find one without looking hard, and let it go the way the house lets its beams ease, nothing lost, just one click quieter. And far off at the other end of the valley, there is one lit window, small, gold, steady, somebody's kitchen, somebody's late lamp, too far to mean anything but company. You don't wonder who. At this hour, a light is just a light. The valley's way of saying someone else is keeping the small watch tonight, so nobody has to keep the big one. The big watch keeps itself. It always has. Hills don't need guarding. Winters don't need managing. The snow comes down, whether or not anyone stays up to approve it. So the last lamp can go out too, whenever it likes. And the valley will be all one darkness, stitched with sleeping farms, every roof wearing its white, every chimney holding its thin, warm thread of smoke straight up into the windless cold. Threads going up all over the valley like the softest possible proof. Fires banked, people down, everything keeping. In and out, your breath and the snowfall are nearly the same speed now, both of them unhurried, both of them arriving over and over without ever seeming to repeat. The deer sink a little deeper into the needles. The birds ride their branch through the slow night. The doe rises another quiet fraction under its cloth. And the snow keeps coming, flake and flake, laying quiet on quiet. You are allowed to rest now. You have been allowed for hours. The allowing goes all the way down, like the warmth under the ash, like the water under the lid. Heavier, softer, the field filling in, the path gone white and needless. And the orchard stands in its long rows, asleep on its feet, holding nothing, keeping everything. And the night moves through it slow as falling, touching each dark tree, covered, covered, covered. And the same night that is laying its white on that far valley is lying, somewhere else entirely on dark water. The one night wide enough for both, wide enough for every sleeping place at once. And it costs nothing to let it carry you somewhere new now, the way a drifting mind is carried, down out of the hills, south and softward, to a small harbor on a small coast, where the night doesn't fall as snow but as stillness on the sea. The water in the harbor is black and slow and barely moving. Not the open ocean, nothing vast, just a pocket of sea tucked behind a stone wall where the water comes to be quiet. It rises and settles against the old stones with a sound softer than a word, a lap, a hush, a lap, the sea talking in its sleep. And the boats are all home, every one of them. Tied along the pontoons in the dark, nose to the breeze the way boats like to lie, their hulls lifting a fraction and easing down again as the water breathes underneath them. They are not going anywhere. They are not supposed to be going anywhere. A boat at its mooring at night is a finished sentence. Nothing trailing off, nothing owed, just done and floating and held. And here is the thing about how they are held. The ropes are not tight. You might think a boat would be lashed down hard against the night, cinched to the cleat with everything the knot has. But no, every line in this harbor hangs with a soft curve in it, a little slack, a little give. Because a rope with slack in it lasts, and a rope pulled rigid snaps. The people who tied these knots have been tying them their whole lives, and every single one of them left room. Room for the tide to lift, room for the water to shift, room for the boat to move the small amount that everything alive or floating needs to move. Held loosely is held best. The harbor has known it forever. You could let that be true of you too, just for tonight. Whatever you have been gripping, whatever you have been holding rigid against the dark, it holds better with slack in it. Your hands can uncurl on the sheet. Your jaw can hang by its soft hinge. The knot stays tied. Nothing drifts away. It only stops straining. In and out, the water under everything lifting a fraction, easing down. And the tide is coming in tonight, or going out. It hardly matters which. What matters is that it is the largest scheduled thing on this whole coast, and not one person is supervising it. Twice a day, every day, the entire weight of the sea leans into this little harbor and then leans away again, on time, without a reminder, without anyone lying awake to make sure. It was doing this before there was a harbor, before there were boats. It will do it tonight while every fisherman on the shore is unconscious in a warm bed, and it will not do it one bit worse for being unwatched. The big things run themselves. They always have. The moon pulls, the water answers, and nobody's worry has ever added an inch to a tide or taken one away. So whatever enormous thing you have been half monitoring from your pillow, whatever feels like it needs you leaning against it to stay on course, it is more like the tide than you think. It will rise and fall on its own schedule whether you attend it or not, and it can be left, respectfully, completely, to itself, until morning, which is the only shift you were ever actually given. Somewhere out past the harbor mouth there is a bell buoy, far off, riding the low swell, and every so often, at no particular interval, it swings enough to sound. One round, unhurried note across the water, not a warning, not tonight, just the sea's own slow clock, a clock with no numbers and no alarms, marking nothing except that time is passing gently and everything is where it should be. You don't have to listen for it. It comes when it comes. And between its notes, there is all that soft black quiet and the lap, the hush, the lap against the stones. And on the pontoon, near the end, there is a coil of rope someone finished this afternoon, laid down in a clean spiral, flat and patient, each loop resting on the last. A small job done properly by hands that have done it 10,000 times. And here is the quiet miracle of it. It is still done. Hours later in the dark, with its person long gone home and asleep, the coil is still perfect, still holding its shape, still exactly as good as the moment it was finished. Done things stay done while you sleep. They don't need redoing at 2 a.m. They don't unravel because you stopped thinking about them. The small right things you set down today, the message you did send, the dish you did wash, the door you did lock, the kindness you did manage in a tired moment. They are all coiled somewhere in the dark right now, holding their shape without you. You can stop carrying the proof. The proof carries itself. The nets are folded on the racks, salt stiff, smelling of the sea and of tar and old sun, folded in the particular way that looks careless and is actually exact. Tomorrow they will work. Tonight they are just shapes in the dark, resting the way working things rest, and no one in this town would dream of unfolding one at this hour. There is a time for the net and a time for the fold. And you, under your blanket, are in the fold now, deep in it. Nothing in you needs to be spread out and gone through tonight. You can stay folded, warm side in. You did what the day asked, or enough of it, and enough was reached a long time ago now, hours back before you even lay down. Rest isn't something you're still waiting to earn. It arrived with the dark already yours. And your body knows how to do this the way the boats know. You are lying in your bed the way a hull lies in black water, supported everywhere at once, along your whole length, by something that doesn't tire. The mattress doesn't hold you the way effort holds things. It holds you the way water holds. Total, even, unbothered. Every pound of you accounted for without a single muscle of yours on duty. So the shoulders can finish coming down. They have been coming down for hours, and there is still a little farther. There is always a little farther. The back can widen into the sheet. The legs can lie heavy as ballast, low in the water, steadying everything. And the breath can move through you the way the swell moves under a moored boat, lifting the ribs a fraction, easing them down, lifting, easing. You don't make it happen, you just float on it. In and out, slack in every line. Even your thinking can moor itself now. It doesn't have to be stopped. Thoughts were never the enemy. They can just be tied off loose like everything else in this harbor. A thought surfaces, bobs a moment, swings gently at its line. And you don't board it. You don't take it out past the wall to see how it handles. You let it ride there, one more small hull among the others. And by morning, half of them will have slipped their moorings on their own and drifted out with the tide, the way night thoughts do. And the ones that stay will look different in daylight, smaller, paintable, fine. Up the lane from the water, the harbor master's little office is dark. The day's ledger closed on the desk, the pen lying across it, the tide table pinned to the wall doing its quiet arithmetic for a tomorrow that isn't here yet. Tomorrow's crossings are written down, and that is all tomorrow needs from anyone tonight. To be written down somewhere and left alone. Yours too. Whatever is coming, whatever the morning holds, it is pinned to its own wall in its own dark office, and it does not require you awake. It has never once been improved by anyone lying awake. The ferry sleeps against its ramp, huge and patient, ropes slack, engines cold and content. It will cross when it crosses. It isn't crossing now. Nothing is crossing now. The whole coast is between, and between is a real place. You're allowed to live there till morning. The stone wall of the harbor has stood through more nights than anyone can count. Gales, springs, tides, 100-year storms with names. And tonight is asking nothing of it. Tonight the water barely touches it, lap. Hush, lap, and the wall just stands there being heavy, doing its one job by pure weight, the way you are doing yours now, by weight alone. You have no other job tonight. Being heavy is the whole of it. And you are already doing it perfectly. Heavier now than an hour ago. Heavier than when the snow was falling, back in that far valley. The night has been adding its soft ballast to you all along, and you have been settling, true and level, lower and lower into the still water of the bed. Salt air moves over the harbor, slow, barely a breeze. It smells of tide rack and rope and cold stone. Clean the way night air is clean, and it asks for nothing. It just passes over the sleeping boats and the folded nets and the closed ledger and moves on down the coast, touching every dark and resting thing exactly once. And you are one of the dark and resting things. That's all, one of many. The deer and their needles far away, the boats at their lines, the folded nets, you under your blanket. All of you held the same loose, sufficient way. Nobody gripped. Everybody kept afloat. Nothing more is owed tonight. Not a thought, not a plan, not even sleep itself. Sleep isn't owed, it's only received. Like tide. It comes in on its own over the low places first. And you are all low places now. In and out. The bell far off. One soft round note. Then the long quiet after it, longer than the note. The water lifts the hulls a fraction, eases them down. Somewhere a rope creaks once against wood, the smallest sound, the sound of slack being enough. You did enough. It's done being today, and everything done is holding its shape in the dark without you. Heavy now, low in the water, level. The tide does its slow, enormous, unattended work, in over the mud flats, in around the pilings, one barnacled inch at a time. No hurry. It has until it's finished, and it is always finished on time. And the moon that pulls it is behind cloud and pulls it anyway. Unseen things go on working. Your breath, unwatched, goes on breathing. Your heart, unmanaged, keeps its soft old time like the buoy. At no particular interval anyone needs to check. Hush and lap. The harbor holds its boats. The bed holds you. The same way, loosely, completely. And down the coast, the night goes on touching resting things. A rowboat pulled up on shingle, keel down in the stones, done for the season. A lobster trap stacked on a lobster trap, wood on wood, patient as furniture. A cottage with its curtains drawn and its kettle cold and its people breathing slow in the dark upstairs. Every one of them finished. Every one of them held. You could be any of them. You are like all of them, finished and held. The swell comes in from somewhere it doesn't remember, crosses the dark water without a single light on it, and lays itself down against the wall, softer each time now, as the wind that made it, miles out and hours ago, lies down too. Old motion arriving gentle, that's all any of this evening was. Old motion arriving gentle, and being received by heavy, patient things, and settling. In and out. The ropes hold their soft curves. The ledger stays closed. The tide leans in, unhurried over the low, dark flats. And you go down with the coast now, not away, just down, the way a hull sits deeper as it's trusted with more weight. Trusted, that's the word for how the water holds, and how the bed holds, and how the night holds. Deeper. Steadier. The bell again, farther than before, or maybe only softer. The water saying its one word to the stones, and the stones not answering, and the water saying it again. Hush. And the boats riding it, and the nets in their folds, And the slack in every line enough, always enough. And the tide coming in, to the low places first. And you, all low places. Resting. Held. Going down soft with the whole dark coast. And inland now, the night goes on past the last of the salt, over the dune grass, over the low stone walls that walk the hills in the dark. And the air changes, mile by easy mile, loses the sea, takes on cold earth and a far thread of wood smoke. And somewhere up in all that soft black, without any announcement, it begins to snow. One flake first, then nothing for a long moment, then two, small and unhurried, coming down out of a sky that has carried them a long way to get here. Because the sky is setting something down too. It has held this weight for hours, walked it over mountains and cold valleys, and now, over these sleeping fields, it simply opens its hands. Not all at once, a little at a time, the way heavy things are best put down. One small white piece after another, each one falling at its own speed, and none of them first, none of them last, none of them behind. That's worth staying with a moment, even half asleep. A whole sky's worth of falling and not one flake is late. There's no order they were supposed to arrive in, no place any of them was supposed to be by now. They land when they land, and where they land is the right place because it is the place they landed. The night works like that down here. So do you, tonight. Wherever you've gotten to is where you are, and where you are is a bed in the warm in the dark, which is exactly far enough. The snow finds a farmhouse set back from the road, white clapboard gone gray in the dark, and darker windows, and one thin rope of smoke standing up from the chimney, barely leaning. The stove inside was banked hours ago. It isn't burning now so much as remembering how. A deep orange thought under gray ash, keeping the kitchen just warm enough for the dog stretched out on the floorboards beside it, ribs rising, falling. An old dog, past guarding anything. Its paws twitch once, running somewhere green in its sleep, and go still. Nothing in that house is being asked a single thing. The coats on their pegs hang the shape of the shoulders that wore them. The boots by the door lean into each other, mud gone hard, done walking. A pair of gloves lies on the bench, one atop the other, holding nothing, and that is their whole job until morning. You could be any of it. The coat off duty, the glove holding nothing, the dog all the way down beside a warmth somebody else tends. And the snow comes on, onto the roof, so lightly the roof will not know until dawn, into the yard, onto the lane. The lane is worth watching, slow as it is. All day it took the traffic of that house. Boots out to the barn and back, out to the road for the mail and back, the small hard errands, the going and the returning, every trip pressed into the cold mud like handwriting. A whole day's worth of back and forth written down there in the dark. And now the snow is reading it one last time, and covering it, not erasing it. Everything that was done today stays done underneath. It keeps its shape down there in the frozen ground. It just doesn't need looking at anymore. The record closes so gently it's less like closing and more like tucking in. Flake by flake, the day's whole to and fro goes white and level and quiet, finished writing, filed under snow. Your day can go the same way if it hasn't already. Whatever tracks you made, the good straight ones and the ones that doubled back, the errand you did and the one that waited. It can all lie down under the same soft white and keep till morning. It will still mean what it meant. It just doesn't have to be read again tonight. The mailbox at the end of the lane takes a small white cap. The gatepost takes one. Every fence post down the field line takes one. A long row of them wearing the night like quiet hats, and not one post has to hold its cap on. The snow stays because staying is what it does. The wire between the posts gathers a thin white sleeve, impossibly balanced, and keeps it because nothing comes along to shake it. Nothing will for hours. That is the kind of night this is. A night where even the most delicate, balanced things get to stay balanced, undisturbed, until they are part of the general white. By the shed there's a woodpile, cut and split and stacked back in the warm months by hands that ached that evening and slept well after. Rows of it, face out, silvered ends like a wall of coins. And the snow lays a long white bolster along the top of it. That pile is old work, still working. Every stick of it is an afternoon somebody already lived and paid for and finished. And all winter it will get up out of its stack, one armload at a time, and become warmth. Work you did long ago is like that. It keeps you warm on nights you don't even think of it. Things you finished years back are stacked somewhere in your life, still giving off heat. You don't have to count the rows tonight. The pile doesn't count itself. It just stands there in the falling white, being plenty. And past the shed, the barn, big and dark and holding its warm animal breath like a body. The snow lands on the long back of its roof and begins, patient as anything, to make the barn part of the field. Inside, it is all slow weather. The two horses standing head to tail in the loose dark, hips slack, one hind hoof tipped and resting on its rim, the whole great weight of each of them given over to bone and habit. They sleep standing the way mountains do. Breath moves out of them in warm, slow clouds and climbs into the rafters and stays, so the whole barn breathes. The cows lie folded in the straw like something a giant hand set down carefully, knees under them, jaws going now and then in their sleep out of pure old rhythm, chewing nothing, remembering grass. A cat is a warm comma in the hay of the loft. Swallows are small dark heartbeats along the beam. Nobody in that barn knows it is snowing. Nobody in that barn needs to. The weather is the farmer's to think about, and the farmer is asleep, and so the weather for tonight is nobody's. That can be true for you too. Whatever is falling on the roof of your life tonight, softly accumulating, it can be nobody's until morning. You can be the horse, hip-shot and dreaming upright, the cow, folded on her warm knees, the cat, punctuation in the hay, creatures who have never once in all their lives stayed up worrying about tomorrow's weather, and have always, every single night, been right not to. The snow thickens a little now. Not urgent, just more of it, the flakes bigger, slower, wandering on their way down like they have the address but no appointment, and the sound of the world changes under it. You'd know it with your eyes closed, this sound. Every edge in the night gets rounded. The far dog that barked twice, hours ago, would sound wrapped in wool now. A car on the county road, if there were one, would pass like a rumor, but there is no car. There is just the enormous, feathered quiet of snow doing to sound what sleep does to thinking, not stopping it, upholstering it. And under that quiet, if the night leans close enough, there is the sound of the snow itself. The smallest sound there is, trillions of landings and every one of them soft, like the word, settle whispered too quietly to hear over and over the whole county. Out in the big field, the snow is doing its deepest work, which is nothing. The field was turned in the fall and left rough, all clods and shadow, and the snow takes the shadows first, fills the low crumbs of dirt, climbs the little ridges, and slowly, acre by acre, makes the whole thing one smooth, breathing white. Under it, the field is doing nothing too, and the doing nothing is the point. There are seeds down there and root ends, and the field's whole next summer, and every bit of it is asleep, and its sleeping is not laziness, it is the plan. No one stands at the fence in January telling a field it's falling behind. The field lies fallow, and everyone with any sense calls that wisdom. Rest is in the field's job description. It's in yours too, this part of the night. You're not stalled, you're wintering. The kitchen garden by the house goes under the same white, and here is a small true thing the snow does that almost nobody watches. The rows that got weeded perfectly last summer, and the row that never did. The beds that flourished, and the bed where nothing came up. The snow covers them all to the same depth. Exactly the same. It doesn't grade the garden. It has no opinion about the carrots. It just makes everything level and white and quiet, and lets the whole plot rest under one blanket, the thriving and the failed alike. Whatever you grew this year and whatever didn't come up. Same blanket. Same depth, same long fair rest. The day is fully paid, is what the snow keeps saying in its no voice. Paid and covered. You met it hour by hour, however you met it, and meeting it was the whole assignment. There's nothing owing. You can rest now with both hands open. Down past the garden the ground dips, and there's the creek, iced over at its edges, a lid of gray glass reaching in from both banks with one dark seam of open water still moving down the middle. And it talks all night, the creek, but so quietly now. A syllable under the ice. A swallowed little run of notes. Water explaining something to stones that have heard it 10,000 times and love it anyway. It doesn't stop when it freezes over. It just goes on underneath, slower, darker, private. All the moving parts of you are like that now, under the lid, still going, gone quiet. Nothing has stopped. It's all just moved below where anyone has to watch it. Snow lands on the creek ice and stays, lands on the dark seam of water and becomes it. Both are fine, both are allowed. At the field's far edge, the pines begin, a long dark wall of them going up the hill, and the snow is telling them apart flake by flake, whitening every ledge and shelf of every bough. And the pines do the one thing they do all winter, the thing they are so good at that no one ever catches them at it. They let the snow build on each long green arm, heavier, heavier, the bough easing down by degrees, patient, patient. And then, at some moment only the tree knows, the bough tips and sheds the whole load in one soft, collapsing sigh of white, and rises again, slow, unburdened back into the falling snow, all night all over the hill, gather and bow and release and rise, no bough breaks. That's the trick of being evergreen, not holding forever, bowing low enough, soon enough, letting it slide when it's too much, rising lighter every single time. You've been doing that all night without knowing it. Every long breath out is a bough tipping, some small load sliding off into the dark, and something in you lifting back lighter, an inch at a time. The snow keeps coming, deeper now on the flat places, over the tops of the dead grass, up the first rail of the fence, and no one is out measuring it. That's one of the kindest facts of this whole night. It will fall for hours and accumulate to whatever depth it accumulates, and not one person on this whole dark hillside will know or mind until daylight. It doesn't need witnessing to be real. It doesn't need managing to go right. The night is running the entire county perfectly with everyone asleep. It has never once needed help. And under the snow, deep under, the ground is warm. That's the secret the field keeps. All summer it drank the sun, and it holds that old warmth down in itself all winter, degrees of July still stored in the dark dirt, and the snow above is not the cold pressing down. It's the lid keeping that warmth in, a white quilt over a sleeping heat. You have that too, your own stored summer. Under your blanket you keep a small, warm country that is entirely yours, made of your own old heat, and the night can be as long and white as it wants around it. Your borders are the quilt's edge. Your climate is your own, small and warm and sovereign and asleep. Deeper now. The flakes come fewer and bigger and slower, the storm easing the way a voice does, near the end of what it was saying. The chimney smoke has thinned to almost nothing, a gray thread, then a guess. The dog by the stove is far under. The horses' heads hang low and easy in the dark. The cat has made itself round. The lane is one smooth white sentence with nothing written on it. The fence posts keep their caps. The wire keeps its white sleeve. Nothing comes to shake it. The bough gathers and bows and lets go and rises, farther up the hill each time you notice it, farther away, softer. The creek says its small, swallowed syllable under the ice, and the stones keep it. Snow on the field, snow on the garden, the good rows and the forgiven ones. Snow on the woodpile, on all that finished work, still warm inside itself. Everything out there is covered, and nothing out there is cold all the way through. Warmth under the field, breath in the barn, embers in the stove. You in the bed, little kept heats, all across the night, each one wrapped and banked and burning low, the way things burn when they're meant to last till morning. And it goes on falling, with no sound, or the one sound under all sounds. Settle, settle, settle. You are somewhere warm in the middle of all that white, covered to the same kind depth as everything else, not measured, not watched, not owing. The sky finishes setting down its long weight, a flake, a flake. The field sleeps its wise sleep. The boughs rise lighter. And the snow keeps everything where it lies, the whole hill, the whole dark county, every finished thing and every resting one. And you, all warmth now under all this quiet, going down into it, slow as snow, covered and kept. And somewhere far from all that snow, south of it maybe, or simply elsewhere in the same wide night, There is a harbor, small, half asleep, smelling of salt and wet rope, and the tide is going about its old work in the dark. You don't have to go there. It comes to you the way pictures do now, easy, unasked. The water lies in the harbor like a dark cloth being smoothed by a slow hand, and the boats ride on it, a dozen of them, maybe fewer, nodding at their moorings, little nods, yes, and yes, agreeing with something the water keeps saying. Nobody is aboard. The cabins are dark. The decks are damp and bare. And every one of those boats is doing the only thing that is asked of a boat at night. Floating, just floating, held by a rope it did not tie and does not think about. Listen to how the water touches the hulls. Not waves, nothing so ambitious, just a lap and a hush, a lap and a hush. The sound of something patting a dark shoulder over and over without ever getting tired of it. The ropes creak once in a while, a low wooden murmur. The sound of weight being held and held easily, that's the whole conversation down there. Water and hull, rope and cleat, held and holding, and nothing else needs to be said till morning. And the tide is going out, slowly, an inch at a time, unhurried as anything on earth. It doesn't announce itself. It just leans back the whole dark weight of it and lets the moon take some of the water away for a while. And here is the thing about the tide, the thing worth falling asleep on. It leaves everything half finished. Every single night. It walks away from the shore with the seaweed unarranged and the sand half smoothed and the little pools abandoned among the rocks. It leaves in the middle of its own sentence, and it has never once apologized because it knows it's coming back. It has known for longer than anything alive that leaving is not losing, that what you set down at the edge of the dark will still be there, that the shore keeps. The tide is the oldest proof there is that you can stop mid-task and be forgiven by morning. And you are made of mostly the same water. You're allowed what it's allowed. So whatever you left half done today, it's a tide thing now, resting at the high water line, waiting without suffering. You went out, that's all, you'll come back in. That's all, nothing between now and then is yours. The moorings hold. Think of that for a moment, softly, without working at it. Every boat in that harbor is hanging its whole weight on a knot somebody tied and walked away from. The knot doesn't grip. It doesn't clench. A good knot holds by lying against itself in the right order, that's all. Loops resting on loops. Friction and patience. The harder the boat pulls, the kinder the knot holds. And all night long, nobody checks it. The one who tied it is asleep in a house up the hill with the window cracked to hear the water. And the knot just goes on being enough. You are held like that too. By things tied long ago, by the bed, by the floor under the bed, by the turning of the night itself. None of it needs you to grip. You could let your hands be as loose as old rope in a locker, coiled, salt-soft, off-duty. Out at the harbor mouth there's a buoy, leaning with the current, and far off, so far it's almost a memory of a sound, its bell moves, not rung, just tilted, a low, round note that comes across the water maybe once a minute when the swell feels like it. Doom. Soft as a word said into a pillow, and then a long nothing, and then again. It isn't warning anyone. There's nothing to warn about tonight. It's just the sea keeping a slow count of its own breathing. And losing count, and not minding. You can lose count too, of the day, of the week, of whatever you were tallying when the lights went out. The sea loses count all night, and the morning has never once asked for the number. And above the harbor mouth on the black rock the lighthouse turns. You'd think somebody has to be up there, somebody watchful, somebody paying attention on behalf of everyone asleep. But the keeper went to bed hours ago, teapot cold on the ring, boots by the door with the socks still in them, and the light doesn't care, it turns anyway. A long white arm swinging slow across the water, touch and gone, touch and gone. It runs on its own patient machinery, gears the size of dinner plates moving so slowly you couldn't catch them at it. And it will turn all night whether anyone watches or not. That's the good news hidden up in that tower. The watching has been taken care of. It was taken care of before you were born. The world keeps its own lookout, and it has never once needed you to stay awake for your shift. There is no shift. There never was. You can hand back the watching, the way the keeper did. Hang it by the door with the coat, and go down into the warm dark where the off-duty people go. Deeper now, slower. Past the harbor mouth, the water opens out, and it's different out there, not fearsome, just large and calm and completely unbusy, Miles of dark water lying under miles of dark sky, with a long silver seam where the moon lies down on it. And nothing is happening. Nothing at all. No task has ever been assigned to the open sea at night. It doesn't beat itself smooth. It doesn't rehearse tomorrow's weather. It just rises and falls, whole acres of it at a time, one slow breath every long while. The way your own chest is doing now. Lift and settle, lift and settle. You don't have to make your breathing do anything. It learned from the same teacher the sea did. It knows the swell. Let it be big and slow and unwatched. Acres of you rising, acres of you going down. The moon does the lifting tonight. That's worth resting on. The single heaviest chore on the face of the earth, hauling the whole ocean up the sand and laying it back down. And it's being done by something 250,000 miles away that never strains, never hurries, never checks its work. The biggest thing that will happen tonight is already fully staffed by the moon and gravity and time. The enormous things have enormous keepers. None of them is short-handed. None of them is waiting on you. The only thing left in your care is the temperature of your own small dark, the angle of your neck on the pillow, the slow weight of your arms. A kingdom the size of a bed, fully yours, fully manned, running beautifully. And you did run it today, this small country of you. You fed it. You carried it around. You brought it home and laid it down. Whatever else the day was, you did that. And it was enough. It was the whole jobs. You're allowed to be done with it now. Down along the tide line, where the water pulled back, the little rock pools are holding what the sea left with them. Each one a bowl of stillness with a few dark inches of ocean in it. A snail moving slower than the hour hand. A fringe of weed lying the way it fell. A small silver fish, maybe, waiting out the low water with no opinion about it. The pool doesn't fret about being small. It doesn't miss being the sea. For these few hours it is complete, rim to rim, entirely itself. Reflecting one star, if a star comes, and when the tide returns, it will be gathered back in without ever having been lost. You're something like that tonight, a small held stillness with the big water gone quiet around you, complete at this size, needing nothing added. The boats have gone quieter, they're nodding smaller, the water in the harbor smoothing as the wind lies down, ropes gone silent. The bell out at the mouth has settled into longer and longer silences, till the silences are most of what it says. The light still turns, but you've stopped counting its touches. It's just a slow, pale feeling that crosses the back of the night once in a while, there, and gone, like a thought too comfortable to finish. Up the hill the keeper sleeps. In the houses along the harbor road, everyone sleeps. Fishermen with their alarm clocks set and forgotten, children with one foot out of the covers, old dogs twitching through slow dog dreams by cold hearths. The whole village has handed itself over. Every worry in every house has been set on a nightstand or folded over a chair with the day's clothes. None of them are being worn right now. Worries are day clothes. Nobody sleeps in them. Yours are over the chair too. They'll keep their shape till morning. They always do. And the tide keeps going out, further than you can hear now, uncovering sand that hasn't seen air since last night, and cool stones, and the long dark gleam of the flats under the moon. All that new bared ground just lying there breathing salt into the dark, asked for nothing. Given the whole night off, the sea will come back for all of it. It always comes back. That's the one promise the water has kept every single day since there was water. Twice a day forever, without one miss. If you need something to believe in on the way down to sleep, let it be that. The returning, things go out and come back. Breath does it. Tides do it. Mornings do it. You don't have to hold the door for any of them. They have their own keys. Slower now, almost nothing left to say. The moon has moved. You didn't see it move. Nobody ever has. But the silver seam on the water lies at a new angle now, and the shadows of the masts have leaned. Time is passing the way it passes for the sleeping, in one soft peace, unwitnessed, free. A late small wind crosses the harbor once, touches the water into brief dark ripples, and gives up. The ripples travel out, get wider, get gentler, become the smoothness they were crossing. That's how the last thoughts go. A small stir, a widening, a settling into the same stillness they started from. You don't have to chase them to the edge. They arrive at smooth all by themselves. Lap and hush, slower, the water patting the dark hulls the way a hand pats a sleeping back. Not to wake, only to say, still here, still held, still nothing to do. The pools keep their inches of sea, the knots hold in their sleep. The light swings its slow arm over everyone and asks nothing back. And the tide, far out now at its farthest, pauses, the way a breath pauses at the bottom in that soft nowhere between going and returning, resting between its two long duties. And even the ocean is allowed that, the pause, the slack water, the moment of belonging to no direction at all. You're in your own slack water now, gone out as far as the day goes, not yet turned toward morning, nothing pulling either way, just the flat calm, the held silver, the deep unknowed dark. Salt in the air, stone under the water, rope resting on rope. The bell, once, round and low and mostly silence. And the water lies smoother, and the boats barely nod, yes, and yes, slower, agreeing with the night about something old and kind. And somewhere in the middle of all that held water, all that patient turning light, all those knots holding in their sleep, there is you, moored, breathing in acres, your weight hanging easy on things that were tied long before tonight and will hold long after, nothing checking on you, nothing needing to. The tide will turn on its own. The light will go on touching the water. And the harbor holds all of it, the hulls and the pools and the sleeping hill, and you riding the slow swell of your own breath, further out and further down, easy on the rope, easy on the water. And somewhere behind you now, without your going anywhere, the water lets you go, the way places do when a sleeper's mind moves on. No leaving in it, no door, just the shore growing quieter behind the thought, and a lane opening ahead of it, unlit, unhurried, going gently up between hedges that have been holding their breath all evening. You don't have to walk it, the lane walks itself. Lanes do at night. They carry whatever drifts onto them, and you are drifting, which is the only speed this hour asks of anyone. The hedges smell green in the dark, that cool, stemmy green that only comes out after the sun is long gone. Leaves breathing the other way now, giving back what they held. Everything up here is giving something back. The stones giving back warmth. The grass giving back the shape of the wind. The day giving back you. And at the top of the lane, where it stops bothering to be a lane, a wall, old brick, shoulder high, softened at the corners by 100 years of weather. And the brick is still warm. You could lay a palm against it and feel the whole afternoon stored there, paying itself out slowly into the night, in no rush to be done being warm. Walls are honest like that. They keep what they're given and return it late when it's needed most. There's a gate in the wall, green paint gone quiet with age, and it isn't locked. It was never going to be locked. Some places stay open all night on purpose, so that anything soft and tired can come in. Inside, a garden asleep. Rows of it, beds of it, all that green gone charcoal and silver under the sky. Leaves hanging easy on their stems, the way arms hang easy when the shoulders finally believe the day is over. Nothing in here is standing up straight anymore. Everything has been allowed to lean. And the first thing the garden tells you, without saying anything, is that nothing in it is working, not one leaf. The whole daytime business of light and making and reaching is switched off, all down the rows, like a town of little shops gone dark. And yet none of it has stopped growing. That's the quiet astonishment of a garden at night. The work stops. The growing doesn't. Roots don't keep hours. Down under the cool soil they go on, slow and blind and certain, easing a little further into the dark that feeds them. No effort in it that anyone can hear, no strain, just a patient thickening, a settling deeper into what holds them. And nobody supervises it. Nobody has ever once stayed up to make sure a root kept growing. It isn't that kind of work. Neither are you tonight. It isn't that kind of work, the work your life is doing right now. The mending, the sorting, the slow knitting up of the day into something you can use. It goes on under the surface of you whether you attend it or not. You are being grown this hour the way the garden is, in the dark, unsupervised, unwatched, and no worse for it, better for it. You did what a day could hold, and now the roots have the night shift, and they have never needed you awake. Down at the far end of the beds, there's a greenhouse. Small, glass-paned, its ribs of white iron gone gray in the dark. and it is making the softest sound a building can make. The glass is cooling. Tick, and after a long while, tick, each pane settling by a hair as the day's heat leaves it. A sound like a very old clock that has given up counting and only keeps the habit. Inside the glass, the air is still warm. It smells of soil and tomato leaf, that sharp green furred smell that clings to the fingers, and of terracotta and damp string and the faint sweetness of something ripening out of sight. Warm air in a cold night, held by nothing but thin glass and the memory of the sun. And it holds. All night it holds. Some warmths are like that, stored in the afternoon, spent gently across the dark. Enough to last, till morning without anyone tending the fire. You have a warmth like that in you, banked somewhere below the day's noise. It was put there slowly, over years, by every ordinary kindness that ever landed on you and everyone you handed out. And it spends itself like this, quietly, through the night, without your watching the gauge. Along the greenhouse shelf, there are seed packets in a shallow wooden drawer, paper gone soft at the corners, and inside each one, that small dry rattle of things that are entirely unbothered by time. A seed is the most patient object in the world. It can wait a season, it can wait years, and it is never once in all that waiting behind. There is no such thing as a late seed. There is only not yet, and not yet is a full and honorable place to be. So much of what you carry as behind is only not yet, resting in its paper dark, losing nothing, needing nothing from you tonight but to be left in the drawer. It will keep, seeds keep. That is their whole genius, and yours can keep too. Every unstarted thing on your list is quietly viable. Nothing in you has expired by waiting. You are not behind. You are seed patient somewhere, whether you feel it or not, and the drawer is closed for the night. By the greenhouse door, the tools are hung, the spade on its nail, soil still dusted along the blade's shoulder, the hand fork, the trowel worn silver at the tip from years of small, honest entrances into the ground, and draped over the lowest nail a pair of canvas gloves, and the gloves are the tender thing, because they still hold the shape of hands, fingers curled a little, the memory of a grip. Work set down mid-shape, the way work should be set down. Not finished. Not abandoned. Just hung on a nail until a person comes back to it. That's all you've done with your unfinished things. Hung them on the nail, they keep your shape. They'll take your hands back in the morning as if no night had passed. Nothing leaks out of a task overnight. It hangs, it waits. It holds the curl of your fingers, and it asks nothing of the dark. And there's a watering can by the door with an inch of rainwater standing in it. Cold, probably. A thin skin of night on its surface. 1 inch of rain that fell on its own was caught on its own and will be poured tomorrow by whoever comes. The garden waters itself halfway. The sky does part of everyone's work while they sleep. It is doing part of yours right now. Tomorrow will arrive already an inch full. You don't come back to empty. You never come back to empty. Something is always caught and standing ready that you didn't have to carry. Out past the greenhouse, in the corner where the wall makes its warmest angle, there's a compost heap. And it is, in its dark, humble way, the most hopeful thing in the garden, because everything on it was a leftover. Peelings, cut stems, the pulled weeds, the plants that didn't take. Everything that didn't work out all season long was carried to this corner. And the heap is warm. You could hold a hand above it and feel it. A slow, low, living warmth working all night. Turning every single failure into next year's soil. Nothing wasted. That's what the corner says, not the false start. Not the thing that wilted, not the row that never came up. It all goes dark for a while and comes back as ground. The day you had, whatever didn't work out in it, is on the heap now, warming, breaking down into something your roots will use. You don't have to sort it. The sorting is the heap's whole job, and it works in its sleep. Slower now. A snail is crossing the path. You'd never see it move, and it is always arriving. Behind it, a thin silver line on the stone, its whole evening written out in one unhurried stroke. Nothing that's slow has ever been lost. It knows exactly where it's going, and it will absolutely get there, and the night is long enough. The night is long enough for every slow thing in it, including you, especially you. And a moth, one pale moth, drifting the rows like a small piece of the moon that came loose. It lands on the dark glass of the greenhouse and rests, wings down, and the glass ticks once under it, cooling. And the moth doesn't startle. Nothing out here startles. The garden has agreed on gentleness the way sleeping houses agree on silence. Everything alive out here is moving at the speed of rest, and everything is still arriving where it needs to be. There are plums on the tree against the south wall. You can just make them out, dark rounds among darker leaves, hanging in that particular stillness of fruit. And here is a thing worth falling asleep on. They are sweetening right now. In the dark, that's when it happens. The sun does the daytime part, and then the night does this. The slow conversion, the deepening, the sugar arriving in its own time. Nobody has ever watched a plum ripen. It refuses an audience. It does its finest work precisely when no one is checking. And so do you. Whatever ripened in you today, the small courage, the held tongue, the one kind thing you did that nobody clapped for, it is sweetening now, becoming part of you at the level where things are permanent. The night is finishing what the day began, all through you, and the only thing it needs from you is exactly what you're giving it. This stillness, this heaviness, this long, slow breath, and then the longer one after. You did enough today, and tonight the enough is ripening. You're allowed to rest while it does. Somewhere in some house down the dark lane, the gardener is asleep, whoever tends all this. Their boots by a door, their hands finally still, and the garden does not miss them. That's the tenderness of it. All their care is out here working without them. The stakes they tied hold the stems all night. The water they gave this evening is down at the roots now, doing quiet good. Nothing they built needs them before morning. And nothing you built needs you before morning. The people you love are held by every kindness you've already given them, the way the stems are held by yesterday's twine. Your care doesn't stop working when you fall asleep. It stands in the rows all night, doing its job. You can be entirely gone from the world for these hours, and everything you've tended stays tended. That's what tending means. It means you get to sleep. The dew is beginning. You can't see it start, no one can, but the air has reached that hour when it lays its weight down. On the leaves, on the glass, on the cold rim of the watering can, a slow silver arriving out of nowhere, beating along every edge. The night watering the garden with itself. Gently, evenly, missing nothing. The softest work there is, and it gets done every single night without a sound. Let it settle on you too, whatever the night is laying down. Heaviness, ease, that cool, clean feeling along the edges of the mind. You don't have to receive it any special way. Dew doesn't ask the leaf to do anything. It only asks it to be there. And you're there. You're so nearly nowhere at all now, just there enough. Heavy and held, and quietly gathered onto like everything else in the rows. The wall goes on giving back its warmth, a little less each hour. Enough. The glass ticks, further apart now, tick, tick. A clock that only says still here, still cooling, still fine. The plums hang. The snail arrives somewhere. The moth has become just a paleness on the dark, asleep or near it, the way you are. And the soil, under everything. The soil holds it all up without trying. The beds, the wall, the greenhouse, the lane, the sleeping town below, the whole warm weight of the night. It has held things up since before anyone asked it to, and it will not tire of it while you sleep. You are lying on the same patience. The bed on the floor, on the ground, on the old dark holding of the world. Carried all the way down. Nothing under you is going anywhere. Nothing needs you, and everything keeps you. That's the arrangement tonight. Softer now. The rows breathe out, green in the dark. The gate stays unlatched. Nothing coming, nothing needing to leave. Roots going on, slow, certain, unwatched. Sweetness arriving where it's headed, in the fruit, in the day you had, in you. The drawer of seeds, closed and full of later, none of it late. The gloves on the nail, keeping your shape till morning. Morning knows the way. It has never once needed your help to arrive. Dew on the glass, dew on the leaf, a drop gathering slowly at the tip of one long blade of grass, taking all the time there is, and letting go, landing soft. The ground receiving it the way sleep receives a thought, without comment, without keeping it. That's how the last of tonight goes. Gathering, slipping, received. You did enough. It's ripening. Rest now. Heavy on the ground, easy in the dark, warm behind the old warm wall. The garden grows, and asks nothing. And the night goes on holding, all of it, the lane and the wall and the cooling glass, the slow silver writing of the snail, the pale moth folded on the pane, and you, furthest in, deepest down, growing in your sleep like everything else in the rose. Further, and softer, and still held. The night that holds the garden is a wide night. It doesn't stop at the wall. It goes on down the hill, over the hedges and the dark hedgerow birds asleep inside them, over roofs, over the last cold chimney, all the way down to where the land runs out. And it holds everything there too, the same way, evenly, without effort. You can go with it. You don't have to move to go with it. Sleep travels like that, the whole dark at once. Down there at the bottom of the night, there's water, a small harbor, curved like an arm around itself. Stone on both sides, old stone, set by hands that are long done working and whose work is still quietly doing its job. The water inside the arm is black and smooth and slow. It barely rises against the steps, barely falls, like something breathing in its sleep, which is what it is tonight. The sea asleep in the crook of the land. The boats are in, all of them, you can tell without counting. There's a settled feeling a harbor has when nothing is out, when every hull is home and every rope is made fast. The boats sit low and easy at their moorings, nodding a little, the way a head nods when the last thought lets go. A rope creaks somewhere, soft, wood against wood, and then doesn't, nothing in that sound but weight resting on what was made to take it. A boat has one job at night, to float, and floating is not an effort. The boat doesn't do anything to stay up. The water does the holding, all of it, the whole time, and the boat only lies there and is held. That's your job too, this deep into the night. Just that, lie there, be held. The bed is doing the water's part. You are doing the boat's, and neither of you is working. And out past the harbor mouth, past the two stone arms, the open sea goes on being enormous in the dark. None of it is yours, not one wave of it. The weather that's making itself somewhere over the far water, not yours. Whatever tomorrow asks of anyone, not yours, not tonight. The crossing, the distance, the deep cold under everything. Let it be as big as it likes. It can be vast out there, and you can be small in here, and both are exactly right. The harbor wall stands between the boats and all that bigness so the boats don't have to think about it. That's what walls like that are for. Something older and heavier than you has already taken the night shift between you and everything too large. You're inside the arm. The big water can carry its own weight. It always has. And the small things. Look how many small finished things are lying about down there in the dark, holding their doneness. A rope someone coiled before they walked home, laid in a neat flat spiral on the stone, done and staying done all night. A lantern wiped and set inside a doorway, boots left by a step, leaning into each other, still shaped like the walking they did. Nets folded over a rail, dark and patient, smelling of salt and rope, needing nothing till a morning that isn't yours to bring. Every one of those things was somebody's small enough. A hand did it, and the hand stopped, and the thing stayed done. Your own small done things are like that now, down somewhere safe in the dark of the day behind you, coiled, set inside, leaning quietly into each other, still done. They don't come undone while you sleep. Nothing you finish today needs holding shut. Far out past the mouth, there's a bell, a buoy riding the slow water and a bell in it that only speaks when the sea moves, and the sea is hardly moving. So the bell hardly speaks, a low soft note round at the edges coming across the water with most of itself worn away by the distance. Long quiet, then the note, then longer quiet. It isn't a warning, it's the opposite of a warning. It's the sound of nothing happening, told slowly. All's well, nothing coming. The water is only turning over in its sleep. You don't have to listen for it. It will say the same thing whether you hear it or not. That's what makes it restful. News that never changes, arriving anyway. The tide is at its stillest hour. Slack water, they call it. The sea resting between one long breath and the next. For a little while nothing pulls either way. The boats hang exactly where they are. The weed under the steps stands straight up in the dark like slow green smoke. Everything afloat is simply afloat, unhurried in every direction. And then, so gradually that no eye could catch the moment, the turn comes. The whole weight of the water leaning the other way. Miles of it moving together without a sound you could point to. The tide does the largest work there is and does it like this. Unwatched, unthanked, never once behind. It will lift every boat in the harbor tonight, all of them at once, evenly, the small ones and the heavy ones, and set them down again before light, and not one of them will know it happened. You are lifted like that in your sleep. Something vast and patient underneath, raising you and lowering you so gently that it feels like nothing at all. It feels like rest. It is rest. You did enough. The day is moored now, made fast, fendered, riding quiet. There is nothing out on the water tonight with your name on it. No light you're supposed to be watching for, no line you're supposed to be holding. You're allowed to be asleep, not just resting. Asleep, all the way in the way the boats are all the way home. Along the coast, a good way off, a light turns. You'd know it even with your eyes closed, the way a room knows the sun. A slow, bright arm sweeping the dark, going all the way around, arriving again. Never hurrying to get back, never late coming round. It has a rhythm older than anyone awake. Somebody, a long time ago, decided the night sea should be watched so that sleepers wouldn't have to watch it. And they built a tower and put a light in it, and ever since, that watching has been done for everyone at once. It's being done for you right now. This hour, this exact dark is on somebody's chart, inside somebody's beam. You can put down the last of the vigilance. The little sentry in you that stays half listening even in bed. It can stand down. The coast is kept. The watch is not yours. It was never supposed to be yours at this hour. Sleep is what the watching is for. And up the hill from the water, the town is doing what towns do at this hour. Nothing, beautifully. Stoves banked low behind their doors, holding a red so quiet it's almost only warmth. Keys lying in bowls where hands dropped them. Coats on hooks, still holding the shoulders of the people who wore them, hanging there like soft, patient versions of the day. And in every dark room, someone who carried something today. Every one of them carried something. And every one of them, one way or another, has set it down by now. Clumsily or gently, early or late, they set it down, because the night makes even the stubborn ones put things down eventually. You're one of them. One sleeper among the sleepers, one boat among the boats. Not the exception. Not the one who has to stay up minding it all, just one of the held. Feel how the body has taken the harbor's advice. You're riding low and easy now, settled into your own weight the way a hull settles when the load is right. Nothing straining, nothing listing. The breath moves under you like water under a boat. A long, slow lift, a long, slow lowering. You're not doing it any more than the boat does the tide. It comes up under you and it sets you down and it comes up under you again. And the hands, open or nearly, nothing in them. A whole day of holding, and now this, the long, empty-handed hours, which are also yours, which you also earned. The jaw soft, the face unmade, the way faces are only in the dark, off-duty, belonging to no one's looking. Heavy at the heels, heavy along the spine, heavy the way rope is heavy when it's coiled and down. The bell again is further apart now, the sea barely bothering to ring it. A note, a long dark, a note, like someone turning the pages of a book they've read all their life. The light sweeps and is gone and comes round, unhurried, certain, keeping its old promise to the dark. The tide leans, slow as a season. Every hull in the harbor rises a hair's breadth. Nobody wakes. Salt in the air, tar and rope and cold stone, the smell of things that last. You did enough. The lines are made fast. You can be asleep now, deeper than the harbor, quieter than slack water. Nothing to hold, the water holds. Nothing to watch, the light watches. Nothing to lift, the tide lifts. And the town sleeps above the water, and the water sleeps inside the wall, and the wall stands in the old dark, doing the one thing it was built to do. And you, far inside all of it, in the innermost mooring, ride the small swell of your own breathing. Down and down, easy, low in the water, home. The stones of the harbor arm are still giving back the last of the day's sun. You could lay a hand on them and feel it, that faint stored warmth deep in the grain. The way old stone keeps what it's given and lets it go slowly, all night, without ever running out before morning. Everything down here keeps something. The stone keeps warmth. The rope keeps the shape of its coil. The boats keep their names through the dark, painted and patient, waiting to be read by a light that isn't in a hurry. And you keep nothing at all right now, which is the softest kind of keeping there is. Empty, breathing, kept. A heron stands somewhere on the far slip, one-legged, folded into itself like a closed umbrella. Asleep standing up because that's how it rests, and no one ever taught it, and it never worried whether it was doing rest correctly. Rest is not a skill. It isn't graded. It's only a direction, and you're facing it, and the night is a long, slow slope going that way, and everything on the slope rolls gently down without trying. The heron, the boats, the last warmth in the stone. The water against the steps makes the smallest sound there is. Not a lap, hardly. A touch. The sea putting a fingertip to the land, over and over, absent-mindedly, the way a sleeper's hand rests against a wall. It has been making that sound since before there were ears to hear it, and it will make it all night whether anyone listens. You can let it be the floor under all the other quiet. The bell rides on top of it. The light passes over it. Your breathing lies down beside it. Small sound, smaller sound, no sound. All three are safe. Somewhere under the harbor, below the hulls, below the dark glass of the surface, the fish hang still in the cold, facing the tide the way weather vanes face wind, resting without closing their eyes, because that's their way. Every sleeping thing has its own way, and none of them is wrong. Yours tonight is this. Heavy in a warm bed at the top of the night, far from the water, held by the same dark, going down the same slope. The moon isn't out, or it is, somewhere behind the high, thin cloud, a paleness rather than a light, rubbing the edges off everything. No shadows down there tonight, nothing sharp. The masts, the rails, the stacked pots on the quay, all of it worn soft at the edges like sea glass. The night does that to whatever it holds long enough, takes the edges off. It's doing it to the day you had, whatever still had corners on it when you lay down. Turning it over slowly in the dark water, patient as tide, until it's smooth enough to keep or let sink, and either way it can't cut anyone anymore. You did enough, and the proof isn't anywhere you have to go looking. It's in the sitting of the boats, low and content. It's in the coiled rope staying coiled. It's in you, in this heaviness, which is not tiredness anymore. It stopped being tiredness a while back. It's just weight now, the good weight of a thing at rest in the place where it belongs. The bell, once soft as a spoon set down on wool. The light comes round, touches the window sills above the harbor, asks nothing of the sleepers behind them, moves on. The tide keeps leaning its long lean. The weed bows the other way now, slowly all together, like grass under a wind too gentle to hear. And the arm of the harbor holds, and the night holds the arm, and something quieter than the night holds all of it. It doesn't need a name this late. It's just the holding. You've been inside it the whole time. Low in the water, lines fast, lamp out. Nothing coming, nothing owed. The sea breathes. You breathe. Neither of you is counting. Down and slower, and softer than the touch of water on the steps. Still afloat, still home, still held. The night is wide, wider than any one place. And somewhere in it, far inland, up a lane with grass growing down the middle of it, there's an orchard asleep on the side of a hill. Old trees. Older than anyone who tends them now. Planted in rows by hands that finished their work a long time ago and went to their own rest. And the rows are still there, still leaning a little with the slope, still doing the one slow thing they know. You don't have to walk there. At this depth, places come to you. It's simply around you now. The long grass, the crooked rows, the dark shapes of the trees holding up their armfuls of leaves under a sky with no edges left in it. Nothing in an orchard hurries. That's the first thing the dark tells you here. Nothing in it has ever hurried, not once, and everything got done anyway. The blossom came when it came. The fruit set when it set. All summer the apples have been filling in the dark and the light alike, taking exactly the time they take, and no tree in these rows has ever once been behind. There's no such thing here. There is only the pace of the thing itself, and the pace is always right because it's the only pace there is. You grew at your own pace today, too. Whatever ripened in you, ripened. Whatever didn't, isn't late. It's still on the branch, still being made, and it doesn't need you awake to finish. The grass is going heavy with dew. You can feel how that happens. Not falling, not arriving from anywhere. Just the air letting go of what it carried, one held breath at a time until every blade wears a little weight of water it did nothing to earn. That's how rest comes too. Not fetched, not achieved. just settling out of the dark onto whatever holds still long enough to receive it. You're holding still. It's settling on you now, along the arms, across the back of the neck. A fine, kind weight, beating on you the way night beads on grass. And up in the branches, in the dark you can't see into and don't need to, the apples are getting sweeter. Right now, this hour, sugar moving slowly into them out of the wood, out of the roots, out of ground that drank rain months ago. Sweetness happening in the dark with nobody watching, nobody measuring, nobody deserving it or failing to. Some of the best work in the world is like that. It goes on while everyone sleeps. It doesn't need an audience or a keeper. Things are getting sweeter somewhere every single night, and tonight you're one of them. Something in you is being finished gently while you lie here. You don't have to attend. You're not the maker of it. You're the orchard it happens in. Here and there in the long grass there are windfalls, apples that let go early, and the orchard has never once called that a failure. The grass takes them. The ground takes them. The wasps had their fill in the warm afternoons, and now the night has them. And by spring they'll be soil, and by summer they'll be tree again, coming up through the roots like a rumor of themselves. Nothing that falls here is lost. It just changes hands, whatever you drop today. Whatever slipped from you unfinished, unsaid, unsent, the grass has it. It isn't rotting on your ledger. There is no ledger. There's just the ground, which refuses nothing, and the long patience that turns everything dropped into something growing. You did enough today. The orchard would tell you so if it talked, but it doesn't talk. It just stands there being the proof. 100 years of enough, season after season, some years heavy and some years light, and no tree ever apologized for a light year. The light years are part of how the heavy years get made. Maybe today was a light year of a day. That's allowed. That's in the design. The roots were busy anyway. They always are. The bark under your hand, if your hand were here, rough and soft at once. Old wood wearing its whole history on the outside. Every scar grown around and kept. None of it hidden, none of it disqualifying. Lichen on the north side, pale green-gray, a slow embroidery that took decades and harmed nothing. Moss in the fork of the low branch, a cushion the size of a sleeping mouse. Old things get softer to the touch, not harder. They get more welcoming, not less. Whatever is old in you is going that way too. The scarred places grown around, the rough places wearing kind. You are being weathered in the good direction. It's very slow. It's already working. An owl crosses the orchard. You'd never hear it. That's the whole art of an owl, a sound the night decided to keep for itself. Just a softness moving over the rows, low and level and gone over the hedge. Even the mice only feel a coolness pass. Let it stand for all the things that cross your night without touching you. Most of them do, you know. Most of what moves in the dark is just going somewhere else. On its own errand, nothing to do with you. You can let the night have its traffic. None of it stops here. Between two low branches, there's a web finished hours ago, and now the dew is finding it. Thread by thread it's turning visible. A small wheel of water hung in the dark, perfect and brief and completely done. Whoever made it isn't admiring it. She's tucked at the hub with her legs drawn in, resting because the work is the resting now. The web will fish all night by itself. That's what finished work does. It works without you. Everything you actually finished today is out there doing that. Catching what it catches, holding what it holds, needing you exactly as much as the web needs the spider awake, which is not at all. At the bottom of the orchard there's a wall. Old brick, waist-high, crumbling sweetly at the top, warm, still warm. It drank sun all afternoon, hour after hour, and now, long after dark, it's giving the warmth back slowly to the air, to the moss on its shoulders, to whatever leans against it. The day isn't gone, you see. It's stored. It's being released gently all night by everything that held it. And you held it too. Whatever was good in your day, whatever small sun fell on you. A word, a taste, a minute of ease you hardly noticed. It's in you the way the day is in the brick, and it will keep you warm for hours, yet without your doing one thing to help. You can lean on that. It holds. The gate at the top of the rose is on its latch, not locked, just closed, a soft iron click that happened at dusk and meant, that's the day then. Done is different from locked. Done can be opened again in the morning with one finger. But tonight it stays shut, not because anything is forbidden, only because nothing more is needed. Your day is on its latch too. Nothing in it can get out and wander. Nothing new can get in. One small click, hours ago, and it's been holding ever since. And past the gate, down where the lane flattens, there's a house with its windows dark. And inside the house, a kitchen. And inside the kitchen, the last warm thing awake. The stove was banked at bedtime, embers raked together and a soft gray coat of ash pulled over them, the way you'd pull a blanket over a sleeping child. And under that ash all night, a low orange life goes on, not burning exactly, keeping. A slow, held warmth that asks for nothing, eats almost nothing, and will still be there at dawn to be breathed back to flame with one dry stick. That is what your own warmth is doing now. Banked, coated soft, kept. You are not going out. You were never in danger of going out. You're just burning at the speed of sleep, which is the slowest and surest fire there is. The metal ticks as it cools. Tiny sounds, minutes apart. Tick, and long nothing, and tick. The stove settling into itself, iron letting go of the day one small click at a time. It isn't keeping count. It's the opposite of counting. It's the sound of a thing subtracting, getting simpler, going down toward plain, warm quiet. Your body makes its own small settlings like that. A shoulder giving up another held degree. A hand loosening around nothing. Little clicks of release, minutes apart, all night. None of them needs your permission anymore. You gave it hours ago. On the table, under a clean cloth, there's a bowl of dough, proving overnight, and this might be the kindest fact in the whole house. It rises by itself. In the dark, in the cool, with every person under this roof asleep, the bread is quietly becoming bread. Nobody kneading, nobody watching, nobody worrying it upward. It was given everything it needed before bedtime, and now the best thing anyone can do for it, the only right thing, is to leave it alone till morning. Some things in your life are under the cloth tonight, given what they needed, rising on their own, and the only right thing left is exactly what you're doing. Nothing. Beautifully, correctly, nothing. The chairs are pushed in. The cloth is folded over the rail. The cups are upside down on the shelf, drying into morning. A kitchen at rest is one of the honest sights of the world. It doesn't pretend the day didn't happen. The crumbs happened, the spills happened, the unwashed pan soaking in the dark happened, and it's still at rest. Rest doesn't require a perfect ending. It only requires an ending. Yours ended. However it ended, and the kitchen of it is dark now, and the pan can soak. The pan is fine. Soaking is the pan being taken care of. Some of what you left undone tonight is just soaking. It will come clean easier in the morning than it ever would have tonight. By the stove, on a folded blanket gone thin in the middle from years of exactly this, an old dog is asleep, deep in it, his breathing so slow and so easy that the whole room seems to breathe with him. Every so often his paws move a little, a soft running nowhere, some green field going by behind his closed eyes. And then even that smooths out. He has never once in his life wondered whether he earned his sleep. It would never occur to him. He did his day. He lay down. That was the whole arithmetic, and it's the right arithmetic. It's yours tonight if you want it. You did your day. You lay down. There is no third step. There was never a third step. The warmth from the stove reaches him, reaches the table legs, reaches the dough under its cloth and coaxes it, slow as anything, a little higher. Warmth in a dark room finds every low thing and every still thing first. And you are low and you are still. So it has found you too, across the feet, along the spine, pooling where you're heaviest. You don't have to hold your body anymore. The bed is doing all of it, every ounce. It took the job hours ago and it has never once complained. The bed is glad of you. Beds are. A bed with a sleeper in it is a stove with a fire banked. It's the whole point of the thing, finally happening. Upstairs, the rooms are dark and full of slow breathing. And under the house, the ground. And under the ground, the roots of the orchard, running deeper than the wall, deeper than the lane, holding the whole hillside together in a dark handclasp nobody will ever see. Everything is being held by something below it. The dough by the bowl, the dog by the blanket, the house by the hill by the sleeping weight of the earth itself, turning slowly through the dark with all its orchards and kitchens aboard, and not one of them asked to help with the turning. You're not asked either. You have never once been asked to keep the world going overnight. It's not your shift. It was never your shift. The night staff of things. The roots, the embers, the rising dough, the settled wall. They have it. They've always had it. So the last few things can go now. Whatever's still in your hands, and it isn't much anymore. A thread of tomorrow, maybe. Let the grass have it. A face, a sentence, a small unfinished sum. Under the cloth with them. They'll rise or they won't, and either way, morning you will manage, morning you always has. Every single morning of your life so far arrived and was managed. That's a perfect record. You can lean on a record like that the way the moss leans on the wall. You did enough, today and yesterday and further back than you'd believe. Enough isn't a line you cross. It's a place you're allowed to lie down. You're lying in it now. The stove ticks, once a long, warm nothing. The dough lifts by the width of a breath. The dog sighs, and the room sighs with him. Dew on the grass, sweetness in the dark, warmth under the ash. Everything kept, everything keeping. And you going down through it all at the speed of settling, slower than falling, softer than landing, more like the ash coat drawn over the embers, more like the cloth over the bowl. Covered, kept, allowed. The hill holds the house holds the warm room holds its sleepers, everyone. And somewhere in the rows above, an apple lets go of its branch, one small sound in the grass, the softest full stop, and the orchard doesn't even stir, because nothing ending gently is a loss. It's just the night receiving what's ready. You're ready like that, heavy like that, held like that. Down, by degrees, by ticks of cooling iron, by breaths. Warm under the ash, rising under the cloth, asleep on the thin blanket by the fire. All of it you, all of it yours, all of it resting. And while you go on resting, the night goes on being night in other places too. It doesn't stop at the edge of your room. It runs out past everything, all the way to where the land itself lies down. And there, at the very edge, there's a small harbor, asleep like you. The tide is out. It went without asking anyone. It slipped away down the shingle an hour ago, quiet as a guest who knows the house, and it left the boats sitting on the soft, dark mud, leaning a little, each one tipped gently onto its own hull like a head onto a pillow. And here is the thing about a boat on the mud at low tide. It is not failing to float. Nobody stands on the harbor wall and worries about it. It's just resting on what's underneath, the way everything rests on what's underneath, waiting for the water that is already, even now, already turning around far out in the dark and beginning its long, unhurried walk back in. You could be like that. You are like that, settled onto something soft that was under you the whole time, not sinking, not stuck, just set down for the night at the angle of rest, while the thing that lifts you makes its slow way back without any help from you at all. The moon does the pulling. That's the whole arrangement. The moon leans on the water from 250,000 miles away, and the water comes and goes, twice a day, every day, for longer than there have been harbors, for longer than there have been names for the moon. And in all that time, it has never once been late in any way that mattered, never once needed reminding, never once needed a person lying awake to keep it moving. The largest tidal chore on Earth, and it is handled. It has always been handled. So many things are handled that you have never had to think about even once. And tonight, everything of yours can join them. Everything of yours can go on the moon's list instead. Pulled and released, without you lifting a finger. Listen, somewhere along the quay, a rope taps its mast. Once, a small wooden sound, soft as someone patting a shoulder. There, and then nothing again for a long while. The boats don't mind the waiting. Boats are very good at waiting. They spend most of their lives tied up, and no one calls it wasted. A tied-up boat is not a boat behind schedule. It's a boat between things, which is a real place to be, an honorable place, the place where the paint dries and the wood breathes and the ropes rest in their coils. You are between things, between today and tomorrow, between the last thought and the next one that never quite arrives. And it is a real place. You're allowed to live in it for these hours. Nothing about you is on hold. This is one of the things you do. This is you doing it. And the knots. Think how many knots are holding right now, all along this one small harbor. Every boat tied by somebody's hands hours ago, in the daylight, with cold fingers maybe, a couple of turns and a tuck, done in 10 seconds and then walked away from. And every one of those knots is still holding. They don't need their maker awake. They don't loosen at midnight just because no one is watching. Work done stays done. That's the quiet law of it. The knot goes on being tied all night long, faithfully in the dark, and the hands that tied it are somewhere warm, curled under a blanket, completely forgotten by the rope and forgiven for it. Whatever you tied off today, and you tied off more than you know, the small securings, the little 2 turns and a tuck of ordinary life, the door you locked, the message you finally sent, the thing you remembered just in time, the kindness you did without even filing it away, all of it is still holding. None of it needs you awake. You can be the hands under the blanket now, forgotten by your own knots, and forgiven. They'll hold till morning. That's what they're for. The tide, meanwhile, keeps coming. You can't hear it yet. It's still far out, a dark line moving over darker sand, patient as anything. It covers a little ground and rests and covers a little more. It has no idea it's being slow. Slow isn't a thing the tide knows about. There is only the coming in at the speed of coming in, and you going down at the speed of going down. Neither of you behind, neither of you hurried. 2 soft movements in the dark, passing each other somewhere, one rising, one settling, both exactly on time because there is no other time to be on. Up on the headland, the lighthouse turns. You don't need to picture it brightly. It's a soft thing at this distance, a slow, pale brush over the water, around and around, steady as breathing. And here is what a lighthouse really is. It's the watch you don't have to stand. It exists so that everyone else can close their eyes. Somebody, long ago, looked at the night and said, "Let one light do the looking and let every other soul in the town lie down." And it worked. It still works. All along the dark coast, in all the small houses, people are asleep tonight precisely because the looking has been handed over. And you can hand yours over too. Whatever you've been keeping half an eye on in that tired inward way. The worry you check on like a pot that might boil. Hand it to the light on the headland. Let one slow circling thing do the watching for the whole night, for the whole coast, for you. That's its shift, not yours. Yours ended hours ago. Yours ended when you lay down. You did what the day asked, and where you couldn't, you did what you could, and that is the entire assignment. There was never a secret second page. Enough was reached quietly, sometime this afternoon maybe, without a bell going off. You crossed it without noticing, the way the tide crosses the sandbar. And everything since then has been extra. Even the worrying was extra. You can stop doing the extra now. You're allowed. You've been allowed for hours. Down on the mud, a curlew calls once. Far off. That long, low, falling note they make, like a question deciding halfway through to be a lullaby instead. And then the flats are quiet again. The birds are tucked along the old pilings, heads under wings, balanced and unbothered. A bird asleep on one leg above the tide trusts more per ounce than anyone you've ever met. And it doesn't even call it trust. It just tucks and sleeps. The water will rise beneath it and it will sleep on. The whole night economy runs on that kind of unexamined trust. The birds trust the pilings. The boats trust the knots. The town trusts the lighthouse. The water trusts the moon. Nobody's checking anybody's work. It all just holds the way it held last night, the way it will hold tomorrow. You can be one more trusting weight in the great dark ledger of things held. Tucked. Balanced without trying, asleep above your own rising tide. And your breath, you'll notice if any part of you is still noticing. Your breath has gone tidal, long and shallow and even and over the sandbar, out over the sandbar. You're not doing it. It's being done the way the tide is done. Something faithful in you, older than your name, has the night shift of your breathing, and it has never once missed. Not in all your sleeping life. Every night you've ever lived, it breathed you through to morning without a single note of thanks, and it doesn't want thanks. It wants exactly this. You, gone heavy. You, handed over. It does its best work when you forget it entirely. So forget it. Forget the breath, and it deepens. Forget the hands, and they open. They're empty now, or nearly. Whatever they were holding has been set on the water like the last small boats of the day, untied on purpose, pushed off gently. Let them go out with the tide that went out. They'll ride at anchor somewhere out in tomorrow, perfectly safe, swinging slowly on their moorings in a morning you don't have to build tonight. Morning builds itself. It's being built right now, out past the dark line of the water, by the same crew that's always built it. The turning, the tilting, the light making its long way here. None of it waits on you. None of it ever has. The sun has never once checked whether you were ready. The jaw could soften if it hasn't, just the width of one held breath letting itself out. And the small muscles around the eyes, the ones that did all that looking today, they can stand down. The eyes are off duty. The lighthouse has the looking. The tongue can lie loose in the mouth like a rope in its coil. Nothing left today to say. Everything sayable already said, or safely waiting, or never needed after all. The water reaches the first of the boats now. You'd hardly know it, just a different quality in the silence under one hull, a cold, soft touch along the keel. And the boat doesn't wake. Boats don't startle at the tide. It will be lifted in an hour without noticing the moment it happens. Afloat before it knows it, upright before it knows it, everything righted in its sleep. And that is how the biggest corrections actually come. Not with effort, not with a heave. Just a slow water rising under a resting thing until what was tilted is level again. Whatever felt tilted in you today, whatever leaned wrong, sat crooked, wouldn't sit straight no matter how you shifted it. It can be righted the same way, in your sleep, by something that rises on its own. You don't have to be there for it. You especially don't have to be awake for it. It works better if you aren't. Rest is the tide coming in. That's all it's ever been. You lie still on the soft, dark ground of yourself, and something rises and lifts and levels. Every night the same lifting. Every night the same quiet refloat. You've been refloated thousands of times and never once watched it happen. Let tonight be one more time you don't watch. The harbor smells of salt and tar and wet rope. Old smells. Smells that mean everything's where it lives. Nothing in a harbor at night is out of place. The coils are on their cleats. The floats are in their stacks. The nets were spread and mended in the afternoon sun by patient hands, hole by hole, and folded down before dusk, and they lie now in the sterns like gathered gray clouds, soft, ready, requiring nothing. A mended net asks for nothing. It's one of the most finished things in the world, and you have mended things too this very day, small nets you don't even count. The smoothed over moment, the patience you found twice when you only had it once, the tiny repairs of ordinary kindness. They're folded now. They lie in the stern of the day, finished. You're carrying nothing forward that isn't folded. Out in the black water beyond the harbor mouth, the fish hang still in the cold, drifting a little, dreaming whatever fish dream if they dream. Below them, the water gets slower and older. And below that, the sea floor, holding everything the way floors do without comment. The deep doesn't churn all night. That's a thing people get wrong. The deep is the calmest place there is. All the weather happens at the surface. Every wave you've ever feared was a surface event. And you are sinking now below your own weather, down through the last thin chop of thought, into the part of you that has always been calm, that was calm even today, even at the worst moment of today, lying under everything like the still cold water under the waves, untouched, unhurried, entirely yours. It was there the whole time. It's there every time. You're in it now. Still, dark, held. The light sweeps and swings away, and everything it doesn't light goes on being safe in the dark because the dark was never the danger. The dark is just the sea the light fishes in. Slow circles, nothing caught, nothing needs catching. The water finds the second boat, a soft, cold hello along the planks. No answer needed. The curlew again, further now, or maybe only remembered. The rope taps its mast once, there. And you lower than all of it, under the taps and the sweeps and the slow arriving water. Under the last few sounds, the way the mud is under the boats. Soft, certain, asked for nothing. You did enough. The day is tied off. The knots will hold. You're not behind. The tide isn't behind. Nothing that moves at its own speed is behind. You're allowed this, hours of it, all the hours it wants to take. The moon leans on the water leans on the shore leans back into the land, and the land runs all the way from that far salt edge to here, to this room, to the bed, to the warm, still weight of you, one unbroken holding, coast to pillow. You're on the list of things the night is keeping. You've always been on the list. In, over the sandbar. Out, over the sandbar. The boats will lift in their sleep. You'll be lifted in yours. No moment to wait for, no moment to notice. Just the slow water doing what slow water does, under the hull, under the night, under you. Salt in the air, rope in its coil, light going around. And the tide coming in the whole time, all night, without a sound you could point to, rising by the width of a breath, and another, and another. Heavy now, level now, kept now. The harbor holds its boats, the night holds its harbor, and something older and kinder than both of them holds you, has you, had you all along. Down by water widths, by breaths. Nothing to carry, nothing to watch, nothing to be. Just this, the dark, the salt, the slow arriving sea. And you in the middle of it, resting on what was under you the whole time. Going down as the water comes up. Meeting somewhere, soft in your sleep. And somewhere far from any coast, far inland, where the night is a different kind of quiet, it has begun to snow. You don't have to go there. It comes to you, the way places do now at this depth, arriving soft at the edge of sleep and unfolding without asking anything. An orchard, old, maybe 40 trees, maybe 50, no one has counted in years. Apple, mostly. A few pear at the far end where the ground dips. Their branches bare and black and glazed with the first thin white, and the snow coming down through the dark in no hurry at all. There is no wind. The flakes fall the way dust falls in a still room, each one taking the whole long height of the night to come down, turning a little, tilting, landing so lightly that even the thinnest twig doesn't move. And the sound, which is not a sound, snow doesn't make silence, it makes something softer than silence. It takes the edges off every noise for miles, so the world sounds the way a room sounds with one more blanket hung over the door. Furred, close, kind. You can rest inside that non-sound for a while. It asks even less of you than the dark does. The orchard is asleep, and it is allowed to be. That's the thing about an orchard in winter that nobody says out loud. No one stands at the wall in January and calls the trees lazy. No one asks the bare branches what they've accomplished lately. Everyone understands, without being told, that this is the part of the year where the tree's whole work is to stand still and be held by the cold. You're in that part of the night, your own small January, and the same understanding covers you. Nothing in you is being asked to bloom right now. Nothing in you is bare because it failed. Bare is just what rest looks like from the outside. The snow keeps coming. It lands along the long limb of the oldest apple tree, the one that leans, the one that has been leaning for 30 years and has a wooden prop under its elbow like a cane. And the tree lets the whiteness gather along its whole crooked length, an ounce at a time. The way sleep has been gathering along you. And under the snow, under the bark, the tree has already done next year. That isn't a pretty idea, it's just true. The buds are already made. They were finished back in autumn. Every blossom that tree will open in May is already folded up small and sealed and waiting. The work was done in advance. So the tree rests, and even resting, nothing about it is unready. So much of your tomorrow is folded up like that inside you, made already, out of things you've already done, already learned, already come through. You don't have to build tomorrow tonight. It's packed. It will open in its own month, on its own warmth. Tonight you're allowed to be the bare branch and the snow and the standing still. The flakes come down past the branches now and begin to fill the grass, slowly, first a lace, then a linen, then a wool, covering the whole floor of the orchard, the fallen leaves, the old windfalls gone soft at the roots of the hedge, the molehills, and the single wooden ladder lying on its side where someone left it after the last day of picking. Stay near the ladder a moment. Someone climbed it all autumn, up and down, 100 mornings, hands cold, the bag heavy on the shoulder. And when the last apple came down, they laid the ladder in the grass and walked inside, and they haven't thought of it since. And the ladder is not a failure lying there. It is a tool between seasons. It is the shape of work completed, resting exactly where the work ended. Whatever you set down tonight can lie like that. Snowed over, safe, not lost. Spring knows where the ladder is. Morning knows where your unfinished things are. Nothing has to be held in your hands all night to stay kept. Down at the root line, below the reach of the frost, the ground is warmer than you'd guess. The earth holds the summer a long time, the way a stone doorstep stays warm after dusk. And the roots lie in that stored warmth all winter, drinking almost nothing, doing almost nothing, alive at the slowest speed a living thing can go. And that slowness is not weakness. It is the deepest kind of keeping. Your body knows that speed. It is finding it now, the heart gone quiet and even, the breath down to its winter pace. Everything in you banking its warmth low and steady, like coals raked to the back of a stove for the night. You don't have to tend any of it. It tends itself. It has tended itself every single night of your life, thousands of them, and never once forgot you. Somewhere near the middle of the orchard, under the snow, under the grass, in a tunnel the width of a thumb, a field mouse is warm. It has seeds in a dry hollow and its own heat folded around it, and above it the snow is not cold. Above it the snow is the roof. Snow is a blanket that falls from the sky. That is all it has ever been. The small things of the field sleep warmer under a deep winter than a thin one. And you, under your own roof, inside your own warmth. You made that warmth. No one handed it to you. Your body brewed it all evening out of nothing but being alive. And now it is pooled around you under the covers, a climate the size of a bed, entirely yours. Of everything today asked of you, here is one thing finished and perfect and needing no improvement. You are warm. You did that. At the orchard's edge there is a wall. Dry stone, no mortar, set by hands more than 100 years gone. Every stone chosen for the stone beneath it. Every small gap left on purpose so the wind passes through instead of pushing. And it stands. It has stood through every winter since, not by straining, but because each stone simply rests its whole weight on the one below. That is all standing ever was, rest, arranged well. And you are arranged well now, every part of you resting its whole weight on the part beneath. Head on pillow, pillow on bed, bed on floor, floor on ground, ground on the slow, warm dark of the earth. Nothing anywhere in the stack is straining. Nothing has to be strong tonight. It only has to lean and be leaned on, and it already is. The snow caps every stone in white, rounds every edge it finds. A deer comes through the far gap in the wall. You would never hear it, steps printing the new snow, neat and dark. It stops under the pear trees, breath showing, ears turning once, twice. Finds nothing to fear because there is nothing to fear. Noses a little snow off a low branch, more curiosity than hunger, and moves on into the field beyond. And the snow begins filling its footprints the moment they are made. That is what the night does with the day's tracks. Yours too, every step you took today, the sure ones and the stumbling ones, filling in soft behind you. By morning the field is smooth, not because the steps didn't matter, but because they are done, walked, finished. They carried you here, and here is a bed and warmth and this. You did enough today. The ladder is down, the fruit is in, the buds are sealed. Whatever today looked like from the inside, from out here it looks like a field that got walked all the way across. And now it is snowing on it, gently, and you are allowed to rest. At the orchard's corner stands the farmhouse, one window of low gold, a ribbon of smoke rising from the chimney, straight as string in the windless cold, climbing and climbing until it thins away into the snow coming down. Warmth going up, snow coming down, passing each other quietly in the dark. Neither one in charge, both of them right. Against the house wall, under a lean of tin, the woodpile, rows of split logs, stacked in summer, dried through autumn, each one halved and quartered months before anyone was cold. So that tonight, warmth is not something the house has to go and find. It only has to reach out to what was already made. And you have a woodpile too. Every hard thing you've already come through, seasoned and stacked somewhere in you. You don't feel it lying here, and you don't need to. It's what your steadiness is made of. Warmth, prepared in advance by earlier versions of you who did the splitting so that tonight you could just be warm. Further along the wall, 3 hives, white-roofed now like everything else. And inside each one the bees are gathered in a slow, soft ball around their queen. barely moving, humming lower than hearing, living all winter on the sweetness they put away in June. Nobody in that hive is working. Nobody in that hive is worried. The whole art of their winter is to stay close and stay slow and let the stored summer feed them. You have stored sweetness too, small jars of it from today even. The one thing that went fine, the face that was glad to see you, the minute, somewhere in the middle of everything when it was just quiet and you noticed. You don't have to list them. They feed you anyway. They're feeding you now the way honey feeds a sleeping hive without anyone opening their eyes. And under the house, the cellar, cool, dark, dry, shelf after shelf of the year's apples, each one wrapped in its twist of paper, laid in straw, not touching its neighbors. The whole sweetness of the summer kept safe in the dark. Darkness is where good things keep best. It always has been. And you, wrapped and laid in the warm dark of your bed, are being kept the same careful way, not shelved, treasured. The lamp in the window goes out. The gold becomes the same soft blue dark as everything else. And nothing is lost. The house is exactly as warm as it was a moment ago. Dark is not the absence of the warmth. Dark is only the color that rest comes in. Snow on the roof now, on the tin over the woodpile, on the round wooden lid of the water barrel, on the gatepost. The whole small world getting the same blanket, corner to corner, no place skipped, nothing too little to be covered. And you, in the way that matters, under that same patience, covered without being asked to do anything about it. Heavier now, you, in the good way, the way snow makes a bough heavier ounce by ounce, until it rests at a lower, easier angle than it held all summer. Your shoulders have come down like that. Your hands, wherever they are, have gone loose as dropped gloves. Your face has let go of every expression and returned to the face you had before anyone needed anything from it. In, slow as smoke rising. Out, slow as snow falling. That is the whole economy of you tonight. One soft thing rising, one soft thing settling, everything else closed until morning, shutters in, nothing owing. The buds are sealed, the roots are warm, the mouse is asleep in its round grass room, the bees are one slow warm murmur, the deer is lying now in a scrape of snow in the next field, at ease in the open the way wild things are, because rest is not a risk. Rest is the oldest safety there is. And the snow keeps coming. It will come for hours. It does not need you to watch it. That is the tenderest part. All this falling, all this covering, all this quiet arranging of white along black branches goes on whether anyone sees it or not. The night doesn't take attendance. You can sleep through every minute of it and still have been here because you were held by it. And held is held, awake or asleep. Deeper. The orchard rows blur into one softness. Tree, snow, like slow breathing scene from very far away. Nothing to keep track of. The flakes come down past no one, for no one perfectly. You did enough. It's an old fact by now, worn smooth as a doorstep. It hardly needs saying anymore, but here it is once more anyway, laid over you light as the newest inch. Enough, and allowed, and warm. Not behind. The winter isn't behind. The sealed buds aren't behind. A snowflake wandering sideways for half the height of the sky isn't behind. Everything resting toward its own season is exactly on time, and so are you. The smoke climbs. The snow drifts down. The wall goes on standing by leaning. The prop goes on holding the old tree's arm, and neither of them gives it a thought. And you, under blankets, under quiet, under the long white patience of the night, warm at the center of all of it, kept the way the cellar keeps its wrapped apples, close and dark and good. In, like the hush between two flakes. Out, like a bough letting its snow slide soft to the soft ground. Lower, slower. The night has hours yet, wide, unhurried, paid-for hours. None of them need you, all of them hold you. Snow on snow now, the first inch keeping the second keeping the third, rest resting on rest. And far beneath it all, the warm ground, patient, certain, already carrying spring without lifting a thing. You too. Carrying tomorrow without lifting a thing. Just by being warm and breathing and here. Somewhere over the field, an owl crosses, wide-winged, softer than the snow itself, not hunting so much as drifting, one slow pass over the white, and gone into the dark past the hedge. The house ticks once as its beams settle into the cold, old wood finding its night shape. The way your own body found its shape an hour ago and has only grown heavier into it since. And the flakes keep coming down, one and one and one, no two alike, not one of them late, falling the whole soft height of the dark, landing lighter than thought, on the branch, on the wall, on the hive roofs, thickening their white caps while the bees hum on underneath, warm in the middle of winter, asleep in the middle of plenty. The snow that falls on the orchard falls farther too. The same slow sky leans out over the hills and past them, past the last fence, past the last lane, down the long tilt of the land to where it ends. And there, at the edge of everything, the flakes come down over dark water. And this is the gentlest thing snow does. It lands on the sea and simply becomes it. No settling, no keeping, no white to measure in the morning. Each flake touches the surface and is water, instantly, easily, as if it had only ever been on its way home. Nothing is lost in that. Nothing is asked. A whole sky's worth of falling, received without a single thing to carry. You could let your thoughts do that, if any are still drifting. Not held, not sorted. Just touched down and taken in and gone soft into something larger that was always going to hold them anyway. The harbor sleeps below the snow. A small one, half-moon of stone, a dozen boats at their moorings with their masts bare, and their decks dusted faintly white where the flakes last a moment before the salt air thins them. The boats did their work today, whatever it was. Miles of gray water, nets, weather, the long attention the sea asks of anyone who goes out on it. And now they are done in the completest way a thing can be done, tied and fendered and riding quiet. They don't review the day. They don't rehearse tomorrow's tide. They lie on the water that carried them and let it keep carrying them, because carrying is what it does whether they're working or not. And the tide is coming in now, slow as honor. You'd never catch it moving if you watched, but it lifts every hull in the harbor all the same, an inch and another inch, evenly, all of them together, the worn ones and the freshly painted ones, the ones that went out today and the ones that stayed in. The tide doesn't check. It lifts what's floating. That's the whole of its policy. You're floating, you're lifted. That's the whole of tonight. The mooring ropes take the change without waking anyone. A soft creak, low, wooden, patient. The sound of something holding easily. Not straining, not gripping, just staying attached, the way a hand stays in another hand long after both have stopped thinking about it. You can rest inside sounds like that, sounds made by things that are fine. Out past the harbor mouth, on its black shoulder of rock, the lighthouse turns. It has been turning all evening, and it will turn until the sky pales. And it will not once hurry or skip or wonder if it's doing enough. One slow beam walking its circle over the water, touching the swells, the moored boats, the snow coming down, the far nothing of the horizon, touching each thing once lightly and moving on. It doesn't hold anything in its light. It only proves, over and over at the same unhurried pace, that everything is still where it should be. No one stands watch up there anymore. The light keeps its own promise now. It was built to wound into it like patience into a clock. And somewhere in a cottage below it, a person who once would have climbed those stairs at midnight is simply asleep, their old duty humming along without them, faithful in the dark. That's allowed. Some things we used to hold now hold themselves, and the night is full of them, more than you'd ever guess. Systems and seasons and tides and turning lights, all keeping on, none of them needing a single waking mind to supervise. So the watch is covered. It always was. You can stand down. The beam swings past again. You could breathe with it if breathing wants a companion. The light coming around. The light going away. Around, away. Nothing counted, nothing owed. Just a rhythm older than your evening, offering itself the way rhythms do freely to anyone lying still enough to notice. Far out past where the beam thins, a bell buoy rocks on the swell. One soft note, then a long dark gap, then another. No hand rings it, no schedule. Only the sea's own slow shoulder rolling under it, tipping the bell just enough. A sound made entirely of motion that was already happening. Effort borrowed from the deep, spent as music, asked back from no one. It has been ringing like that through nights no one heard it, and it rang just as well. Unwitnessed is not unfinished. The bell knows that. The snow knows it. By now, somewhere under all this heaviness, you know it too. The day you had counts whether anyone saw it or not. The kindness counts, the trying counts, the getting through counts. Wrung once out in the dark and real. Beneath the boats, the water is cold and slow and full of a stillness fish understand better than anyone. They hang in it, barely finning, eyes open the way sleep looks underwater. The kelp sways with a patience that isn't waiting for anything. Crabs tuck under ledges the way you're tucked under blankets. Everything down there has agreed without a meeting to spend the winter using less, moving less, wanting less, and the sea approves. It dims its own, whether over them like a parent lowering a voice. Less is the season, down there and up here. You're allowed to run on embers tonight, low and warm and banked. Nothing about you needs to be at full flame to be alive. The pilot light is plenty. The pilot light is, in fact, the point. And the tide has been breathing like this, in and out, twice a day, since before there were harbors to fill, before the stone pier, before the first boat, before anyone stood at this edge and named the water. It has never once been early. It has never once been late. It doesn't know how to be behind, because behind isn't a place the sea has ever been. And you are made mostly of the same water, salted the same, tided the same, pulled by the same far moon. Whatever in you fears it has fallen behind is younger than you are, and much younger than what you're made of. The oldest part of you keeps time with the sea, and the sea says you're exactly where the water is supposed to be at this hour, low and quiet and gathering. The town above the harbor has gone dark window by window. It happened slowly while the snow fell. A light over a sink off, a blue flicker in an upstairs room off, the bakery dark hours ago, its ovens cooling, tomorrow's flour asleep in its sacks. Nets folded on the quay in fat, soft coils. Stacked pots, stacked crates, a wheelbarrow tipped against a wall with snow filling its bowl like slow flour. Everywhere you'd look, the same story told in objects. Work, set down. Day closed gently, enough done. A whole town's worth of enough. No one finished everything. No one ever has. The baker left something unproofed. The mender left a net half mended. Somebody's letter is still unanswered on somebody's table. And every one of them is asleep anyway, because unfinished and undeserving were never the same word. The town knows it in its bones. Rest was never a wage. It's the ground everything else stands on. It comes first, not last. It's coming for you now the way the tide comes, evenly, without checking your list. Snow gathers on the harbor wall, on the bollards, on the rings where the ropes run. It rounds every hard edge it finds. Iron wears a soft cap. Stone goes pillowed. The whole waterfront slowly loses its corners. And maybe that's what these hours are doing in you as well. Not fixing anything. Just rounding the edges of the day until nothing in it can catch on you anymore. The sharp word gone soft under an inch of quiet. The mist thing gone soft. The worry with its corners rounded. Sitting out there like one more capped bollard, blunt now and white, and staying outside where it belongs. Morning can have its edges back. Maybe, some of them. The snow makes no promises about that. But tonight, nothing here has a point on it. You can lie down anywhere in this hour and not be caught. The beam comes around again, finds the falling snow and turns a column of its silver for a breath. Lets it go. Flakes drift through the light the way thoughts drift through a resting mind. Lit a moment, lovely a moment, then dark again and falling just the same. You don't have to keep any of them, not even the lovely ones. There will be more. There is no shortage of anything tonight. Not of snow, not of dark, not of hours, not of holding. And the water receives and receives and receives, never fuller, never tired. Somewhere along the quay, a rope shifts its creak to a lower note as the tide settles toward its height. High water in the small hours. The harbor brimmed and easy, every hull riding at the top of the night like a held breath that doesn't need releasing. Fullness without effort. That happens too. Not everything is earned by strain. Some things just arrive because the moon leaned close. Some rest just arrives because the night leaned close. it's leaning now. You did carry today, that was real and it's over. And now something is carrying you and that's real too. It goes on being real all night, whether you feel it or sleep through it. The carrying doesn't pause when you stop noticing. Nothing tonight pauses when you stop noticing. That's the mercy built into all of it. Deeper now, the snow thickening its slow curtain over the water. The beam a softer rumor each time it passes. The bell farther away, or maybe only quieter. The way everything is quieter from inside sleep's first rooms. The boats ride, the ropes hold, the light turns, the tide stands full. 4 small facts keeping the night, none of them yours to manage, all of them yours to rest inside. Enough was done, today closed like a harbor closes, nothing locked, only stilled. And you're allowed this. The deep water part of the night, the brimmed and moon-held part, allowed all of it. Down the coast, the snow keeps falling on places you'll never see. Coves with no names, ledges where seals haul out and sleep in heaps, warm under their own weight, snow melting on their backs as fast as it lands. They sleep in the open, in winter, on rock, and are fine. Comfort is a wider country than we think. And you in an actual bed under actual blankets, in air your own body has warmed. You are deep inside that country, near its capital. Nothing to do there but be a citizen. The seals breathe in their heap, long, slow, salt-heavy breaths. One shifts, resettles, stills. The pile of them rises and falls like a single warm thing. Sleep is old, older than beds, older than rooms. Every warm creature tonight is doing the same soft work you're doing, in barns and burrows and heaps on the rocks. You're not doing this alone. You never were. The whole breathing world lies down with you. In the harbor, a last flake lands on a mooring line and becomes a bead of water and slides to the sea. The beam passes. The bell far off once. Heavier now, you, the snow, the hour, all of it settling at the same kindly rate. The night doing that slow arithmetic it does, adding quiet to quiet. And the sum is always sleep. No one checks the sum. It's always right. The tide will turn sometime before dawn and begin its long, unhurried giving back. And the boats will lower inch by inch to meet the morning, and none of them will feel it happen. Change comes gently to the moored. It will come gently to you. Whatever turns while you sleep will turn the way the tide turns. Without a sound, without a jolt, arranged by something patient. You'll simply wake, whenever you wake, already lowered softly into a new day. The way a hull finds the same water waiting at a different height. But that's far from now. Hours of dark still stacked between you and any of it, deep and dry and paid for. Spend them, you can't overspend them. The night doesn't run a balance. Snow on the sea, snow on the stone, snow on the sills of dark windows where everyone is already gone, warm under, held. And inland, past the hills, the same sky over your roof, the same patience. One weather of quiet from the harbor to your bed. You're inside it. You've been inside it all along. The lamp long off. The room its own soft country. The blankets wait lying over your feet like a snowfall that finished hours ago and stayed. Your shoulders, wherever they've sunk to, sinking a little more. Your jaw loose. Your hands empty in the best way hands can be empty. Open and warm and off duty. Nothing in them, nothing waiting for them. Morning will fill them slowly, one small thing at a time, and every one of those things will still be small, and still be yours. The mug, the tap, the curtain, the door, your own 2 hands are the whole of tomorrow's equipment, and they are already enough, and they are resting now. The beam turns. The water takes the snow. The ropes hold without holding tight. Enough, said soft, said slow, the word itself lying down. Aloud, the word after it, lying down beside it. Low tide of the mind now, thoughts far out, thin as the shine on wet sand. No need to walk out after them. They'll lie there glinting till morning, and the morning can gather what it wants of them. Or the sea can have them. Either way is fine. Everything left out overnight tonight is safe. Breath like swell now, long and rounded and coming from far off, rolling through you without breaking. Another. And another. Nothing counting them. The sea has never once counted. The snow eases, somewhere in its own hours, the way snow does, thins and slows and lets a little dark show between the flakes, and then leans in again. It will do that all night, easing and returning, a rhythm with no edge to it anywhere. You can ride it the rest of the way down. It goes exactly where you're going. Down past the last few words. Down where the bell is only a warmth, not a sound. Down where the light's slow turning is just the feeling of being passed over gently, again and again, by something that finds you fine every time. Fine every time. The harbor brims, the town sleeps, the seals breathe in their heap under the thinning snow. And the deep water under everything holds still and holds all of it, boats and bell and beam and the long white hush. The way the dark under your bed holds the bed, and the floor holds the dark, and the old ground holds the floor. Held, all the way down to bedrock, which asks nothing, and has never once let anything fall. You're on all of that, resting on rock that rests. Slower. The flakes farther apart now, each one falling alone through its own tall silence, unhurried, arriving anyway. Like the last thoughts, fewer, softer, arriving anyway, landing on the dark water of you, becoming you, gone home. Warm. Held. Enough. And the tide stands full, and the light comes round, and the snow keeps its slow appointment with the sea. None of it needing you, all of it near you, the whole night lying alongside you now like a warm animal breathing. In. And out. And the bell, once more, farther than before. And somewhere behind the last of the snow, the land begins. You don't have to go to it. It comes to you the way the next breath comes, fields first, lying under the dark like folded cloth, hedges stitched along their edges in black thread, a road with no one on it, pale as a strand of wool dropped across the hills. Everything inland is asleep too. It has been asleep for hours. You are not late to this. You are arriving exactly when the sleeping country arrives, which is always. Which is now. A village somewhere in those hills has gone dark one window at a time, hours ago, without ceremony. Nobody announced it. The lights just lowered themselves the way eyelids do, one lane after another, until only the chimneys were awake, breathing their thin gray breath up into the cold. And even the chimneys are only awake the way you are now, barely, warmly, out of habit more than need. There is a bakery on that lane, closed, dark, locked hours ago, and inside it in the black kitchen under clean cloths the dough is rising. Nobody is watching it. That's the whole secret of it. It only rises in the dark, in the quiet, unwatched, unhurried. The baker went home and went to bed because the baker knows what you are learning tonight, that some good things can only finish themselves while you're asleep. That standing over them helps nothing. That the warm dark is doing work no effort could do. The dough doesn't strain. It doesn't try. It just rests and becomes more than it was. You could be like that. You already are like that. Something in you is rising right now with no supervision at all. The day settling into its final shape. The small mendings the body saves for this hour. None of it needs you at the counter. None of it needs the light on. You did your part when you lay down. The rest is the dark's part, and the dark has never missed a shift. The oven bricks in that bakery still hold yesterday's warmth. Banked, patient, saved. They will hold it till morning without adding a single new flame. And that is a thing worth knowing on the way down into sleep. Warmth can be kept without being made. You don't have to keep generating anything tonight. No effort, no watchfulness, no holding the world up. The warmth you made today, all the small heat of trying and caring and getting through it, is banked in you now. It keeps itself. You can lie inside it like the loaves will lie in the morning, and let it be enough, because it is. Down under the bakery there's a cellar, cool, dim, smelling of earth and apples, rows of apples laid out on slatted shelves, not touching, each one in its own small allotted dark. And this is what apples do all winter. They sweeten, slowly, invisibly, doing absolutely nothing. The sweetness doesn't come from effort. It comes from sitting still long enough. Nobody turns them. Nobody checks them nightly. Nobody worries them into ripeness. They are simply left alone in a kind dark, and the leaving alone is the whole recipe. You are being left alone in a kind dark. That's all tonight is, not neglect. The good kind of alone, the cellar kind, the kind things need in order to sweeten. Whatever felt unfinished in you when the light went out is on the shelf now, not touching anything, not being judged. Just sitting in the cool dark doing the slow secret thing that unfinished things do when nobody stands over them, which is, quietly, to come along fine. Jars on the higher shelves, preserves put up in some warmer month, summer sealed under wax, waiting without waiting. They ask nothing, they keep, and so much of you keeps like that too. The good days you can't remember right now are not gone. They're put up, sealed and shelved and safe in you, keeping their color in the dark. You don't have to be able to taste them tonight to own them. Owning them is enough. Sleeping over a full cellar is enough. Out behind the village, the gardens lie open to the night. Turned earth, bare rows. A fork left standing where somebody reasonable stopped for the day. And under the surface, where nothing shows, the ground is working its slow shift. Seeds holding their folded futures without anxiety. Roots letting down another soft half-inch. The small blind lives of the soil turning it over crumb by crumb, mending it, airing it, asking no credit. The ground does almost all of its real work at night, unseen, unthanked, and it has never once needed to be believed in to keep doing it. Something in you is that ground, turned over by the day, yes, a little bare, a little raw in rows, and now, in the dark, being quietly worked back towards softness by processes that have your name on them but don't need your attention. You can leave the fork standing. You can be the reasonable one who stopped. The garden goes on gardening itself till morning. It always has. Dew is beginning out there. It doesn't fall dew. It forms. The air simply gives up what it was carrying, a little at a time, onto every cold blade and rail and web without a sound, without a single drop's worth of effort. By morning, the whole field will be silvered, and no one will have done it. It will just have happened the way rest happens, not achieved, condensed. Gathering on you now the same way, a fine settling of ease on every ledge of you, too light to feel arriving, too thorough to miss by morning. And your shoulders may already be down. They usually are by now. But if there's a last low place in them still holding, it could let go into the mattress the way the air lets go of the dew. Not dropped, given up. A giving that costs nothing and asks nothing back. There's a barn at the edge of the lane. You can stand inside its dark without going anywhere. Hay smell, dust smell, the sweet dry breath of straw, and the animals in it are asleep standing and asleep lying, big warm shapes in the blackness. They're breathing long and grassy and completely without thought. One of them shifts its weight. The boards take it. Stillness again. Animals do not review the day. They do not audit the pasture. When the dark comes, they simply put their whole warm weight into it and are carried till morning. And the dark has never once dropped an animal. It will not drop you. You have the same standing arrangement they do. Older than worries, nothing you did today could void it. Their warmth gathers under the roof beams, a soft communal heat made of nothing but bodies resting near each other. And even alone in your bed, you are inside a warmth like that. Every sleeping person for miles is adding to the same great banked quiet you're breathing now. A whole county of shoulders down. A whole night's worth of people who also didn't finish everything, and also get to rest, and you're in good company. The largest, softest company there is. An owl crosses the yard once, low and soundless, and is gone. Even the nights one worker works in silence. Nothing out there will startle anything. The hours themselves have gone soft-footed. At the lane's end, there's a well. Old stone, a wooden lid half drawn back, and down inside it, far down, a round coin of black water holding 2 or 3 stars perfectly still. Water that deep doesn't ripple for wind. It doesn't ripple for anything. It just holds what light finds it calmly, at whatever depth it happens to be. And the deep of you is like that now, below the last shallow stirrings, below the skim of half-thoughts still drifting. A stillness that holds its few stars and is not troubled by anything happening at the surface. The surface can murmur. Let it. None of it reaches the water table. You are mostly water table now. If a thought falls in, And one might, it just drops the long drop and lands with the smallest sound in all that dark water, a single soft syllable. And the stillness closes over it and keeps it, the way the well keeps every pebble ever dropped. None of them ever came back up. None of them ever needed to. You did enough today. It can be said down a well this late, said once quietly into the deep. And the deep says it back in that round stone voice wells have. Enough. And that settles it. Things said down wells are settled. The lane climbs a little, past the last house, into the orchard. Bare trees in rows, black branchwork against a sky more felt than seen. And every one of those trees is doing the bravest, laziest thing a living thing can do. Nothing. Sap down, leaves surrendered, buds sealed and waiting. A whole orchard's worth of next year already decided, already packed in miniature inside those small dark buds, and not one tree is up worrying about it. Spring is in the bank. The tree's only job all winter is to stand there and be held by its roots. And it does that job perfectly, night after night, asleep on its feet in the turning cold. Whatever is budded in you, whatever small next things are packed and sealed and waiting for their season, they keep without your keeping. You can be bare branchwork tonight, unproductive as an orchard in the dark, which is to say, doing the deep thing exactly right. Moss on the north side of the trunks. You could rest a thumb against it in the mind's slow dark and feel that dense, cool velvet give. Moss asks so little of a place. A stone, a shade, some patience. And look what it makes of that. Whole soft kingdoms an inch high. You have everything moss has tonight and more. A warm place, a long dark, time that no one is measuring. Enough to make softness out of. Softness is being made out of it right now. And through the orchard, low along the ground, a mist is moving. Not weather, hardly, just the field's breath made visible. It drifts between the trunks with nowhere to be, pooling in the low places, thin as sleep itself. And where it passes, edges go gentle. The hard black lines of the branches blur and calm. That same mist is moving through the last of your thinking now. You may notice the edges going, a thought that starts and doesn't bother finishing. An image half made, lovely, letting itself dissolve. This is the right direction. Nothing needs its edges tonight. The lane, the barn, the cellar, the rows of sweetening apples. None of it is going anywhere. That's what makes it safe to leave. You can set the whole village down now, the way you've set down everything else tonight, and it will keep lights off, bread rising, water still. Things kept in the dark keep best. You kept today. It's put up now, sealed, shelved, done being lived, beginning to be simply yours. And the bed comes back around you, the way the near thing does when the far thing's thin. This pillow, this particular cool of the cotton where your cheek hasn't been. This weight of blanket over the feet, which has not moved in a long while now and doesn't need to. Small, real, fully yours. The only property that matters at this hour, and you hold the whole title. Your breath has gone on without you for some time. You may notice that from very far away, the way you'd notice smoke from a chimney 2 hills off. Someone's home there. Someone's warm. It's you. You're the warm house on the far hill of your own body, and the lights are out, and everything inside is fine. Heavier now, the good heaviness. Arms that have forgotten their arms. Legs gone to warm geography. The whole of you settling the way a house settles at night. Those 1 or 2 soft, unhurried sounds of a structure easing onto its foundations more completely. Nothing wrong, just weight finding its final honest resting places. You can settle like that. Another 1/8 of an inch of letting down that you didn't know was left. There, the house of you, seated fully now. Standing easy on ground that never closes. Nothing is being asked. Listen how true that is. The night has no questions left. It asked them all hours ago, and you answered them all by staying soft. What remains is only this slow keeping company. The dark on one side of you, the warmth on the other, and you between them like a page lying flat in a closed book. Kept, pressed gently, safe till whenever. Morning is real, but it is not near. It's still far out over the eastern fields, unhurried, giving you the whole width of the night like a landlord who never comes by. Hours yet, hours of nothing owed. And when it does come, it will come the way the dew came, gradually, gently, formed rather than announced. And it will find the bread risen and the apples sweeter and the ground mended and you rested. All the unwatched work done. all of it done by rest itself. You were allowed all of this. You are still allowed. Allowance without end, without renewal, without anyone to please. The mist thickens kindly. The orchard rows dissolve into it, one by one the near trees last, going soft, going general, going. A bud on a black branch, sealed, certain asleep. The round dark water, holding its stars without effort. Warm bricks giving up nothing, keeping everything. The doe rising in the dark, unwatched, becoming what it will be by lying still. You becoming what you'll be by morning, the same way, the only way, lying still. Enough now, down where you are, even that word arrives as a feeling, not a sound, a rounding, a fullness, like a cellar shelf with nothing missing. Breath and breath, slower than the mist moves, the field's own tempo. The village keeps, the dark keeps, you keep. Warm, heavy, left alone in the kindest way. And the night goes on holding still around you, wide and unhurried, with hours of soft country left in it. Rows and rows of dark to come, all of it already asleep, all of it easy to cross the way you're crossing now. Without moving, without trying, carried on the slow breath of the ground itself. And somewhere, far to the north of all this, it has begun to snow. You don't have to go there. You don't have to picture it, even. It comes to you instead, the way cool air comes under a door, quietly asking nothing. Snow, beginning in the dark over some wide sleeping country, hours from anywhere. The first few flakes wandering down through the black air like they have all night. Because they do. They have all night. And no one is watching them fall. That's the beautiful part. No one needs to. Snow doesn't fall better when it's watched. It comes down through the dark completely unsupervised, completely unafraid, each flake finding its own slow way, drifting a little left, a little right, taking the long route down. And every single one of them lands exactly where it lands. And that is exactly right. No flake has ever landed in the wrong place. There is no wrong place. There is only down, and soft and done. You could fall like that. You are falling like that, not the frightening kind of falling, the snow kind. The kind with no bottom to brace for, because the landing is soft, and the landing is sleep, and the landing has been waiting for you all evening like a field waits for weather. Listen to how quiet snow is. It is the only thing in the world that arrives by making less sound. Everything else announces itself. Rain has its voice, wind has its opinions, but snow comes down like a held breath. And as it lands, it doesn't just stay quiet, it makes the whole world quieter with it. It lies down over every hard surface that used to echo, and the echoes stop. Sound itself lies down. The night gets thicker and softer around every small noise, until the noises give up being noises and become part of the hush. That hush is settling over you now, layer by layer, flake by flake. Every minute you lie here, another thin, soft layer of quiet lands on the day, on the noise of it, on everything that rang and buzzed and needed you. It's all still there underneath, unharmed, unlost, just muffled now, just resting under something soft. You can hear how much quieter it's gotten inside you since you lay down. That's the snow of the night doing its slow, kind work, covering nothing forever, covering everything until morning. And your thoughts, whatever few of them are still drifting, they can be flakes too. Look how slow they've gotten. They used to fall like hail, fast and hard and all demanding attention at once. Now they wander down one at a time, unhurried, half-formed, and you don't have to catch a single one. A thought about tomorrow drifts past. Let it land somewhere out in the dark. A thought about something you said once. Let it land. They land and they stay landed. That's what's different now, down here at this hour. Thoughts don't bounce anymore. They touch down into the soft, accumulated quiet and they simply stay. White, silent, part of the general softness. Indistinguishable from rest. Snow is generous like that. It takes every sharp thing the world has and without fixing any of them makes them gentle. You know this. You've seen a morning after snow. The fence that was all hard lines wearing a soft white rope along its top rail. The sharp corners of things gone round. The broken things and the whole things looking, for once exactly alike, both of them smoothed under the same white blanket, both of them equally at peace. Snow does not repair one single thing. And yet everything under it looks healed. Because softness, it turns out, was most of what was needed. So let the night do that to the sharp things you're still half holding. They don't have to be repaired tonight. They only have to be rounded. Whatever edge the day left in you, whatever corner you keep brushing against in the dark, a slow, soft layer is settling over it right now. And another, not solving, softening. By morning it will still be there, and it will be rounder, and it will be quieter, and it will be easier to hold. That is what a night's rest actually does. It doesn't take your life away and hand you back a different one. It snows on the one you have, gently for hours, until the edges stop cutting. And here is something snow knows that you can borrow, all the way down here at the soft end of the night. Snow covers every footprint the same. The hurried tracks and the wandering ones. The tracks of whoever was ahead and the tracks of whoever was behind. It lays its quiet over all of them equally, and by morning the whole field is unmarked. No record of who was fast, no ledger of who was late. Just one smooth white page of ground, new ground, unwritten ground, waiting with no opinion at all about what came before. Ahead and behind are daytime words. They need light to mean anything. Down here in the dark, under the falling quiet, there is no ahead. There is no behind. There is only warm and here and now and you, exactly level with the whole sleeping world. Nobody out there in all that snow-hushed dark is ahead of you tonight. Every sleeping person on earth is lying still, going nowhere, at exactly your speed. Rest is the one place where everyone travels together. You did what the day held, and now the day is being snowed under, kindly, evenly, all of it. The parts you're proud of and the parts you'd redo. Same soft blanket, same deep quiet. Tomorrow gets the unmarked field. Tonight you get the falling hush. And you're allowed to sleep inside it now. You are so allowed. Out there under the deep spruce boughs, where the snow can't reach, small warm animals are curled in the dark. A fox somewhere with her nose tucked under the round brush of her tail, breathing slow into her own warmth. Mice in their grass-lined hollows below the frost line, a whole soft handful of them, heartbeats slowed way down to the winter tempo. Nothing out there is fighting the season. Nothing out there lies awake worrying about the snow. Every wild thing knows this one deep art perfectly. When the dark comes, you curl into the warm center of yourself. You slow the machinery down to its lowest kind hum, and you let the weather be the weather. They don't watch the storm. They don't audit it. Snow can fall all night, feet of it, and the fox does not once get up to check. She has done the one thing that was hers to do, found the dry hollow, curled the warm circle, closed the eyes. Everything after that belongs to the sky, and the sky can keep it. You have done your one thing too. You found the warm hollow of this bed. You curled into it. You closed your eyes. That was the whole of tonight's work, and it is finished. Everything else, the weather of tomorrow, the weather of other people, the weather of everything you cannot reach from under this blanket, all of that belongs to the wide night sky now, and the sky is old at this, and the sky can keep it. Feel how denned you are. Blankets drifted over you like a foot of soft snow with all its strange warmth, because snow is warm underneath. The deepest cold stays up on the surface, and down under the drift it is still and mild and safe, and things sleep there all winter and come out alive. That's you, down under the warm drift of your own bedding, in the mild still pocket your body has spent the last hours making. Surface weather far above you, none of it reaching down here. None of it ever reaching down here. Your breath has gone to the winter tempo now. Slow, deep, economical, the breath of something that intends to stay put for a long, long time. Nothing in you is idling high anymore. The machinery has stepped itself down, hum by hum, to the lowest warm setting, maintenance only, heartbeat doing its patient rounds, lungs rising and falling like something breathing under snow, which is what you are, something warm, breathing under snow, completely unfindable by anything that worries. And on the inside of a window, somewhere in that same far quiet country, frost is growing its ferns. You've seen them. Those white feather patterns that appear on cold glass overnight, leaf shapes, plume shapes, whole silver gardens of them. No one draws those. No gardener tends them. The cold itself makes them, slowly, invisibly, one crystal reaching out from the last, all night long, patient as arithmetic. And by morning, There's a masterpiece on the glass that nobody made and nobody watched being made. That is what's happening in you right now. This is the part nobody tells you about rest. It isn't empty. It isn't nothing. Down under your stillness all night, something patient is growing its silver ferns, sorting the day into memory, knitting the small frayed places, laying crystal after crystal of repair along all your quiet glass. You couldn't do it on purpose if you tried. Trying is the one thing that stops it. It only grows in the dark, only in the still, only when you've gone as soft as you are now. So all you ever had to do was this: lie still and be the window. The ferns grow themselves. No effort. Hear that? The most beautiful work of your night requires none of you. It is already underway. It has been underway for hours. You are being quietly improved the way the glass is, the way the field is, the way everything left alone in the cold dark is somehow better by morning. The roads out there are closing now. Softly, one by one, the snow is closing them. Not blocked, just gently made irrelevant. Nothing can be expected of anyone when the roads are like this. Nothing can be delivered. Nothing can arrive. No one can call you out into all that white hush. The world has declared in its softest voice a general pause. Every obligation postponed on account of weather. Every door excused from opening. And no one anywhere minds, because everyone secretly loves this. The night the world calls it off. The permission that falls from the sky in small white pieces and covers everything by morning. That permission is falling on you. It has been falling on you for hours. You are snowed in the kindest sense. Snowed into this bed, this warmth, this slow breath. Excused, unreachable, expected nowhere until long after the light comes, and gently even then. Tomorrow can knock all it likes. The snow will answer it. Hush, the snow will say, not yet, this one is sleeping. And tomorrow, which is more patient than you ever give it credit for, will nod and sit down on the porch of the world and wait. It doesn't mind waiting. It's made of waiting. That's all tomorrow has ever been. A patient thing sitting quietly outside the door, in no hurry at all, while you sleep. You did enough today. Even that sentence is going soft now, losing its edges like everything else out in the falling white. It doesn't arrive as words anymore. It arrives as warmth, as weight, as the shape of a blanket. Enough. A word gone round as a snowdrift. You can rest inside it now instead of hearing it. And rest is what's left. Only rest. The list is snowed under. The clock is snowed under. The question of how you're doing, snowed under, soft white mound where a question used to be. Everything that had corners this morning is a gentle white curve tonight. And the snow is still coming down. Unhurried, uncounted. It will fall for as long as you need it to. It doesn't run out. Quiet never runs out. Slower now, even the snow slows. The flakes get bigger, sparser, the way they do at the deep end of a snowfall. One, drifting. Then, after a while, another. Each one taking the whole soft dark to come down. No wind at all anymore. Just the straight, slow settle of the last few pieces of the day, finding their places. Your body, a warm drift, rounded, complete, no part of it asking for anything. Your breath, the only weather left, and it is mild. In, like snow lifting slightly in a breeze. Out, like snow settling, mild all night. Somewhere the fox is dreaming her small red dreams, warm inside the white. Somewhere the ferns are reaching another silver inch across the dark glass. Somewhere the field lies perfectly unmarked, holding tomorrow lightly, the way you're holding nothing at all. Held, that's the last shape of it, not holding. Held, the drift holds the ground. The den holds the sleeper. The hush holds the whole wide country of the night. And the night holds you. It has such easy arms. It's been carrying whole sleeping continents for longer than anyone remembers, and it has never once dropped a single one. Warm. Heavy. Snowed in the kindest way. And still the soft white keeps arriving, piece by patient piece, more quiet, always more quiet, laying itself down over you as gently as this, and this, and this. The dark goes on being deep. The deep goes on being kind. And there is so much of the night still folded away for you, drift after drift of it, all of it soft, all of it already asleep, all of it settling down around you now like the last slow flakes of a long white hush. Nothing to cross, nothing to carry, only the warm dark coming down, only rest coming down, covering everything, gently, gently. And if the white behind your eyes goes dim now, if it darkens at the edges the way a dream changes its mind, let it. You don't have to keep any picture. Pictures trade places on their own this deep into the night. The pale gives way to something darker, slower, older, and the darker thing is water. A harbor somewhere, small, stone-armed, asleep. Black water lying inside the sea wall like tea gone cool in a cup, barely moving, just the faint lift and settle of a thing that is breathing without knowing it. And on that water, boats. A dozen of them, maybe, little wooden ones, paint gone soft with years, every one of them tied, every one of them home. Listen to what the boats are doing. Nothing. That's the whole of it, nothing at all. They lie at their moorings with their engines cold and their sails put away, and the water holds them up. They don't hold themselves up. They never have. All day they lean on the sea, and the sea does not once let them down. And all night it goes on holding them while they sleep, hull after hull after hull. You could lie the way a boat lies. You're already doing it. The bed under you is doing what the water does. Taking the whole weight, all of it, without effort, without being asked twice. You don't have to hold yourself up tonight. You are not the water and you are not the hull. You are only the sleeper aboard, and the holding is being done for you. It has been done for you this whole time. The ropes are slack. That's the detail worth keeping. Not taut, not straining, slack. A mooring line at low water hangs in a soft, lazy curve, dipping almost to the surface because nothing is pulling. Nowhere to go, so nothing pulls. Your hands could go like that. They may have already, curled loose on the blanket, holding the way a slack rope holds. Which is to say, barely, which is to say, enough. And the tide is going out. Slowly. A few unhurried inches an hour. You can't watch it happen, it's too patient to watch. You only notice much later that the water has quietly taken half the harbor's weight away with it. That's what this hour of the night does. It draws things off you so gradually you never feel them leave. The day's weight going out with the tide. Not thrown away. Just carried out to where the deep water keeps things, the way it keeps everything, easily, without complaint. Whatever you carried into this harbor tonight, you carried it far enough. That's the sailor's version of the old sentence. The cargo is off the boat. The hold is empty and swept. Nobody unloads twice. You did the day's carrying, all of it, every crate of it, and now the carrying is finished, and an empty boat rides higher on the water. You can feel that maybe. How much higher you're riding now. How much lighter the lying here has gotten, hour by hour. Somewhere along the quay there's a small window with no light in it. The harbor master's window. The ledger is closed on the desk inside. The kettle is cold on its ring. The chair is pushed in. Even the person whose whole job is keeping track has stopped keeping track. The tallying is done for the day. Yours too. Whatever was counted was counted. Whatever wasn't, waits without spoiling. There is no arithmetic happening anywhere in this harbor tonight, and none happening in you. And out at the point, the lighthouse turns. Slow, steady, a soft arm of light swinging around and around with all the urgency of a sleeper rolling over. And here is the kind part. Nobody is turning it. The keeper is asleep in the cottage with one sock still on, and the light goes around by itself, faithful as breathing. The watch is kept, and no one is keeping it. That's the arrangement the night has made. The things that truly need minding are minded by things that never tire. The light, the tide, the turning of the dark toward morning. None of it is on your list. None of it was ever on your list. You can be like the keeper now, officially off duty, asleep inside the sound of your own watch being stood for you. The future is out past the seawall tonight. You can leave it there. It's deep water, and deep water is not for crossing at this hour. No one crosses at this hour. Every chart is in its drawer, every course is unplotted, and the sea does not mind waiting. The sea is nothing but waiting, wave after patient wave of it. Tomorrow will still be navigable in the morning. It navigates better in the morning. Tonight it can lie out there under the turning light, tended, watched, and none of your business. And the question of whether you're behind, let the tide answer that one. The tide has come in and gone out twice a day since before there were harbors, and it has never once been behind. Never early, never late, never catching up. It doesn't arrive when the schedule says. It arrives when it arrives, and its arriving is the schedule. You are on that kind of time now. Tide time. You rise when you rise. You rest when you rest. Nothing in you is overdue. A thing moving at its own pace cannot be behind, and tonight you are moving at exactly your own pace, which is to say, hardly at all, which is to say, perfectly. Your breath has gone tidal already, you may notice. In, the way water eases up a sloped beach, thin and unhurried. Out, the way it slides back, taking a little more of the day with it each time. You don't have to shape it. Tides don't take instruction. It knows the way in and it knows the way out, and it will go on all night doing this small, faithful thing, in and out. You're one soft sea, working the shore of you smooth. The small things are still yours. They always were. The way your fingers have loosened, that's yours. You did that, or the night did it through you, and either way it counts as yours. The way your jaw could hang a little easier now, unclenched like a gate left open on purpose. Yours. The warmth you've made under this blanket, this whole small climate that exists nowhere else on Earth but here in the shape of you. Yours. Nobody big built that. No enormous force. Just you lying still long enough, being alive quietly enough. The big things belong to the tide and the light and the deep water tonight, and the small warm things belong to you. That division is fair. It's the fairest thing there is. And you did enough today, here at the harbor's way this time. The boat is in. That's all any harbor asks. Not how far you went, not what you caught, not whether the wind favored you, just the boat is in, and yours is in. Tide, riding light home, the day can be called a day. A gull sleeps on a piling somewhere, head tucked under one wing, made round and small by sleep. Everything here has folded itself up for the night. The nets hang drying, holding nothing but air. The lobster floats knocked together once in a while. A little wooden sound, soft as knuckles on a door nobody needs to answer. The harbor bell, far out on its buoy, swings so gently that it doesn't quite ring. Just a low tap now and then. A sound like the night, clearing its throat, and deciding not to say anything after all. Nothing needs to be said. That may be the deepest permission of this hour. No more words are owed anywhere. Not to anyone, not to yourself. The explaining is done, the answering is done, the pleasant replies and the careful ones and the ones you rehearsed and never used. All of it can lie in the hold with the rest of the unloaded day. You can be wordless now, the way the water is wordless. It has never once explained itself, and look how well it's regarded. How trusted it is. How everything heavy is handed straight to it without a second thought. Hand yourself to it. You're already handed. The mattress took you hours ago the way the harbor takes a hull, without ceremony, without conditions. You've been held this whole time and the holding hasn't wavered once. It won't. Water doesn't get tired of boats. Beds don't get tired of sleepers. The night doesn't get tired of you. It has room for every sleeper there is, and it keeps you the way the harbor keeps its smallest boat, with the same water it gives the big ones, the same patience, the same tide. Deeper now, below the hulls, below the slack ropes and their soft curves, the water goes down and down into a dark that has never been in a hurry, down where the anchors lie. And think how an anchor rests. It isn't gripping. People imagine gripping, but mostly an anchor just lies down on the bottom and is heavy. That's its whole art. It lies there being heavy, and its heaviness is enough, and the boat above it can wander a little on its rope, this way, and never be lost. You have that kind of heaviness in you now. You can feel it in your legs, maybe, in the small of your back, a lying down heaviness that isn't effort, that is the opposite of effort. You are anchored by nothing but your own weight being welcome. And the mind above you can wander a little on its rope, this way, thought, no thought, half a dream. It won't be lost. It can't be. It's anchored to a body that has already decided to stay. Let it wander then. Thoughts at this hour are just harbor water. They lap. They don't mean anything by it. A name floats past. A scrap of tomorrow. A sentence from years ago, worn smooth as sea glass now. Its edges long gone. You don't have to pick any of it up. Sea glass is lovely precisely because nobody kept it. Let the small bright pieces lie where the water leaves them. In the morning, whatever still matters will still be there above the tide line. It always is. The tide is honest that way. It only ever takes what was finished. And the fog is coming in. You can tell without opening your eyes. The sounds have gone rounder. The little wooden knocks are further away than they were. The bell has softened to almost a memory of a bell. Fog does that. It doesn't silence the world, it just wraps everything in a spare blanket. The lighthouse beam goes soft inside it, a wide, gentle blur instead of a blade, light the way milk is light. And the harbor gets smaller and warmer, the way a room does when the lamp is low. The world past the sea wall is gone now, politely, completely. Not destroyed, just excused. It will reassemble itself in the morning without any help from you. Worlds are good at that. They do it every single day and have never once needed you awake for it. So the circle of what exists is only this now. A few sleeping boats, black water breathing, fog, you. And even that is more than you need to keep. Let the boats go. They were never yours to mind. Let the water go. It minds itself. Keep only the breathing. No, don't even keep that. It keeps itself. In, soft as fog crossing the wall. Out, softer. You're down to the part of the night where nothing at all is kept and everything somehow is held. Those turn out to be different things. Keeping was work. Held is what's left when the work lies down. Held. Low tide, far out, the water quiet as cloth. The ropes hang in their easy curves, and your arms hang in theirs. The light turns, wrapped in fog, patient as ever, and no one watches it and it doesn't mind. Somewhere under the water, an anchor lies on the soft mud being heavy, being enough, asking nothing. You did enough, the boat is in, the ledger is shut, the kettle is cold and glad of it. Allowed, that's the word the water would use if water used words. You are allowed to be this heavy, allowed to be this quiet, allowed to let the night stand your watch. The fog thickens, kind as wool. The last little wooden knock comes from a long way off, then doesn't come again. The bell forgets itself. In, and the tide has you. Out, and the tide still has you. It doesn't put things down halfway, the tide. It carries all the way, all night, all the slow, dark hours of it. Deep water past the wall, holding tomorrow in no hurry. Shallow, warm water here inside, holding you. Everything in its harbor. Everything tide, and riding light and home. And the dark goes on lapping, softly, at the edge of you, smoothing what it touches, taking the day out grain by grain, bringing nothing in but quiet, quiet on every small wave of it, more quiet, and behind that more. The water breathes. You breathe. It's the same breathing now, near enough, one slow tide moving through two soft things. And the night leans on the harbor, and the harbor doesn't mind, and the fog lies down on the water, and the water doesn't mind, and sleep leans its whole gentle weight on you now. And you don't mind. There's nothing in you left that minds. Only warmth, only weight, only the soft, dark water of rest, rising by inches, unhurried, unmeasured, lifting you the way the tide lifts a small tide boat, easily, all night, without once being asked. Somewhere far inland, away from everything, it has begun to snow. Not near you, nothing is near you now but warmth, but somewhere over a wide, dark field that nobody is thinking about, the first flakes are coming down through the cold, slow, slower than falling should be, as if the sky had all night, which it does, and no one is watching them come down, and they do not need watching. Snow has never once asked for an audience. It only comes, each flake finding its own slow way, taking its own turn, landing where it lands. And where it lands is right. Nothing about snow can be wrong. It lands on the fence post. It lands on the field. It lands on the road that no one will drive tonight. It does not check first. It does not sort the field into the part that earned it and the part that didn't, the garden that got tended and the garden that got away from someone this year. The snow covers them the same softness, the same slow white patience, laid down over the finished and the unfinished alike, because the sky does not keep that kind of record. It never has. It covers what is there, all of it, evenly, gently, without one single question. And under the snow, everything is allowed to be exactly as far along as it is. The plowed field is not ahead. The fallow field is not behind. They lie side by side under the same white quiet, and the winter holds them both. And come the far-off spring, they will both be fields again, doing field things in field time. No one will remember which one rested. Resting leaves no mark against you. It never did. That was only a story the daylight told. Out here in the dark, under the slow snow, there is no such thing as behind. There is only lying still, and being covered, and being kept warm underneath in the way that snow, strangely, keeps things warm. You are under something like that now. You can feel it. The weight of the blanket over you is that same kind of weight, not pressing, settling, the way snow settles on a roof through the night, ounce by soft ounce, until the whole house sits lower and quieter in the world, more sure of itself, more asleep. Your body is settling like that, a little heavier each time you breathe out, a little more certain, a little more covered. And sound lies down in snow. That's the other thing it does. Every noise for miles comes to the snow and lies down in it and does not get up. The whole world sounds like this room sounds now, hushed at the edges, rounded, nothing sharp left anywhere. If a branch shifts under the new weight, the sound is small and soft and swallowed before it finishes. The night out there is one long fading hush, and the night in here is the same hush, closer. They match. Everything matches now. Under the field, deeper than the frost can reach, the seeds are asleep. Think how little is asked of them. Nothing, truly nothing. The seed does not rehearse being a flower. It does not lie in the dark ground going over the steps. It does not worry that it has forgotten how, that it missed something, that the others are further along. It just stays, small and closed and whole, holding everything it will ever need already inside it, in the dark, in the cold, doing nothing. And the doing nothing is not a gap in its story. The doing nothing is a chapter. A long, necessary, honorable chapter. Nothing green ever came up that didn't first spend its season exactly like this. Still, buried soft, unwatched, unworried. You are in that chapter tonight, the one where nothing is asked, the one where staying still is the whole of the work, and even the word work is too heavy for it. The seed does not call it work. The seed doesn't call it anything. It just rests, and the resting is quietly becoming something, all by itself, with no help and no hurry. And so are you. Rest is doing its slow, underground kindness in you right now. You don't have to feel it happening. It doesn't need your attention, any more than the seed needs the winter to explain itself. And the bulbs are down there too. The daffodil, the crocus, sleeping in their brown paper skins. Somebody planted them in the fall and then, wisely, forgot about them. That's how it's done. You plant the thing and then you let the dark take over. You do your small part in your small season, and then you hand the rest to time. You did your small part today. You did. Whatever it looked like, however it felt, the day got your handful of trying, and that was the planting, and the planting is over now. This is the part where you forget about it, wisely, the way the gardener forgets, not from carelessness, from trust. Out past the field there's an orchard, bare now, every branch dark and empty against the falling snow. And not one of those trees is ashamed. The apple tree in winter does not stand there thinking it should be blooming. It is not comparing itself to its summer self. All its sweetness has gone down into the roots for the season, down where the cold can't argue with it, and the tree just stands, plain and unproducing and completely unembarrassed, letting the snow line up along its arms. It is not failing. It is wintering. There is a whole word for what it's doing, an old, respectable word, and the word means resting on purpose. You are wintering tonight. That's all this is. Your bright and leafy hours have gone down into your roots to keep warm, and they'll be there in the morning, all of them, nothing lost. But for now you get to stand bare and quiet like the orchard and let the night line up soft along your arms, which did their carrying today, which lifted and held and typed and reached and steadied. They're done. They can lie where they lie, heavy as low branches under snow, and not one more thing will be said on them tonight. You did enough today, the orchard would tell you if orchards spoke. It would say in its slow wooden way, look, even we stop. Even we, who only ever have the one job, put it down for a season, and nobody chops us down for it. Spring finds us anyway. Spring is not withheld from the ones who rested. It never has been. And in a house at the edge of that field, a small house, windows dark, the kitchen is doing a quiet, wonderful thing with no one in it. There's a bowl on the counter, a clean cloth laid over the top, and under the cloth in the dark, dough is rising, slowly, all night. The baker mixed it and covered it and went to bed because that is the whole recipe. The last instruction every time is walk away. Let it stand. Let the slow, warm lift of it happen without you, and the dough does not hold it against her. It doesn't need her hovering. Her watching wouldn't add a thing. By morning, it will have doubled, soft and full and ready, and it will have done all of that in the dark, alone, while she slept. Her sleep is in the recipe. Her sleep is an ingredient. Yours is too. Tomorrow is under a cloth on the counter of the world right now, rising on its own, and it does not need you awake. Whatever tomorrow turns out to be, it is being quietly made all night out of things that are not your responsibility. Rest is what you contribute. Rest is your part of the recipe, the only part left. And you're doing it. You're doing it right now, and doing it well, the way the baker does her part well by lying down and letting go of the bowl entirely. Nothing more is being asked of you tonight. Nothing was asked of you for hours now, and nothing will be. Down under that little house, there's a cellar, cool and dark and smelling of earth. And along one wall, on a plank shelf, the summer is sitting in glass jars. Peaches, beans, small sons of preserves lined up in the dark. All that ripeness, picked in its moment, put up in its season, sealed and shelved and done. Nobody goes down to check on it. It doesn't need checking. Everything that needed doing was done when it was time to do it. And now the jars just sit there in the dark, keeping perfectly, asking nothing, being enough. And next to them, apples bedded down in straw, each one wrapped in its own quiet, resting through the winter the way you're resting now. Whole, unhurried, nothing expected of them until a morning that is a long, long way off. That's what a good day leaves behind, not a list, a shelf. Somewhere in you, everything today ripened is already sealed and put up. The kind word you managed, the small thing you fixed, the moment you were patient when it would have been easier not to be. They're jarred and shelved and keeping. You don't have to hold them in your hands all night to make them count. They count on the shelf. They count in the dark. Done things stay done while you sleep. That's the beautiful law of it. Nothing you finished today can come unfinished just because you closed your eyes. So the shelf is full enough. It is, not groaning maybe, not every jar you meant to fill, but full enough, and the cellar is dark and the door is shut, and winter is not an audit. Winter is a mercy. It comes and covers everything and says, in its snow voice, which is the softest voice there is, enough. Enough now, all of you, enough. And the snow is still coming down. It will come down for hours. It doesn't tire. Feel how your breathing has got like that, like slow snow, each breath a flake, unhurried, finding its own way down, landing soft, no two alike and none of them wrong, in, drifting, out, settling. You couldn't rush it now if you tried, and you're not trying, and there's nothing in you left that tries. Your face is smooth as a field going white. Whatever the day wrote there, the night is covering it, flake by flake, gently, without reading it first. Your forehead, covered, the little effort that lives between the eyebrows. Covered, the jaw that held so much shape all day. Let loose now, drifted over, soft. Snow doesn't fix a field, it just makes it quiet. You don't need fixing either, you never did. You only needed quiet, and here it is, arriving in no hurry, in amounts too small to measure, adding up all night to something complete. Your shoulders have gone under, your arms, the long weight of your legs, drifted, smooth, the whole shape of you softening into the bed the way the field softens into one unbroken white, until where you end and where the warmth begins is not a line anymore. Not anything. Just warm and dark, and held from below by a mattress that has no opinion, and covered from above by a weight that only means kindness. And you are not behind. Hear it once more in the snow voice. You are not behind. The field is not behind the field beside it. The seed is not behind the flower. The bare orchard is not behind the summer one. Everything is standing in its own season, and its own season is never the wrong one. You are standing in yours, lying in yours. Night is a season, and you're deep in it now. And in this season, the ones who are still are the ones doing it right. Somewhere the snow is filling in the last footprints on a path. Every mark the day made, going soft, going smooth, not erased exactly, tucked in. The path doesn't fight it. Paths rest too. By midnight, there will be no sign that anyone ever hurried anywhere, and the world will look the way it looked before anything was asked of anyone. New, unwritten, at peace. And that is the world you're lying in now. The unwritten one, the one before lists. Nothing has been asked of anyone yet in this world. Morning is the far side of a wide white field, and no one has crossed it, and no one will for hours, and you are not the one who has to go first. You can stay here in the unasked hours, as long as you like. They're yours. They were always yours. This is the part of the night that belongs to no duty at all, and you're allowed to have it. Allowed. There's that word again, drifting down with everything else. Allowed to be warm, allowed to be done. Allowed to let the snow do the keeping while you do the sleeping. The house with the rising dough has gone fully dark now. Even the ember in the stove has banked itself down to a low red thought, and then to no thought at all. Warm without burning. Present without asking. The house settles 1 wooden inch and goes quiet, the way houses do, the way you just did. And the cellar keeps. And the orchard stands. And the seeds sleep on, becoming without moving. And the snow comes down, patient past all patience, filling the night up softly to its brim. In, like one slow flake. Out, like it landing. So heavy now, heavy the good way, the covered way, a field's kind of heavy, a roof's kind of heavy, nothing to hold up, only to be held. You did enough, the day is under the snow. It lies there finished and soft and forgiven of nothing because nothing needed forgiving. It was only a day. You were only a person. That was always the whole assignment. And it's done, and it was enough. Let the field have the day now. Let the night have the field. Deep under everything, in the warm dark below the frost, below the seeds, below all reaching, there's a stillness that has never once been disturbed. Not by any winter, not by any list. You're resting on top of it now, the way the snow rests on the field, the way the field rests on the earth. Layer on soft layer, everything lying on something gentler than itself, all the way down. And the snow keeps falling, without counting. And the dark keeps holding, without effort. And your breath goes on, small and mild, the only weather in the room, a slow flurry of it, in and down, out and settling, each one landing softer than the last, each one tucked in by the one that follows. More snow, more quiet, more of the deep white nothing that asks nothing. The field is almost smooth now, almost seamless. One soft, unbroken white from fence to fence, from you to morning, and no footprints on it anywhere, and none needed. And still it snows, small, slow, certain. Covering the last of it. Covering the covering. Soft on soft. Warm under white. And the night goes on filling, gram by gentle gram, with sleep. Somewhere under all that white, far at the edge of the sleeping field, the land does what land does eventually. It ends, softly without announcement, and there is water. Not a cold sea, a harbor, small and old and closed for the night. You don't have to walk there. You're already there, the way you arrive in the earliest rooms of sleep without a single step. The snow thins to a fine, slow, salt light drifting, and the air changes. It smells of rope and tar and clean, cold water. The good, dark smell of a place where all the work is finished. And the boats are in. Every one of them, home and tied and riding easy at their moorings, little hulls the color of old paint, nodding on water so calm it barely counts as moving. A nod and a rest, a nod and a rest. The slowest yes in the world, said over and over to no question at all. Listen to how quiet a harbor is when it's done for the day. A rope creaks once, softly like a floorboard. A hull touches its own reflection and forgets it. Small water sounds under the docks, patient as dripping honey. Nothing out here is trying. Nothing out here is late. The whole harbor has clocked off, and the night shift belongs to the tide, and the tide has never once needed help. And you are not one of the workers. You're not the harbor master. You're not the one who checks the knots. You are only something warm and heavy resting near the water with nothing tied to you at all. Every line on you has been cast off. You drift the width of a breath, and the night holds your mooring and you drift back. In, the small lift, out, the long settle. The ropes here are slack. That's the detail worth sinking into. Not taut, not straining, not holding anything against anything. Slack. A soft curve of rope dipping toward the water and rising to the cleat, doing its whole job with no effort at all, because a mooring line isn't meant to be tight. It's meant to have give. The boat moves a little and the rope allows it, and nothing is lost. You could let yourself be tied like that tonight. Held, but with give. Kept, but not gripped. Whatever was pulled tight in you all day, the line of the shoulders, the small rigging of the jaw, it can all go slack now, the way the ropes went slack the moment the work was over. Nothing frays when it rests. Rope only wears when it strains. And out past the harbor mouth, past the 2 old stones that guard it, the open sea is doing enormous things in the dark. Whole weathers are being decided out there. Currents the size of countries are turning over in their sleep. And not one bit of it is your business tonight. This is the oldest agreement a harbor has. The sea keeps the sea's affairs, and the harbor keeps the boats, and the line between them was drawn long before you were tired. Whatever is out there. Whatever is coming or not coming, building or fading, whatever tomorrow's water plans to do, it stays past the stones. It doesn't fit through the harbor mouth. It was never going to fit. The opening is exactly the size of tonight, and tonight is small and warm and moored. So the big things can stay out with the sea, the future, that whole dark horizon of it. The money weather, the work weather, the what will become of it all weather. It can growl away out there beyond the point, as far off as thunder in another county. In here the water is flat. In here the ropes are slack. In here the only wave is your breath, and it breaks on nothing, and it hurts nothing, and it comes in again all on its own. And the small things. Oh, the small things came home with the boats. Look at them the way sleep looks at things, without any looking at all. A net, folded wet and neat on a dock. Every knot of it done by somebody's cold hands, and done. A rope coiled into a clean, flat spiral, patient as a sleeping cat, because someone took the extra minute at the end of a long day and made one small thing right. A bucket turned upside down so the rain can't fill it. A lantern hung on its nail. Boots standing together by a door. 2 tired animals that carried somebody everywhere, and are resting now exactly where they'll be needed at dawn. That's the whole art of it, and you already know this art. You practiced it today without calling it anything. The day was too big to finish. Days always are, and still, somewhere in it you turned some small bucket upside down. You coiled some one rope. You answered the thing, or you carried the thing, or you were simply not unkind when you were tired enough to be. Small as a folded net, fully yours. And it's done. And it stays done, and it sits out in the dark of tonight quietly being enough. Because that was the measure all along. Not the sea, never the sea. Nobody moors a boat and then lies awake because the ocean isn't finished. The ocean is never finished. The boat came in, the lines went on, the nets got folded. That's a day. That's a whole day, honestly done. And yours is done the same way, tied off the same way, and you're allowed to leave it at the dock now and be only the sleeper. Only the warm weight, only the breath. The tide is coming in very slowly. You can't hear it arrive, it doesn't arrive, it just becomes more true, inch by silent inch up the dark pilings. And everything in the harbor rises with it all together without one of them doing a single thing. The boats lift, the ropes ease, the reflections stretch. No boat earns its rise, no boat is behind the others. The water comes up under all of them alike, the scrubbed one and the shabby one, the one that went far today and the one that never left the mooring. The tide doesn't check. The tide doesn't grade. It lifts what's floating, and everything here floats. And you float. You're floating now. The bed came up under you sometime in the last few minutes like water under a hull, and you never noticed the moment because there wasn't one. There's just more holding than there was, more lift under the heaviness. You can be as heavy as you like. Heavier. The tide has never met a weight it couldn't carry, and it isn't going to start with you, small and warm and already half asleep. In, the water rises the width of a hair. Out, and holds. Nothing to steer, nothing to bail, nothing to watch for. The harbor watches itself. It has done this every night since before the oldest rope was new. Night, and tide, and slack lines, and sleep. It knows the whole procedure by heart, and tonight you're simply included in it, folded into the manifest with the nets and the buckets and the boots. One more well-kept thing, put away gently, right where morning can find it. And if some thought comes paddling out across the flat water, some little unfinished thing, some tomorrow-shaped ripple, let it come. It can circle the hull once, the way a duck circles, curious and harmless. And then it will paddle off because there's nothing here for it tonight. No one on deck, no light in the cabin, just a boat breathing at its mooring. Just you riding your own slow tide, too soft to land anything on. The moon isn't out. It doesn't need to be. The water makes its own faint kind of shine out of almost nothing. The way deep rest makes its own kind of ease out of almost nothing. A gray-silver quiet lying on the surface, smooth as the inside of a shell. And under it the water goes down and down into a dark that isn't empty, only asleep. Fish hanging still in it like thoughts nobody's thinking. Weeds swaying by a degree. The slow, cold rooms of it stacked one under another, calmer at every depth. And you're settling down through rooms like that yourself now, each one dimmer, each one softer, each one asking a little less than the last, and the last one asks nothing. You did what a day can hold. A day is a boat, not a sea. It holds what it holds. You filled yours. Maybe not with what you planned, but planned is a sure word, and you're on the water now. It carried what it carried, and it came home, and it's tied. And being tired is not a debt. It's the receipt, proof of a day honestly spent. You can stop reading it now. It's paid. So let the shoulders give the last of it to the mattress. They've been the mast all day, holding everything upright. Masts get to be bare at night. Lines down, canvas folded, nothing aloft but stars they don't have to count. And the hands, let them lie open or closed, whichever way they fell. They've hauled enough. Hands at night are just warm harbor animals, curled and off duty. And the breath, that little tide of yours, smaller now and slower, coming in without being called, going out without being sent. The only working thing left, and it doesn't feel like work at all. In, like water finding a hollow. Out, like the hollow keeping it. Far off, a bell buoy swings once, one round soft note, worn smooth by years of fog, not a warning. Buoys at night are just the water talking in its sleep. The note spreads out over the flat harbor, thins, and is gone. And the quiet after it is deeper than the quiet before, the way it always is. Every small sound out here ends in more sleep than it started with. And the tide keeps rising, easy as breathing, and the boats keep nodding slower than thought, yes, and rest, yes, and rest, nobody's question, everybody's answer. You're allowed this, all of this, the slack lines and the risen water and the whole held night of it, not as a reward. Rewards have to be earned again tomorrow. This is plainer than a reward. This is just what nights are for, and you're in one, and it's working. The water is so still now that the pilings stand on their own reflections like tall friends met at the waterline. Everything down here is doubled and gentled. Every shape rests on a softer copy of itself. And maybe that's all falling asleep ever was. The day above, and under it, its softer copy. And you slipping quietly from one to the other at the waterline where they touch. You're there now, right at the touch. Half boat, half reflection. Both of them yours, both of them tied. Both of them fine. Heavier, good. The heaviness is the mooring doing its work. Warmer, good. The warmth is the hold of the hull, the below decks of the blanket, the deep, dry cabin of you. Slower, good. Slow is the harbor's whole language, and you're fluent tonight without trying. And there's nothing to finish. There was never a version of tonight where you finished. There was only this version, the true one, where you stopped. Stopping is its own complete thing. The rope doesn't finish the knot's work all night. It just stays tied, and you're tied, softly, with give. To this bed, to this hour, to this one slow tide filling in beneath you. Let the last few lights along the shore go out now, one by one. Nobody's watching for them. The dark that follows each one is friendly and thicker and closer to wool, until the shore is only a soft black line lying down beside a soft black water. Two sleepers. No seam between them. And the tide keeps its slow promise, up by hairs, by breaths, lifting everything that floats, asking nothing of anything. And the boats ride, and the ropes give, and the nets stay folded. All the small done things of the world, resting in the dark, being enough, yours among them, yours especially. In, barely. out and gone long. The water now, only the water, flat and dark and kind, holding the harbor the way the night holds the house, the way the bed holds you, no edges left, no list left. The list sank hours ago, softly, pages waving, down through the calm, cold rooms, and the fish nosed it once and let it lie. It's a wreck now, a gentle one, growing quiet things. Let it. Everything that mattered came in with you. It's aboard, it's dry, it keeps till morning. And morning is far out past the stones, taking its time, in no hurry to make the turn. It knows the way. It doesn't need you awake to find the harbor. Nothing needs you awake. That's the deepest water of the whole night, and you're in it now, needed by nothing, held by everything. The buoy again, farther's one soft round note, gone. The tide, higher, you didn't feel it, you weren't supposed to. The breath, smaller, sweeter, a ripple, a rest, a ripple, a rest. So heavy, so held, hull down in warmth, riding at anchor on the one still water. You did enough. The boats are in, the lines are slack, the night has the watch. And the water rocks nothing, almost, and rocks it, and rocks it. Slow and slower, and soft and softer. Down where the water forgets its water, where the dark forgets its dark, where you forget, kindly, everything but warm. In and out. And the harbor sleeps around its sleepers, and the tide fills in, and fills in, unhurried, unwatched, brimming the night gently to the waterline of morning, which is still so far away. So far, all that soft black water between you and anything at all. Rest here, low in the water, deep in the hold. Held, and held, and held. And if the dark is changing around you now, let it change. This is how the night carries a sleeper. It doesn't ask. It just lifts the whole soft world like a page turning slow and lays down another one beneath you. And you don't have to follow. You don't have to know where you are. Being somewhere is not your job anymore. The night knows where you are. So let it carry you inland now, away over the dark fields, low and slow, the way warmth moves through a house, to an old orchard behind a stone wall far from any road. You don't have to picture it. It's enough that it's there. Rows of old trees standing quiet in the cold, their work finished weeks ago. Every apple picked or fallen, every branch light again. That's the first thing the orchard would tell you if orchards spoke. How good it is to be empty-handed. All summer the boughs carried more than they were made to carry, bent low, holding on. And then one ordinary week, hands came and took the weight away, basket by basket, and the branches rose, slowly, by inches, the way your chest is rising now, lighter than they remembered being, and nobody called it giving up. It was just the season doing what seasons do. The carrying ends. It's allowed to end. Yours ended tonight, hours ago. You may not have felt the moment it happened, and that's right, that's how it should be. Weight doesn't announce it's leaving. It just isn't there the next time you go to feel it. The ladders are put away, leaned in the dark of the shed with the smell of cut grass gone dry. The baskets are stacked inside each other, empty, and empty is their resting shape. A basket was never meant to be full all the time. Neither were you. The crates went off down the lane days back, and the lane has healed over with quiet, and now nothing in this whole walled acre is waiting for anything. Listen to how still that is. Not the stillness of something stopped, the stillness of something completed. The grass between the rows is long and cold and going silver at the tips, blade by blade, because frost is forming tonight. And frost is the slowest thing there is. It doesn't fall, it doesn't arrive. It gathers, out of air so calm that the cold has nowhere to be but here. One blade whitens. Then its neighbor. No order to it, no hurry in it. By morning, the whole orchard will be furred with silver, and not one living thing will have watched it happen. It happens best unwatched. Like sleep, exactly like sleep. The way you're whitening over with rest right now, blade by blade, somewhere too deep to feel. And under the grass, under the frost line, down where the cold never quite reaches, the roots are doing the only work left in this place. And it isn't really work, it's slower than work. It's the kind of doing that looks from anywhere above the ground like nothing at all, drawing the summer down into themselves, an inch a night, storing it in the dark where it keeps. No root ever lay awake worrying whether it had stored enough. It stored what the year gave it. And what the year gave it was enough, because enough is just the name for what was actually possible. And what was actually possible is what you did. Today, that's the whole arithmetic. It comes out even. It always came out even. You can stop checking it now. A few apples are still out there in the grass. Windfalls, the ones that let go early. And here is the gentle truth about windfalls. Nothing is wrong with them. They fed the wasps in the warm weeks, and they sweeten the ground now, and the deer will find one or two before the snow. A thing that falls before it's gathered is not a failure. It's just a different way of being used by the world. Every dropped thing of yours, every ball you didn't catch this year, is lying in some grass somewhere being quietly useful in a way you'll never have to know about. The orchard doesn't sort its fruit into kept and wasted. It just ripens what it can and lets the rest be soft somewhere. You're allowed the same. The air in here smells like cold apples and wet bark and the faint far smoke of somebody's banked fire, a smell with no urgency in it anywhere. Breathe it if you like, or don't. The breathing is going along fine on its own, small and even, like footsteps a long way off getting no closer. There's a wren asleep in the hedge along the wall, a bird lighter than a spoonful of anything, tucked round as a knot in the thickest part of the thorn, feathers over feet, head under wing. It has no plan for tomorrow. It has never once had a plan for tomorrow. And tomorrow has fed it every single day of its life. You don't have to take that as a lesson. It isn't one. It's just a small, warm fact asleep in a hedge, and the night is full of facts like that. Thousands of them, all breathing, all unworried, all proof of nothing except that resting works. It holds. It has always held. And in the wall of the shed, in a gap between stone and beam no wider than a thumb, a field mouse is folded into a fist of itself on a bedding of chewed sacking and dry grass. Everything it owns is within an inch of its body, and everything it owns is enough. Small lives get this right without trying. The circle of what matters shrinks at night to the size of the nest. Yours has shrunk too, all the way down to this bed, this warmth, this slow air. Everything outside the circle keeps until morning. Everything inside the circle is already safe. And now come down the last row, past the oldest tree, to the south corner where the wall keeps the wind off. Because the best of this place is here. The hives. 3 of them, wooden and weathered, standing in a short row like small houses on a small street, quiet as furniture, and anyone passing would say empty, but lean close in the cold, closer, and there it is, a hum, low, steady, softer than the sound a lamp makes, coming from the middle of everything. Because inside each hive, the bees have gathered into one warm cluster, a ball of thousands packed close around their center, and they will hold that shape all winter. They are not asleep exactly and not awake. They are keeping a small warmth in a large cold, and that is the whole of their winter. That's the entire job. Not the orchard, not the weather, not the spring, just the temperature of the middle of themselves. All summer they flew miles. They touched a million flowers. They did more in a season than seems possible for anything so small. And then the flowers ended, and here is what the bees did about everything they could no longer do. Nothing. They let the field go. They let the whole enormous outside go, all of it at once, without ceremony, and they kept the one thing that was still theirs to keep, the warm center, the small circle, the hum. That's your move, remember. That's the move you made tonight, whether you noticed making it or not. The field is let go. The miles are let go. The million things are let go, not solved, not abandoned, just left in the cold where they'll keep perfectly well, because cold keeps things, that's what it's for. And what's left is the warm middle of you, which is the only thing tonight ever actually asked you to hold. And you're holding it just by lying here. It takes no effort. It's the effortless kind of holding, the kind a nest does, the kind a hollow does. And above the cluster, in the dark of the combs, the honey is laid in, frame after frame, capped in wax, months of light stored in a form that keeps enough, measurably, weighably enough. The keeper checked in October, hefted each hive with 2 fingers under the back edge, felt the good heaviness, and walked away. And that walking away was the kindest thing in the orchard's whole year. Enough was there, so nothing more was asked. No hive was told it could have gathered more. No hive was compared to the hive beside it. Heavy enough is a finished sentence. You're heavy enough. Today went into you the way summer goes into a hive, in small, unnoticed trips, and it's stored now, capped over, keeping the patience you found somewhere in the afternoon. The thing you did that no one saw, the plain, stubborn fact that you carried the day all the way to the dark end of it. That's laid in. That's provision. You will live on it and you won't even know you're doing it. Nobody feels their own stores. They just find, again and again, that morning comes and there's something in them to meet it with. There will be, there always has been, your whole life is the evidence. The hum goes on, it will go on all night. It doesn't rise and it doesn't tire. Thousands of small warmths agreeing to be one warmth. And if you're near sleep now and you can let your own sound join it. The breath, the slow blood, the small weather of a body at rest. You hum too, you know, every sleeper does. A house of small warmths agreeing. And the night likes the sound. The night is stitched together out of sounds like that. Frost thickening on the hive roofs now. A fingernail of silver on the wood. And inside, no change, none. The cold can do whatever it likes to the outside of things tonight. Outsides are tough. Outsides are for weather. You are all inside now. You got all the way in, door after door after door, and every one of them closed softly behind you. And this last room is blood warm and round and humming. And there's nothing in it but you and enough. The keeper's cottage sits beyond the wall with one window lit. And now, not lit, there. The orchard doesn't notice. Nothing here runs on being watched. The frost goes on gathering. The roots go on drawing down. The wren stays round. The mouse stays folded. The hum stays level. It all keeps happening in the plain dark, for no one perfectly. The world is so good at this. At going on gently without supervision. It practiced for a long time before you came, and it will need nothing from you before morning. You can be as gone as you like. Be gone. It's safe to be gone. The moon is up there somewhere behind one thin cloud, not so much shining as remembering how. A pale place in the sky, light with no edges, and the orchard under it is all soft grays, rows of patient dark going out of focus into more dark. You can let it blur. You were never asked to keep it sharp. Let the trees run together. Let the walls sink into the hedge. Let the whole walled acre settle down into one warm smudge with a hum in the middle of it. The hum, yes. Stay near the hum if you stay near anything. It's the sound of enough, kept warm. It's the sound of thousands of small finished days pressed close together. Yours is in there. Today is in there. Pressed in with all the others, indistinguishable now, warm now, done now. Done, such a quiet word when it finally lands. It doesn't land like a gavel. It lands like frost. You can't say when it arrived. Only that everything is silvered with it now. Every blade, every bough, every last small thing you were still half holding. Silvered and set and still. And the cold out there is not against anything. Hear that plainly, somewhere below hearing. Winter is not the orchard's enemy. It's the orchard's night. The long-lying fallow that the sweetness comes from. Nothing blossoms that didn't first stand bare a while, unbothered, unproductive, unashamed. You can be fallow now. Fallow is not behind. Fallow is the part of a head that looks like nothing. The roots know. Let them know it for you. Deeper now, the hum, softer, not because it lessened, because you're farther in. The grass silvering, row by row, no one counting the rows. The wren, a warm knot. The mouse, a warm fold. The bees, a warm ball. You, a warm length in a warm bed, the largest of the small sleeping things and the most looked after. The house around you doing everything a wall and a roof know how to do, which is everything that's needed. It turns out, everything that's needed comes down to so little this late. Warmth, dark, slack, air moving small and sweet through a body with no assignments left in it. In, like cold apples and far smoke. Out, long and gone. The day is capped over like a comb, wax sealed, keeping. Tomorrow is on the far side of the frost, out past the wall, out past the lane, standing off at the polite distance mornings keep. It isn't pacing, it isn't rehearsing, it's just there the way the moon is there. And when it comes slow and gray and gentle first, and it will find the orchard silvered and the hives humming and the stores untouched yet plenty, and it will find you, rested. It will find you with something in you to meet it. It always finds you that way in the end. That's the oldest habit the two of you have. But that's far off, hours of thick dark between here and there, hours that belong to no one, unclaimed hours, the richest kind. Spend them like this, exactly like this, spent on nothing, adding up to rest. The hum, the silver thickening, the middle of you, warm and kept, and enough. Let the last row of trees go out of the picture now. They were never holding anything up. Let the wall go. The wall keeps its own counsel. Let the orchard fold itself away into the general dark, the way a finished page folds into a book. It's all still there. Closed things are still there. That's what closing is for. Only the hum left. Only the warm. Only the slow trade of air in and out, smaller, rounder, a sound like far bees, a sound like a house consenting to the night. Enough was done. It was, by you, today, and the proof is stored where proof keeps best, in the dark under wax past worry's reach. So rest is not a favor you're asking now. It's the harvest coming in. It's yours because the season turned, and the season turned because you carried the day to the end of itself. And that's the whole of how rest is earned, and you've done it, and it's in. Heavy enough. Hum. Silver. Warm. And the frost gathers on the roofs of the small houses of the sleeping, all over the dark country, all night, asking nothing. And under every roof, the middle holds. And under this one, you, held past holding, down in the blood-warm room at the center of everything you managed to be today. In and out. And the orchard stands over its roots. And the roots draw down the summer, an inch and another inch all night. And nothing anywhere is behind. And far from here, past the edge of any field, the land ends the way all days end, gently at water. And there's a harbor there, small and dark, where the boats have been asleep for hours. You can go there if you like. It costs nothing this time of night. The mind drifts where it's carried, and tonight it can be carried down to the water, where everything that floats has already been tied. That's the first thing about a harbor after midnight. The work of it is finished. Every line made fast, every fender set, every hatch pulled to. Nobody is hauling anything. Nobody is deciding anything. The boats just ride there in the dark, lifting a little, settling a little, and the water does all of it for them. They don't hold themselves up. They never did. A hull doesn't know how to hold itself up, and it doesn't have to know, because holding up is the water's whole job, and the water has never once forgotten to do it. You could let that be true of you too. Here, under the blanket, you're not holding yourself up right now. You may feel like you are. Somewhere in the shoulders, somewhere behind the eyes, there's a small crew that thinks it's still on watch. But the bed took over hours ago. The mattress has you the way the harbor has the boats. Completely, without effort, without being asked twice. So the crew can stand down. You could let the shoulders find that out one at a time. First the left, maybe, then the right. Just the discovery arriving on its own that nothing is being held up by them. That the holding is handled. That it was always going to be handled. And out past the breakwater, the sea is doing enormous things, the way it always is. Whole weathers are being decided out there. Currents are trading places in the dark. Tomorrow's wind is being assembled somewhere over the curve of the world. And none of it, not one drop of it, is yours to manage from a bed. The sea doesn't need supervising. It has never taken a single instruction from anyone lying down. And it isn't going to start with you, and there is such quiet mercy in that. The big water is simply not your department tonight. You can leave the whole horizon at its post. What was yours today was smaller, and you did it. That's the part worth saying slowly, whatever your version of the day's knots were. The things you tied off, plainly, without ceremony. The message answered, or the meal made, or the door locked, or the person you were patient with when patience was the last coin in your pocket. Those were the lines you had to make fast, and you made them fast. Maybe not beautifully. Knots at the end of a long day are never beautiful, but they hold. That's the only thing a knot is for. And yours are holding right now, all over your life, quietly in the dark, without you touching them. So the day's log can be written and closed. And the entry is short. It says, did what could be done, tied what needed tying, came in before dark. And that's a full entry. That's what a good day looks like written down once you stop grading it against some imaginary voyage. There was no imaginary voyage. There was only today, and you sailed it, and now you're in. You're in. Feel how much that phrase can carry. In from it, in out of it, in for the night. Nothing more goes on the log until morning, and morning is a long way out past the dark water, taking its time the way it should. And if the mind wants to slip its mooring, if it wants to drift out toward the open stuff, the unfinished, the unsure, the 10 years from now, you don't have to haul it back hard. You can just notice the line go taut and feel that the knot holds. That's all. The mind can pull a little. Minds do at this hour. And the knot holds, and the pull eases, and the mind swings back on the tide like everything else in the harbor, back to pointing into the small current of the breath. In. And out. Boats do that all night, swing to face the current without deciding to. It's just what a resting thing does when it's held from one sure point. And you are held from one sure point. The point is here. This bed, this hour, this breath, and the next one already on its way in like water finding a hull. The tide is worth a slow minute, because the tide is the one great mover that is never, ever late. Think of that. Everything else in the world can run behind. Trains, letters, springtimes, people. Not the tide. The tide has never been behind in the whole history of water. It doesn't hurry to the flood, and it doesn't apologize for the ebb. It just arrives when arriving comes, every time, endlessly on time by the only clock that matters to it. And here is the gentle part. You are more tide than train. You always were. The feeling of being behind is a timetable somebody printed, and timetables are paper, and paper doesn't survive water. The actual you, the breathing you, the you with weight and warmth and a pulse keeps tide time, rises when the rising comes, rests when the ebb comes, and the ebb has come. This hour is the ebb, whole and legitimate. You are not behind the tide. Nothing alive is behind the tide. You're in it, carried, right on the schedule of the water, which is the schedule of being a body at night. So you could let the breath go tidal now if it wants to, not managed, not counted, just allowed to be what it already is, a small flood coming in over the ribs, a small ebb going out long and unhurried, taking a little of the day's salt with it every time, in over the ribs, out past the lips, and each ebb leaves the sand of you smoother. That's what ebbs do. They don't take anything that was needed. They only take what was loose, what was churned up, what was never part of the ground of you anyway. The ground of you stays, smoother each time, darker, more settled. Down in the cabin of this night, everything is small and stowed. That's the other kindness of boats. Nothing in a cabin is extra. One lamp, one blanket, one mug, rinsed and hooked. A life pared down to what an evening actually needs. And it turns out an evening needs almost nothing. You have your version within arm's reach. The pillow, cool where you haven't been. The blankets wait over the feet, that small anchoring you'd miss if it were gone. The dark, which stows everything else for free. Whatever isn't in this cabin isn't needed on this crossing. And this crossing is only from here to morning, the shortest voyage there is, and the boat knows the way without you. Boats cross the night at anchor all the time. That's the secret. You can make the whole passage without moving at all. Your hands could be done now if they haven't noticed yet. Hands are the last to believe the day is over. They've been gripping and carrying and typing and turning things since before you were fully awake, and they hold a kind of low readiness even now, curled somewhere on the sheet. You could let them fill with heaviness instead, palms going soft, fingers uncurling as slowly as rope pays out. There is nothing left for them to hold. The last thing they had to hold was the day, and the day has been made fast to its cleat, and a held thing doesn't need holding twice. And the jaw has been standing watch over your words all day, choosing them, biting some of them back, and that's real work, the kind nobody logs. It can come off watch. You could let the teeth part just barely, just enough that the jaw hangs the way a lantern hangs, from its one hinge, swaying nothing, lighting nothing off duty. Listen to how quiet the water is when nothing's crossing it. Small taps of it against the hull, irregular, patient, a sound with no message in it. Water against wood is one of the oldest no-news sounds in the world. It has been telling sleepers asterisk nothing is happening for as long as there have been sleepers to tell. Nothing is happening. Nothing is happening. It never gets old, because it's the one report a tired heart actually wants. And somewhere under you, if you listen with the body instead of the ears, there's your own version of it. The pulse, doing its patient tapping against the dark. No message in it either. Just the watchword over and over, all's well, going around the body like a lamplighter who never runs out of oil. You did enough today. It can be said plainly at this hour because the hour strips the argument out of everything. There's no one left awake to argue with. Just you and the water and the fact of it. Enough was done. The proof isn't in what got finished. The proof is that the day ended and here you are, still warm, still breathing, still fundamentally all right, lying in the held dark like a boat that came in. Days that weren't enough don't end this way. They don't end at all, they just fray. Yours ended. It had an evening. It has a night. That's the signature of enough right there, and it's already signed. And tomorrow is out past the breakwater with the rest of the big water. Let it stay out there. It isn't circling. It isn't building. It's just whether that hasn't happened and unhappened whether weighs nothing. You've spent whole nights, other nights, hauling tomorrow into the bed and turning it over and over like a chart, looking for the reef in it. But charts read in the dark tell you nothing true. Every sailor knows that. You fold the chart at night. Not because the sea got simpler, but because reading was never a nighttime job. The chart will still be there in the light, and in the light it takes 10 calm minutes to read what took 3 lightless hours to fear. So the chart is folded. It's in the drawer of the morning. The drawer is shut. And the wide, unread dark between here and then belongs to no schedule and no reef. It's just water, deep, quiet, load-bearing water. And it holds. It holds. You can rest your whole weight on those 2 words. It holds. The bed holds. The night holds. The knots hold. The tide keeps its perfect time, and you are allowed, fully, formally, finally allowed, to stop being the one who holds. That permission doesn't run out at some point in the night. It isn't a berth you're borrowing, it's yours. It was always yours. The tiredness in you is not a fault in the boat. It's the honest low water mark of a day fully sailed. And low water is not a problem. Low water is just the sea resting. The sea rests too, even the sea. So let the harbor start to blur now. It doesn't need you to keep seeing it. The boats ride on whether anyone watches. The water taps its no news against the wood for no one all night, faithfully. That's the loveliest kind of faithfulness, the kind that doesn't check if you noticed. The night is full of it, things being faithful in the dark with no audience. The pulse, the breath, the blanket doing its one warm job, the walls of the room standing their simple watch. You are surrounded by faithful things. You can stop being one of them until morning. They have you covered. Heavy now, the good heavy. The heavy of a hull sitting low because it came home full. You came home full of a used day, and a used day is heavy the way cargo is heavy, worth its weight. Let it press you down into the mattress, down to the waterline of sleep. You're riding lower and lower, and nothing about that is sinking. It's just how full things float. In, over the ribs. Out, long and away. The ebb taking its small handful of the day's salt, leaving the ground of you smoother. Somewhere a line creaks, settling. Somewhere the water taps twice and waits and taps. No message, no news, nothing is happening, the best report there is. Your feet are far away now, aren't they? Way down at the other end of the warmth, like the far end of a pier. You don't have to walk out to check on them. They're fine. Everything at the far ends of you is fine. The tide reaches all of it without your help, blood going out and coming back in its small, faithful floods, warming the distant ports of you, the heels, the fingertips, the crown of the head. No part of you left off the route, no part of you forgotten. A body at rest is a coastline being tended, every cove of it all night. And you don't have to follow the tending. That's the last little letting go on the way down. You don't have to follow anything now, not the breath, not the words, not even this voice. The voice can go on the way the water goes on, and you can slip below it whenever the slipping comes, mid-sentence, mid-tap, mid-anywhere. There is no polite place to leave. Every place is the right place to leave. Sleep doesn't wait for the end of things. Sleep is the end of things, arriving early, the one guest allowed to. The lamp of the mind is down to its smallest ring of light now, just a few soft shapes left in it. The warmth, the weight, the in and the out. Everything else has moved off into the good dark where finished things go. And the ring gets smaller, and the shapes get simpler, and none of this needs anything from you. The day is stowed. The lines are fast. The water holds and doesn't tire of holding. You did what the day asked, and the day has stopped asking. So the last of you that's still standing watch can come down off the deck now. Slow steps, no hurry, handing the night over to the night, which has kept itself for longer than there have been keepers. It knows the work. It's been holding harbors and orchards and small warm rooms since before anyone was awake to worry in them. It will hold this one. It's holding it already. In, like still air off the water. Out, like the ebb, long and unhurried and sure. Lower now, rounder, the taps of the pulse spacing themselves out like buoys toward the open dark. And the boats ride. And the tide keeps its perfect, patient time. And the whole sleeping coast of you lies quiet under it, cove after cove, tended and dim. Nothing to hold. Nothing to read. Nothing anywhere behind. Just the held dark and the small, warm weight of you in it riding lower and lower, full and home and aloud. Aloud, that's the whole of it now. Aloud, a word worn smooth from being said all night, no edges left on it. You can keep it near you the way a hand keeps a warm stone, not gripping, just holding. Or you can let it dissolve. It stays true either way. It doesn't need you to hold it to be true. The tide doesn't need you to believe in it either. It comes anyway. It's coming now, the long, slow swell of sleep moving up the coast of you, patient, sure of its welcome. And everywhere it touches, something small goes quiet. The ankles, quiet. The backs of the knees, quiet. The wrists laid down like tools at the end of the work. The small muscles around the eyes, the ones that spent all day aiming and reading and checking. They can stop aiming now. There's nothing to aim at in the dark. The dark asks for nothing. It never has. Of all the rooms you've been in today, this is the only one that wants nothing from you, and you get to stay in it all night. So if there's still a last thin thread of watching in you, a little lookout posted somewhere behind the forehead, keeping one eye on the whole operation, you can thank it and let it come down too. It did its job. It kept you all day. Every crossing, every conversation, every small decision it stood over. And it got you here to a bed in the dark, warm. That was always the whole mission. Deliver you here. And here you are, delivered. The lookout can sleep in the same warmth as the rest of you tonight. No one keeps watch over a harbor like this. The harbor keeps itself. And you did enough today. You know that by now, the way you know the blanket is there without looking. Not because the list is finished. The list is never finished. That's what lists are for, to carry the unfinished so you don't have to. You did enough because enough was what you did. A day's worth. A whole day's worth of showing up and holding things and setting them down. And no honest measure in the world asks more of a person than the day they actually lived. Tomorrow will bring its own measure, and tomorrow's you will meet it, a little more rested than tonight's you, because tonight's you had the sense to lie down. That was wise. This, right here, is you being wise. It doesn't feel like wisdom, it feels like a pillow. That's what wisdom feels like at this hour. And you are not behind. One last time, softly, because it's the one that likes to knock latest. You are not behind. There is no line of people moving somewhere ahead of you in the dark. Everyone is lying down somewhere on the same turning night. The early ones and the late ones and the lost ones and the sure ones. All of them horizontal. All of them breathing. None of them gaining an inch on anybody. Night is the great evener. Nobody gets ahead while sleeping, and everybody sleeps. So for these hours, the whole question dissolves. There's no race in the dark. There's just rest, and everyone's allowed the same amount of dark to rest in. Yours is right here. It fits you exactly. Feel how it fits. The dark comes right down to the skin and stops there, soft as anything. And inside the line of the skin, the warmth you made yourself with your own patient heat just by lying still. You built this. This small, warm country under the blanket, its borders all quiet, its weather all calm. Of all the things you tried to make today, this one came out perfect, and you made it without trying. That's the way of it sometimes. The body knows how to finish what the mind can only start. Let the body have the night shift. It's been asking for it. It's so good at it. The breath has gone on ahead of you already. Listen how slow it's gotten, all on its own. In, without effort. Out, without end, almost. The out-breath longer now, the way a wave draws back longer than it arrives. And in the little pause after each one, nothing happens. And nothing happening is the whole art of this hour. You're getting good at it. You've been practicing all night without knowing. Nothing happening again and again, softly, on purpose, until it stopped being on purpose. The heart has settled into its night pace too. You can feel it if you want, far off, faithful, like someone moving quietly in another room so as not to wake you. It doesn't need thanks, but it can have some anyway. Thank you, old keeper. It will go all night without you. The way it went all day without you, the way it has gone every hour of your whole life without a single instruction. So much of you runs on kindness you never have to ask for. That's worth falling asleep inside. A body this loyal, a night this soft. And whatever is still unsolved out there in the world, out past the walls, out past the morning, it's being held by the same night that's holding you. Nothing is getting worse in the dark. The problems are asleep too. They sleep, you know. They lie down in their drawers and their inboxes and their calendars, and they wait, and waiting is all they do till morning. You're not abandoning them by sleeping. You're doing the one thing that makes you more able to meet them. Rest is not the opposite of taking care of things. Rest is how you take care of the one thing all the other things depend on. You, this is you, taking care. So the hands can finish letting go now. They've been letting go all night, and they're nearly done. Open or curled, wherever they landed is right. Nothing will be handed to them till morning, and morning is a long, slow tide away. And the jaw, if it's still holding the shape of the last unsaid thing, can let that shape go too. The unsaid keeps. It always keeps. The tongue can lie down in the dark of the mouth like everything else. Even the words are lying down now. Look how few of them are left. Fewer and slower and softer. That's how endings come when they come kindly, not with a door but with a dimming. The lamp of the mind down to a ring the size of a coin now. Inside it, just the warmth, just the weight, just the breath, rocking. Everything else has already gone on into the good dark where finished days go. And this day is finished. It's all the way finished. It needed you all day, and now it doesn't need you at all. There's a mercy in that, being done being needed. You can be no one's now. Just yours, just here. The bed holds you the way water holds a boat that's done sailing. No effort in it, no decision. You couldn't fall if you tried, and you don't have to try, and you don't have to not try. Trying is over. Trying was a daytime thing, and the day is stowed. All that's left is the slow ride of the breath, down and down, and the hull of you rocking so gently it's almost not moving. Almost not moving. And if thoughts still drift past, let them be far-off lights now. Boats you're not on, none of them are yours tonight. You don't have to board a single one. They pass, and the dark closes softly behind them, and the water doesn't keep their wakes. It smooths. It always smooths. Your mind is smoothing the same way, wide and dark and quiet. A whole bay of you with nothing on it but the small reflected warmth of being safe. Safe, that's the deepest word left. Under enough, under allowed. Safe. The doors of the night are shut kindly. The warmth is banked. The breath goes on its own errand and comes back, goes and comes back. Nothing is missing, nothing is owed, nothing is waiting that can't wait longer. You did enough. You were enough. Those were the same thing all along. And now even the refrain can lie down. It said everything it came to say. It will be there tomorrow night, and the night after, every night you need it. Words like that don't wear out. But tonight its work is done, and it slips under the surface with everything else, still true, still warm, going down slow through the dark water like a coin of light. You can watch it go, or you can go with it. Going with it is allowed. Everything now is allowed. The warmth, going with it. The weight, going with it. The long out-breath, going, and the little pause, and the soft return. Lower now. The coves of you all dark, the lines all fast, the tide doing the keeping. No more watching, no more words worth keeping, just the rocking. Just the warm hull of you, riding low and easy on the last of the night's slow water. In, barely. Out, long and gone. Somewhere the house settles one more time, and that's all it says till morning. Somewhere the dark leans closer, the way a blanket does when someone kind pulls it up over your shoulder without waking you. That's the night, doing that. It's got you. It's had you for a while now. Heavy, warms held. The breath rocking slower. The ring of light down to almost nothing, a glow the size of a word. Then not even a word. Just warm. Just here. Just this. And the tide comes in one more time, soft over everything, and doesn't go back out. And you go down with it, easy, easy. Home. Held. Allowed. Asleep now. It's all done. It's all so gently.